please, can you take care of my compound, stay in this bungalow? Then I want to travel abroad. I had an offer of job. The man is a big man, he's an engineer. He want to travel to go and take over the job because the one in Nigeria, the other one is paying better. He decided to relocate. Now, he wants somebody that will take care of the compound, stay free. And the compound is well built. The steady lights, a lot of amenities in the house. Use my generator, use this as you wish. You are my friend, take care of the house. The man was shocked. But he know that God can do anything. Yes. Hallelujah. You know God can do all things. Yes. So after that evening, he went to the house and told the wife. They started singing and praises. The man said, call him again, say, remember, I am leaving, my flight is checking out next tomorrow. Come tomorrow morning and come and collect all the keys. The following morning he went to the man handed over the keys and everything. And bid him back farewell, travel. That is how the man stopped paying for house rent for some years. Hallelujah. It's uninterrupted divine supply. Most of the time when we look at our problem, it seems like there is no way out. But in God, there is a way. In Jesus, there is a way. We also understand that in the instruction that Elisha gave to this man, a lot of things happen along the way. We see that the solution is Elisha told her to sell the oil, pay the debt, but there will be a remainder. Use it to take care of yourself. Elisha did not tell him go. Share it into and bring some. Use the remaining one, take care of yourself. You know, olive oil is a very expensive something. That he filled the jars, and the woman who was poor began to live in abundance. Through that problem, God knows that problem exists. But let me tell you, that problem is a plan. He has a plan in the hand of God. It is that plan is that God will use that problem to change your situation and shift you to the next level of life. Though in the sight of man, it looks funny, but before God, nothing is impossible. We understand that the problem that this woman had when Elijah told him, go and borrow vessel. The woman went and began to borrow vessel, calling friends, telling different his neighbors, please, I need vessel. In the case of this widow and her children, God reversed their situation. And this is what happened, that their financial situation changed. Faith in God causes what we call geometric progression. We are not talking about arithmetic progression. You know, in arithmetic progression, we are talking of adding a particular number to a particular issue. But in the geometric progression, we are using multiplication. Hallelujah. As far as you keep your way with the Lord, everything about you will be pioneered by grace. Grace will be speaking. Most of the time, let me make you understand that the battle going on, if your battle is not gaining positive advantage, it means that you are not fighting well, you are not standing well, you are not standing in the light. Because the Bible says that whosoever that come to me will never walk in darkness. I am the light of the world. And when you come to Jesus, you will walk in the divine light, and inside this light, there is blessing. Darkness will disappear before light. Demons are darkness. Powers of darkness are darkness. And ancestral powers are darkness. They will bow to the light. Because when the higher authority and the smaller authority comes together, the smaller authority will bow to the higher authority. And in this, the Bible made us to know that today, God is changing many stories here. I don't know what your faith is telling you, but I know the living God, the Father of our Lord Jesus, who sent his Son to the world and sent him to the cross, so that he can give us that which we cannot provide for ourselves. If he can give us Jesus, he can open that door for you. If he can give us Jesus, He can give you that which is your heart desire. In the name of Jesus Christ. But what is your faith telling you? Because God, most of the time, God goes according to the limit of your faith. God, no, many people faith they cannot carry bigger miracles. But you learn how to expand your faith to carry bigger miracles. Expand your faith. When you expand your faith, it can accommodate better miracle, tangible miracle. People that always give bigger testimonies does not mean they have two heads. They have one head. But that they are captured by the capacity of their faith is giving them that miracle. And that miracle is here for you today. That you know will give that testimony. That testimony, that trouble is for testimony. That thing you are seeing as a problem is a testimony in disguise. Most of the people that tell you problem in the book, in the scripture, in the Bible, we start from Joseph, we go to Jacob, we go to many places of the scripture, we find out that the end of everything give birth to miracle. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego give birth to miracle. In all these things, is to tell us that our God is a God that has the final say over every situation. What will you do when you reach at the end of the road? What will you do? We have two types of people. Sometimes at that point, that hour, so many people are confused. That hour is always a confused state. You know what I mean by that hour? That hour is a time the temptation mounts up. When the devil is pushing with every hand, and you see things, you look around, you are not seeing hope. You look this way, you are not seeing solution. What will you do? You turn to the Lord. That is what this woman did. And that is what God is expecting every of his child to do. When this woman look around, there is no way. He look left. Now the husband is dead. Now he has no thing in the house. There is no business. There is no farm. Nothing he can sell. She will not think of going to law office. They might not want the loan. Not pay. Look at, he's not thinking of friends or brothers. At that point, some people you think of might desert you because they look at you as a disturbance to them. Why must you keep on disturbing them? At this point, many people will not like to associate with you. They will look at you as a body. They will like to push you aside. They will not like to do anything but to call. When you call them, sometimes they will not pick your call. But this woman come to the point. He knows, you look around, they know my problem, my solution is in God. That is where my solution will come from. And he did something. He took a step of faith. He moved to Elisha. He complained to Elisha. Elisha asked him question, what do you have? That is the question. That's why I asked this question. What will you do when you reach the end of your road? There are two types of people I want to point. The pessimist and the optimist.
NTA, Arena of Revival, located at number 11 Hill Street, opposite Federal Library, NTA Boba Road, invites you to have weekly activities, Bible study, Wednesday 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Covenant Night of Fire, Fridays 11 p.m. till dawn, Sundays Power Pack services, 7:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Ministry Senior Pastor Quintus Sibilli. For counseling, call 0906 482 5135. Come and experience the power of God. Jesus is Lord.
Nigeria's Lady of Songs, Chrissy Essen Igokwe, is one whose music crossed tribal lines as she is a multilinguist. Sheonrere rocked airwaves and won many hearts. She is also popular for her role as Akpeno in the new Masquerade. With a unique Afro-Western blend, Mike Okri creates lyrics that are poetic, rich, and for his fans, healing. He calls his style Afro Mystic Soul. With a broad range of music styles, rock, funk, soul, and folklore, Bongos Ikwe thrilled different music audiences from the 1980s. Cockcrow at Dawn is one hit single which remains evergreen and was the signature tune for the popular NTA series of the same name. In 2010, he reproduced the track for the film Inali, produced by his daughter Jessica.
Yeah, the traffic never jams. Don't cost much to buy some yams, and the neighbors say hello. And we strive to pull you up from down below. You can even hear the sound of the cockcrow at dawn.
This is the network service of the NTA.
In a country of more than 200 million people, half the heartbeat is women. They are in the markets at dawn, in the classrooms at noon, in the hospitals at night. They carry children, carry the home, carry whole communities on their backs. But in the rooms where laws are made, the seats are almost empty. Out of 469 lawmakers in Nigeria's National Assembly, 20 are women, which is less than 5%. Fewer than 5% of the people who make and oversee the laws of this nation are women. Something has to change. This is the story of a fight to change that number. This is the story of the struggle for a seat at the table. This is the story of the road to reserved seats for women bill. For years, women's groups have tried to push Nigeria's democracy toward balance.
Hi, my name is Chief Mrs. Osaso Igbenedi Onoguche. I am the CEO of TOS Group of Companies and the convener of the Reserve Seats for Women's Bill Campaign Coalition. The journey for the passage of the Reserve Seats for Women's Bill did not begin today. In fact, our mothers, our sisters have gone before us, all the way back to the 8th Assembly. A bill was proposed then, a Gender and Equal Opportunities Bill, was proposed by Senator Biodun Olujimi, and it had the backing of the Senate President at the time, and unfortunately he failed.
In the 9th Assembly, 5 gender-related bills moved through Parliament with over 100 lawmakers backing them. The First Lady herself entered the chambers to show support. The backlash was swift.
Their excuse was that the advocacy that was embarked on at the time was not far-reaching. The legislators complained that on the day of voting, the First Lady, Aisha Buhari, in her magnanimity, came to the chambers and reiterated her support through her physical presence that this bill is very important to me as First Lady, it's important to Nigerian women, and I urge you as lawmakers to vote in support of it. Unfortunately, that backfired. The lawmakers saw that as a threat, and they decided that they will vote against the bill.
Outside the gates of the National Assembly, women blocked the entrance, weeping and pleading for a reversal. The bills died anyway. From those ashes, a different idea was born. Not to change every law at once, but to change the room itself. In the 10th Assembly, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives introduced something new: a constitutional amendment to create reserved seats for women.
The Reserved Seats for Women's Bill was conceived by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu.
Passing the bill will reaffirm Nigeria's moral authority as Africa's largest democracy. When women take their rightful place in decision making, and when the girls of today are empowered to become the leaders of tomorrow, our democracy is strengthened and our governance improve and our nation's potential fully realized. When we shrine inclusion in policy and practice, we do more than change laws. We change the Nigeria we all dream of.
I saw all over the news how this piece of legislation was sponsored by a man this time. He had gained a considerable amount of momentum. And I said, okay, this is a leader that we need to spotlight. This is a leader that we need to acknowledge the efforts that he has put out there to ensure that women have a voice. And that's how TOS Foundation got involved. It's a reform whose time has come, and we are bringing all hands on deck. We are lobbying the traditional rulers, the religious rulers, the parliamentarians, the civil society organizations, everyone coming to the table to ensure that the importance of this bill is passed to our lawmakers. So we believe that this time around something different will happen.
She is the convener, a businesswoman, a chief, a wife, a young mother, juggling toddlers and national politics at the same time. She and her team have built a campaign that learns from past mistakes by bringing everyone on board from the start, so nothing stands in the way of the results they want to achieve.
In Oyo State, we're a little bit different. The head of service, the SSG, they tick the box as far as gender inclusivity. Also, we have 4 commissioners in the cabinet, women. So you have my support.
We came today to see His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Governor Hope Uzodinma, who is the renewed Hope Ambassador, recently named by the President. We came to see him to get his support.
Over 10 assemblies in Nigeria have no women at all. As a matter of fact, the running joke is that in Jigawa State, the chairperson of the Women Affairs Committee is a man.
I think we are all in agreement that we should involve more women, so that we will also mainstream the women without compromising merit. So, and I have of late discovered that we have so many intelligent and very brilliant women around the society. My last meeting with my members, so we already agreed I will support the bill. It's a popular bill, so I wish you all the best of luck.
My name is Caleb Mutfang. I'm privileged to be the governor of Plateau State. I have had the privilege of working with several women in government. My deputy is a woman. Several appointees holding key positions in government are women, and I've found their contributions invaluable. I'm therefore strongly advocating to urge the National Assembly to pass the bill reserving seats for women in Parliament.
She's lobbying members. She has come to lobby members of the National Assembly. A legitimate tool, a legitimate way to get things done. And I believe she has disarmed all of us, both the House and the Senate.
Mr. President, your endorsement of this bill will be a turning point. It will send a powerful message across Nigeria that this Senate is ready to lead with integrity, to legislate with empathy, and to act with boldness in pursuit of equality.
On my part, and on the part of the members of the Nigerian Senate, I have 4 daughters.
and I would like to speak 2 or 3 of them. In the National Assembly, women constitute almost half of our population, but remain severely underrepresented in Parliament. This weakens our democracy and undermines national security.
And just like before, the First Lady, who is also a senator, has now stepped forward to champion the reserved seats for Women's Bill.
I have watched with keenness in recent months as various interest groups across our beloved nation and even international bodies have gathered momentum in support of this particular bill. Across the world, countries that have adopted varying forms of affirmative measures have seen improvements in the quality of governance. Nigeria can and should also benefit from such progressive ideologies. And in whatever way the reserved seats for women bill may evolve, or any other measure that supports women's participation, I trust in your collective wisdom, your experience, and your patriotism to steer the nation towards a solution that is constitutionally sound and politically workable.
Support has come from outside the chambers too, from the states that have quietly been doing more.
I'm Her Excellency Ambassador Professor Olufalake Abdulrazak. I'm the First Lady of Kwara State and the chairperson of the Nigeria Governor Spouses Forum, and I run my NGO, which is called the Ajike People Support Center. In Kwara, we have a local government chairman who's female. In the governor's first tenure, there were more women than men in the cabinet. In the second tenure now, there's 50-50%. We've signed the 35% affirmation bill, 6 months maternity leave, and all the gender laws. So, you know, we think we should also assist in making sure that this transcends to House of Representatives and the Senate.
My name is Honorable Mohammed Bello El-Rufai. I represent the excellent people of Kaduna North Federal Constituency. I'm from Kaduna State. I can't fathom someone that's not in support of it. I don't understand how or why someone would be against the bill. I am in support of it because I won't go as far as saying a national emergency, but it's certainly a national issue in my view. Women are the backbone of every society. Whatever initiative as a member that I try to push to my people, women revolve around it. So how do you implement policies or improve the welfare and quality of life of people if you don't have enough voices from the gender that shapes society the most? So I'm fully in support of it, and I think most of our colleagues are.
For some lawmakers, the support is rooted in memory.
My name is Honorable Mukhtar Tolani Shagaya, and I represent Nigerians, starting from Ilorin West, Asa, Federal Constituency of Kwara State, and I happen to be the Deputy Chairman of the House Committee on Basic Education and Services. I remember the electoral process, and I remember the role women played for me as a young person trying to penetrate an environment where youth are not, well represented, and they stood by us from the beginning throughout the entire process, knowing even where to give us advice to make sure we were able to be successful. So I feel it's absolutely essential for women to participate because they are the bedrock of the political process.
My name's Honorable Mukhtar Umar Zakari, representing Taron Federal Constituency. I'm from Kano, and a member of NMPP Ponkosiam. In Kano, like in my constituency, most of the people that voted for me, my loyal voters, are women. So, they give to me, so why not give back? Their problems, you can only know their problems from them. No matter how close we are, no matter how we are with them, they know themselves better than us. So if they are part of us in the parliament, I believe they will contribute more in development of women themselves better than us. In Kano, we have women engineers, women pilots, and a lot of so. So if we can get those things in Kano, why not women in parliament?
My name is Akin Alabi, a member of the House of Representatives, representing Egbeda on our Federal Constituency of Oyo State. I'm the chairman, House Committee on Works. I think it's a good idea. It's a brilliant idea. I'm a progressive. I like new ideas to move things forward. I always want to try. Let's try. And besides, it's going to explode the number of women automatically, instantly. Why not? We need women in the space. We need more women to get encouraged to join us. So it's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned.
Nigeria is the giant of Africa, but when it comes to women's participation in parliament, we sit at the very bottom. Across the continent, countries are moving forward, electing women, empowering voices, sharing leadership. But Nigeria remains one of the lowest.
So I think significantly we lag behind when we compare ourselves to other African countries. According to the Africa Barometer 2024, we rank 180 out of 185 countries in terms of women's representation. We have about 4% of women legislators. We really do lag behind. Rwanda is leading with 61.3% women in its parliament.
This is not good news for Nigerian politics. I don't think anyone can deny that. Math is clear and arithmetic is objective and has no mercy.
They say men lie, women lie. The numbers will lie. So we know that it's jarring. It's not something that in this day and age, I think we should cover our heads and shame.
In our constitution, we have what we call federal character. But many of us have narrowed the meaning of federal character on the basis of ethnicity. No, federal character goes beyond ethnicity. It's talking about the character of Nigeria, the makeup of Nigeria. And a fundamental aspect of that makeup is gender. So it's not just about ethnicity or about religion, but also about gender. So we've given ourselves another reason why we must pass this bill.
On paper, the bill is simple and radical.
The reserved seats for women's bill is looking to add 74 additional seats to the National Assembly and 108 additional seats across the 36 state assemblies, giving you a total of 182 extra seats for women only to contest.
Global experience shows that when women take part in security policy making, countries adopt more effective strategies for prevention, community engagement, victim protection, and long-term peace building.
Yet, for all the logic and all the numbers, resistance remains.
The gaps are majorly based on ignorance, fueled by a lack of understanding of the purposive intention of that piece of legislation, which is not by any means to take away already existing seats of the men who are going to vote or the women who are going to vote.
The biggest threat to the passage of this bill is the lack of understanding or the miscommunication that this bill seeks to take seats away from parliamentarians, and that is not what the reserve seat for women's bill is trying to do.
A reserve seats for women bill is a good way in order to get some numbers up. It doesn't affect the already assigned seats in the House. I think people really need to understand that. It's just extra seats.
It's an error to say seats will be threatened by this. No, nobody's seats will be threatened by this.
Recently, a lawmaker said to me, even his mother, he cannot give up his seat for. So talk less of just, giving it up for any woman. So it's important that we continue to emphasize that these are additional seats.
After all, they are not taking my seat. It's an additional seat for them, so we need to support it.
A 16-year sunset clause written into the Constitution. After that, the law must be reviewed or allowed to lapse.
This is our chance to support Nigerian women. It is not something that will last forever. This is only to last for 16 years. And if after 16 years, if it feels it's not working, then we can do away with it.
It's better to go in softly and amend. When that 16 years approaching, you amend. By then they have seen it's not a threat. They will say it's not a problem. They can accommodate the amendment.
Some say the bill is tokenism. Some say it will undermine merit. Others hide behind culture and religion. insisting that politics is a man's world, that women cannot cope, that leadership belongs to one gender.
If you're a man, for example, and you're against this, waiting concern is women competing with women so the best women emerge, so we improve the quality of this great institution. So it is merit-based.
The reserve seats is a merit-based system because keeping the seats doesn't mean you're appointing anyone to the seat. They need to be voted in. Anybody who is vying for an elective position knows what they have to do. You need to get people on your side. You need to show that you're competent. You need to be able to come up with the ideas that people would think, hang on, I think she's talking sense and I think she's going to bring a lot to the table. That is merit as far as I'm concerned.
These seats, right, those that are going to come in are going to work harder than the rest of us. Because for someone like me, I represent 2 local governments. Some just 1 local government, some 3, some 4. I represent 2 local governments. I have to campaign in only 2 local governments. From my understanding of the bill, the extra seats cuts across the entire state, right? So in Oyo State, for example, the woman that's going to win a special seat is going to campaign in 33 local governments. I don't know if have. So there's going to be a lot of strong, competent women coming into parliament, which is going to improve things in general.
Islam honors women. It gives them rights, dignity, and a voice. But too often, culture is mistaken for religion, and Islam is used as an excuse to hold women back.
In part of our country, allowing women to participate in this process is very difficult because we have culture, we have religion, and other things. So if you encourage them through this way, they can be able to make it over.
I'm glad that this forum is a partnership of diverse platforms brought together by the need to mainstream women into governance. I'm particularly glad because this is one of the fundamental goals of the founders of the Soweto Caliphate. African Muslim pre-colonial politics had a rich record of women participation in scholarship, administration, and politics.
Now is the time for each of us to summon the wisdom of our forebearers who taught us that nations are not built by the comfort of consensus alone, but by courage, sacrifice, and shared responsibility. I don't need to talk much, but I believe that every society, the respect that that society generates to the opposite sex is directly proportional to the advancement and development of that particular society. So I urge you, my distinguished colleagues, to lend a voice of support to the clamor for representation of our sisters in the National Assembly.
Today's theme, advancing women's representation through policy, comes at a perfect moment as we push for the reserved seats in Parliament. And I'd like to thank everyone, especially His Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, for working hard to make this historical constitutional reform a reality.
We justify that because it's less than 1% contribution or 1% contribution from the National Assembly budget. On the other side, if we're investing 1% of the National Assembly budget, we're getting what have been projected by Kinsey, World Bank, on our GDP, what that inclusion will do for our economy, because like we've always said, it's not tokenism. It means that it's a good investment, economically speaking, for the nation to have the women on the table of policy making.
When women get into these offices and into these spaces, they will prove themselves beyond any reasonable doubt that they deserve to be there. And they will work hard and they would work well.
Beyond statistics and speeches, the bill raises a simple question. What happens when a market woman in Calabar or Kaduna or Enugu looks at the parliament and finally sees someone who looks like her?
I have 2 daughters, and I would love them to be able to aspire for the things that they want. We need to set examples for them. And one of the ways to do this is to put women in office so that my girls can see that this is possible. So doing this, the girl coming up, turning on the TV, seeing a lot of women in parliament, Any woman that is interested in politics, governance, public policy, and the likes will be motivated. So I think we're not doing this for us. So we're not doing it for the women that will get into office when this passes. We're doing it for the young girls out there and the little girls that haven't been born yet.
My name is Bamijele Abiodun. I'm the wife of the governor of Ogun State.
I'm Mrs. Sulaiha Kwarata, First Lady of Katsina State.
I support the reserved seats for women bill strongly.
Mo ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn fún reserve seat for women bill.
Ina goyon bayan wannan kujerar nan da muke neman mu mata a Nigeria.
And I definitely support the reserved seats for women bill.
I strongly support the reserved seats for women bill in Nigeria.
And I strongly support reserved seats for women bill.
TOS is using new technology to make voting transparent.
We are very excited that our tech-savvy youth have come up with this tracker to ensure accountability and that promises reflect into votes. We have also 27 MPs who are saying yes to the vote in Kano. We have 9/9 in Yobe as well. Okay, Zamfara, unfortunately, we had 9 no's and 1 yes. So this is a tracker that is very fluid, and over time we'll be able to continue to monitor their receptiveness towards this bill.
This is our final push. When you are giving birth as a woman, that last push is the most important. You are weak, you are tired, and I know that we are all exhausted from all the efforts that we have put in, but one more push so we can get this bill passed into law.
The question is the topic of this discussion new? Definitely no. I believe we have gone round in circles on this particular issue for so long. I ask myself, is this bill indeed possible to scale through? Yes.
I tried this same bill when I was the Speaker of the House. We came so close, but then close doesn't cut it. I believe this dynamic 10th Assembly will finish the job.
If we do this now, the 10th Assembly will go down in the history of our legislature as the set that stood for women.
Let us be the generation that said yes to inclusion, yes to fairness, and yes to a stronger Nigeria. Thank you all, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Reserve seats for women. Say it loud, say it strong. Reserve seats for women. It's been too long. Reserve seats for women. For justice, for progress, for balance and vision. Reserve seats for women. Not time for decision. Reserve seats for women. Oh, yeah. Reserve seats for women. Oh, yeah. Reserve seats for women. Yeah. Nigeria rise, let's open the door. Half of the sky must need some more. Yeah. Reserve seats for women. Oh, yeah. Reserve seats for women. Yeah. From Senate to House, from city to town. Let mama's voice wear the crown.
So, there is a small problem. Let's start all the entertaining ads we've created for you. Some of you still haven't tried our services.
Come on. First of all, we are a licensed microfinance bank. Sorry about that. For instance, you can open a business account with us and get our POS with it. It's good for your business.
At the 99.99% reliable.
I love it. Our card is the wall.
And money no dey hang. You can open a business or personal account with us in minutes.
Ai na bude na daga wannan kujera.
Our customer care is available. Abby? So, when it comes to reliability, security, convenience, and speed, you only need one bank.
Join millions of happy customers. Download the MoneyPoint app or find an agent near you to get started.
This ad is a MoneyPoint ad. Don't forget that.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Get fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors.
NTA Parliament is a dedicated 24-hour channel that broadcasts activities of the Nigerian Senate, Federal House of Representatives, and all the 36 state houses of assembly. NTA Parliament, strengthening Nigeria's democracy.
Welcome to Focus on FCT, a program that highlights policies and programs of the FCT administration. I am Mariam George Jitubo.
Residents of the Federal Capital Territory are hereby alerted to the activities of scavengers, also known as Babambula, which security agencies have identified as a high-level security threat to not only the residents, but also to our infrastructure as they perpetrate petty stealing and acts of vandalism on public utilities. More so, they are drug peddlers, serve as spies to terrorist elements, and are ready-made tools for the public disturbances during which they attack people with dangerous weapons. The Federal Capital Territory Administration therefore reiterates that the ban on scavengers, aka Bababula, operating within the Federal Capital City is still in force. These miscreants are advised to stay off the streets of the Federal Capital City for their own good, as defaulters will be apprehended and prosecuted, including parents of underage children involved in these practices. Relevant agencies are carrying out enforcement of this ban as stipulated. Be law-abiding always. Let's together build the FCT of our dreams. Management announcer.
The two main carriageways of the outer Southern Expressway from Ring Road 1 to Ring Road 2. And in the lane, you can see a lot of artworks being done. The bridge works have commenced. It's this way. So this way, it's total about 4 kilometers to Ring Road. Two bridges. Main carriageways. Yes, the river bridge. But we have pedestrian bridges also. About 3 locations. But work is in progress. Artworks majorly is what is going on. The bridge foundations have commenced also. This is the layout. The picture showing the progress from what it was before. The junction is just past. This is how it was, but work has commenced. Artworks is a typical process was these two main carriageways that are being constructed. This and this are existing already, left and right. Two main carriageways, each one 3 lanes. So the main carriageways are total 6 lanes.
In a bid to see things for himself and ascertain the level of work, the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike embarked on an inspection tour of ongoing project sites, from the road rehabilitation work in Karu to the construction of an access road within the Gishiri district and the Apowasa Expressway, otherwise known as the Outer Southern Expressway. It is a race to deliver on schedule. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, while applauding the commitment of the contracting firms, announced the termination of the contracts for the Apokarichi Road project. In the meantime, another firm has been contracted for the job, which has commenced in earnest. This, he clarifies, is to meet the yearnings and aspirations of the residents.
What makes any government feel relaxed is when the people are happy. Because the whole essence of good governance is to make people be happy and make them have what to improve their lives. And let me tell you the truth, we have terminated our contract and awarded to SCC. If you go there now, you see that they've started work. It's a road that so many people are very interested because it will decongest some of these areas. So we feel it, and that's why, and like I said, we cannot continue to play politics when it concerns the welfare of the people. That road has been terminated, and the road leading from Kubwa to Buhari has also started, so that that will be an alternative route to Buhari. That's also awarded to SCC. So we can assure you that things are moving very well according to plan. Now, when we went to Karo, you remember the first time we went to Karo to flag off, it was one road. And there I made a promise that all the other connecting roads will be included. I'm very happy to report the progress of the job. The contractor is doing very, very well, very, very well. And that shows it's one of the projects we are going to line up for the 30th anniversary of Mr. President. I'm quite impressed. And those houses that block the water channel, we're going to bring them down to enable water has its own way. And then we went to Girishi. You see the level of work being done by CGC. All those roads there were done by them, which was inaugurated by Mr. President sometime June this year. And that project also will be inaugurated in the 30th anniversary of Mr. President. Now we're in Sussex. This leads you from Harcourt to Wasale. I'm also part of the road by the grace of God. Mr. President will inaugurate in his 30th in office. So you can see the happiness of everybody, and that's what shows that the Green Hope agenda is really working. People have never seen this type of development in Abuja before, and that is why you can imagine when we have Carol. Just there coming down, see how the students were very happy. As we went to Greece, look at how the people, they are all very happy. And so it makes us happy too when we see that people are happy. People appreciate that this is a listening government. People appreciate that government thinks about their welfare. So that's what it takes. Improvement, provision of infrastructure that will lift the lives of the people, that will improve the economic activities. We're also doing in terms of education. We have started procurement on our health centers. So next year we believe that what you see in 2025 will be nothing to compare to what we'll see in 2026. And I must tell you the truth, in 2026, we're not likely to put any new project. We want to make sure that the project we have started this year that will be completed in 2026, and those projects have been 2026 budget. We don't believe, mind you, that year appears to be a political year. And so you don't expect to start project that you may not be able to finish within the period to stay. So we want to make sure just we have started by grace of God, we are complete, and then allow the rest to Almighty God.
While in Karu, the minister pledged to pay compensation for structure that impedes on the construction of a drainage.
You cannot build something to block the water channel. And we were even sympathetic by saying that we are going to give you money, but we must allow the water to have its because a flood, it will cause a lot of flooding. That will also not be good for the people living around there. So sometimes we should not be emotional that she's crying. She did the wrong thing. And like I've said, you see, government is like today, nobody wants to take action. Does not mean tomorrow another person will come and will not take action. What is the interest? The people want the road, and the people want the water to have its way so that the areas will not be flooded. She allows me because somebody has gone to block the waterway, and because her property will go down. In the first place, she caused the problem. But by giving the human face, I said, okay, we'll give you some funds so we can find alternative. Ordinarily, we don't need to have done that, but what she has done was to violate the building regulation. Most of the jobs this year doing are jobs that were awarded years back before the inception of this administration in 2023. Like you rightly pointed out, the government thought it fit in order to expand Abuja, create more cities. Here is called A11, Kusapi. And so I believe because of lack of funding, it was stalled. But we felt that the only way we can create or make people to develop is to create infrastructure. Remember that like Maitama 2 was awarded more than 10 years ago, and people who have property there could not have access to their property. And we felt that we are getting more congested, that they need to create infrastructure in Maitama 2. Today, by grace of God, the President Council has awarded that job for the provision of infrastructure, their infrastructure. So what we're doing here is the same thing, so as to create more opportunities for people to carry out their business opportunities. So that's not the particular money. The normal thing that has been done, job was awarded 6 years ago, and these plots have been allocated for more than 7 years ago. So it's our duty, even though we are not the ones who awarded it, but to contribute, government is a continuum. That's where we look at it.
In another development, the FCT administration, in collaboration with security agencies, are beefing up the security architecture to protect lives and property of the residents. The Commissioner of Police, FCT, Mila Dantawai, disclosed this after an expanded FCT security meeting convened by the FCT minister at his official residence at the Life Camp. The security strategy code, named Operation Sweep, which has commenced in the territory, is to ensure the combat readiness of the security agencies to confront any unforeseen emergencies. The FCT Commissioner of Police, Mila Dantawai, says with adequate logistics already being provided by the operation, 4 major sectors have been created within the territory. He explained that they are interacting with schools for intelligence gathering, while heavy logistics have been deployed, especially around the fringes of the city.
FCT Minister, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, in his wisdom, has provided adequate logistics for that operation, and it has been kick-started. It kick-started with creation of 4 major sectors. The sectors include the Gwagwalada Baji sector, the Buhari sector, and the 2 sectors will be domiciled within the city center. Those sectors will capture everywhere within the city, including Garki, Wuse, and it will extend up to Karu, Maraba, Karshi, Orozo. So the operation has kick-started. It is going to border on so many crime and criminality that we see popping up their ugly heads within or around the FCT. And so basically, 1, we have experienced kidnaps in some states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is painful. And we think that the Federal Capital Territory should never experience that. The essence is to ensure that crime doesn't come close to FCT. Like I said, we have experienced kidnaps of school students here and there within the country. We have experienced raiding of religious institutions, and we feel that that cannot happen. So we have activated through this operation serious and very robust interaction with schools, gathering as much intelligence as we can get. And we have also tried our best to patrol, and we have commenced in earnest the deployment of heavy logistics around the locations, especially around the fringes, where it is most likely that anyone that wants to perpetrate that level of crime will want to attempt. So schools are being patrolled, schools are being profiled, and schools are being well secured.
It's important to let us know that the Federal Capital Territory Administration never one day gave an instruction for schools to be shut down. I've been in contact with the Commissioner of Police and the Director of the State Security Services. There has never been such a decision. No such decision can be taken without the advice of the security agencies and me communicating to the Commander-in-Chief. So those who came about that have already taken some steps. The Mandate Secretary of Education has been suspended. The directors who have been involved have directed the head of service to make sure disciplinary actions taken in accordance with civil service rules. I don't know where anybody would, for whatever, begin to take such decisions without myself and the security agencies. So we're investigating how they came about that. It's a serious issue. If you give that kind of signal to the public, and they will say that if Abuja is not safe, then it means that no part of Nigeria is safe, and which is not correct. Which is not correct. Yes, there are pockets of threats which our security agencies have lived to the expectation. They know better. They know when there are serious threats, and they know what advice to give to the head of government. So I just want to let the press know, the public know, that those who masterminded this will not go free. That is to tarnish the image of the government.
He, however, declared as false alarm suspected cases of kidnapping in some schools in the FCT, while appealing to the residents to assist by providing intelligence information. Meanwhile, the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike says no security threat in the territory that will warrant closure of schools.
The President and Commander-in-Chief resides in Abuja. Virtually all the heads of security agencies are in Abuja. The diplomatic corps is in Abuja. And you go and issue out such instruction. They are merely trying to panic the public when there's no need. I am assured, and I do know, that our security agencies are doing everything they can, so that to keep the peaceful nature of Abuja. So nobody should be worried. The public should not panic. The security agencies are equal to the tax. Government will do all they can to give them the necessary support. So I felt it necessary to let you know that we are not part. We never took such a decision. The threat has not come to the point that we should shut down our schools. And I was asking the demanding Secretary of Education, Kaduna have not shut down schools, Nasarawa have not shut down schools, Kogi have not shut down their schools. So how can you say the Federal Capital Territory? So all those alarmists, they have to face the wrath of the law.
There are two cases where in a university around town, people thought they saw criminals. When we got there, we discovered that no bandit attack was even attempted at all at those locations. And then in another school, around secondary school, children went to use themselves and they saw farmers. And there was a lot of pandemonium, a lot of confusion, running helter-skelter and thinking that they were kidnappers. Within 5 minutes, security agencies responded, and we had very robust interface with the students and the school. So the two cases we had yesterday, both in Veritas University and a government day secondary school around Tungamaji, happened to have been false alarm. So please, we want to appeal to residents of FCT to know that we're on top of our game and we'll continue to do our best, and we'll have requisite support from the FCT administration. And then our bosses at our headquarters, I mean our Inspector Generals of Police, DGSSS, the generals, the 3 military heads, the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force, the Commandant, NSCDC, our bosses of the Federal Road Safety, have given us their consent to adequately ensure that FCT is a no for those hoodlums.
He assures of protection of lives and property of the residents.
So I appeal to FCT residents to continue with their day-to-day activities, knowing that we will continue to try to do our best to secure them.
Residents of the Federal Capital Territory are hereby alerted to the activities of scavengers, also known as Babambula, which security agencies have identified as a high-level security threat to not only the residents, but also to our infrastructure as they perpetrate petty stealing and acts of vandalism on public utilities. More so, they are drug peddlers, serve as spies to terrorist elements, and are ready-made tools for the public disturbances during which they attack people with dangerous weapons. The Federal Administration therefore reiterates that the ban on scavengers, aka Bababula, operating within the Federal Capital City is still in force. These miscreants are advised to stay off the streets of the Federal Capital City for their own good, as defaulters will be apprehended and prosecuted, including parents of underage children involved in these practices. Relevant agencies are carrying out enforcement of this ban as stipulated. Be law-abiding always. Let's together build the FCT of our dreams. Management Announcer.
This is where we call it a day on the program this week. Keep a date with us next week, same time, same station. Be vigilant and report suspicious activities around you. Goodbye.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
The expression of a current trend with popular clothing choices at a specific time can be referred to as fashion. This trend can be timeless and enduring. Most times, it flatters the body type, reflects the unique taste, and also enhances the self-esteem. Some models take time to explore the ideal patterns of the clothes one should wear. But do some people adhere to these?
Most times, most cases nowadays, it's a no. Because the way you see some one-year-old children, girls, even boys dress, they feel they look already like they are already 5. Even the 13-year-olds, when you see some 13-year-olds dress up, you think they're 22. And we're not forgetting the fact that, children are now growing bigger than their ages now. And then you now dress for them in like corsets or like you do their hair, those big wigs, and they begin to look older than they look, older than they actually are. Let kids be kids. Let them grow. When they become adults, they can dress like adults.
People like to be told that they look younger than their age, and that indirectly affects the way people dress these days. I mean, everybody wants to get that compliment. Oh, you look younger than your age. It's actually a compliment a lot of people like, and that affects how they dress sometimes, and at the same time gradually taking away the place of decency and the place of modesty in terms of dressing.
Tradition is also passed down in the creation and construction of our clothes. The way things are made, the materials and the process, all embedded into our communities and cultures. But is this still the case?
We have so many trendsetters now. We have people that are setting up trends, like your celebrities that wear certain clothes and wear certain designs, and people that follow them want to look like them. They want to dress in that way. You know, you see some people, not to mention names, you see some people dressed in a particular way, opening their cleavages, and the people that they have like thousands of followers on Instagram, and those people are watching, those people are seeing what they're wearing, and they take them as role models. So now they now begin to want to look like them. The mothers, the children, everybody that is following them want to look like them because they dress in that particular way. Now, because, you know, everybody says freedom of dressing, freedom of everything, but there is a way that we are as Africans. There's a way we are as Nigerians. Fine, we have our cultural heritage.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Harcourt Gardens. Get fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors:
national security on the front burner as 962 newly trained ratis join the Nigerian Navy.
The Nigerian Navy remains committed to safeguarding critical maritime assets as a core component of its mission.
Federal government determined to boost infrastructural development in the Niger Delta temporarily opens the border Bonny Road to the public.
This project will be totally usable and very useful if the project is extended to East-West Road.
in the Igbo community in River State elects new leaders to pilot the affairs of the association.
I'm assuring in the Igbo community that we are going to unite all Igbos in River State.
Glad to have you join us on the news at 7 on NTA Port Harcourt Channel 10. I am Ifoma Umisa. With me in the studio is Eunice Moses, the sign language interpreter. Welcome. Transmission of the news can also be viewed on our social media platforms currently showing on your screen. Like our page on our platforms to get updates of our news and programs. Do remember that we're on 24 hours transmission, so you can connect with us at any time to watch your favorite programs. Be a patriotic citizen, as ignorance of the law is not an excuse for breaking it, so obey the law. Now the news. Report just reaching us indicates that Governor Siminalayi Fubara has officially defected from People's Democratic Party to All Progressives Congress (APC) at a stakeholders meeting in Port Harcourt.
In isolation, and we can't support Mr. President if we don't fully identify with him, not backyard support. So we have taken that decision today, since we've gotten the pass. Our decision today, we are moving to APC.
Details in our subsequent bulletin. The Nigerian Air Force has clarified reports regarding the diversion of a NAV C-130 aircraft during its ferry mission on 8 December 2025 to Portugal for maintenance. Following takeoff from Lagos, the crew observed a technical consign which necessitated a precautionary landing in Bobo Daulasu, Burkina Faso, the nearest airfield, in accordance with standard safety procedures and international aviation protocols. NAV crew is safe and have received cordial treatment from the host authorities. A statement by the Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Eyime Ojonabe, indicates that plans are ongoing to resume the mission as scheduled. The Nigerian Air Force appreciates the support received during this period and assures the public that NAV remaining professionally committed to strict compliance with operational procedures and safety standards, ensuring the protection of its personnel while fulfilling its constitutional mandates. The federal government has temporarily opened the Bodo-Boni Coastal Link route to the public after 7 years of massive investment on the project. Minister of Works Dave Umahi, while inaugurating the road project, assures government's commitment to complete other road projects to open up the Niger Delta region. Robinson Daratede has the details.
The Bodo-Boni Coastal Road project was flagged off on 11th December 2014, but construction started on 20th October 2017, aiming at connecting the road to NLNG and its subsidiaries operating in Bonny Island. The 37.9-kilometer road project has 9 bridges and is at 90% completion, spanning across 3 local government areas in a forest and swampy terrain. President Bola Tinubu, speaking through Minister of Works Dave Umahi, opened the road for use from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., but banned night travel, heavy-duty vehicles and tricycles until the project is completed.
This project will be totally usable and very useful if the project is extended to East-West Road. And I've incorporated a flyover, double flyover at the beginning of the road, another flyover at East-West Road. So they will all be combined, and then some tolling points there, and tree planting and solar lights.
River State Governor, represented by the SSJ, Benibo Anabraba, and other community leaders lauded the socio-economic importance of the road to the state.
In our lifetime, we are able to drive in from the hinterland to Bonny Kingdom. We want to thank Mr. President once again for all he's doing for the Niger Delta, including the East-West Road project.
Road is more than asphalt and concrete. It represents progress, easier movement, safer travel, stronger commerce, and better opportunity for the communities.
The Bodoboni Road project has achieved a completion rate of 90.98%, reflecting substantial progress across most sections of the 37.9 kilometer alignments.
We appreciate the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for deeming it fit to give us this wonderful project, especially through my own domain, which is Ataba.
The minister also proposed the second carriageway on private-public partnership arrangements and requested for 20 plots of land to build a trailer park. From Bonny, River State, Robinson Daratede, NTA News.
1,962 newly trained rates have joined the Nigerian Navy to strengthen the security architecture in response to rising national security threats. Chief of the Naval Staff Vice Admiral Idi Abbas gave a charge at the passing out parade of Batch 37 Nigerian Navy Basic Training School on air. Kingsley Amajiri reports.
Across Nigerian Navy training institutions, there have been deliberate efforts to review the training content and curriculum to meet emerging security threats. Chief of Naval Staff is optimistic that the trainees are adequately equipped to respond to emerging security issues and that their deployment marks a significant reinforcement of personnel to safeguard Nigeria's maritime and other critical national assets.
The Nigerian Navy remains committed to safeguarding critical maritime assets as a core component of its mission. This objective is pursued through a coordinated strategy encompassing maritime surveillance, prompt response capabilities, and robust law enforcement.
In the course of the training, combat drills, search and rescue operation, weapon handling, live firing exercises, navigation were, among other carefully designed programs, transformed the ratings from civilian to military men. The CNS had earlier inaugurated some projects at the Nigerian Navy Basic Training School, ONE, and at headquarters, Naval Training Command, Ebubu, in Port Harcourt. Kingsley Amajiri, NTA News.
In a significant move to foster stronger ties between the Nigerian Television Authority and the River State House of Assembly, management of NTA Port Harcourt Network Center, led by the Zonal Director, Paul Ate, have visited the Speaker, Martin Ameule. They are exploring ways for mutual cooperation towards enhanced media coverage of the Assembly's activities, promoting transparency in governance. Assembly correspondent Nkiru Onyedisi has the details.
The Zonal Director, NTA Port Harcourt Network Center, Paul Ate, believes that establishing a cordial relationship between NTA and the Assembly is paramount and will promote mutual benefits. He assured the Speaker of prompt and professional reportage of activities of the 10th Assembly.
NTA will not struggle to break news, to be positive. What we will do most especially, Mr. Speaker, is to be the surest of saying the way it is.
Speaker Martin Ameule appreciates the timely visit, also stressing the importance of professional news reporting. He urged NTA to work towards regaining their place as the best media house in the country.
Most of the federal government establishments that portrays the image of this country, they are gone. But NTA is still there. NTA is still there. So for me, I would like to encourage you, hoping that what I'm saying will get to your top management as a way of encouraging them to keep the dreams of our founding fathers alive.
The visit is seen as a positive step towards improving media relations and promoting transparency in governance. In Port Harcourt, Nkiru Onyedisi, NTA News.
It was a memorable day for the family of Barineme Fakai as family, friends and well-wishers gathered to rejoice with Dorothy, wife of Professor Barineme Fakai, former Vice-Chancellor of the River State University of Science and Technology, who has just recorded a milestone in her educational pursuits with the conferment of a doctorate degree at the River State University. Osinachi Samuel reports.
The journey of Dr. Dorothy Fakai is a story of resilience and faith, from a housewife to a non-academic staff and now a PhD holder. Her accomplishment reflects on common determination, but beyond the academic success lies her toughest battle, surviving stage 4 cancer, with doctors giving little hope, left her family with uncertainty until what the family described as a divine turnaround.
When I knew she was not well, I had to tell her something. I told her that I believe she will be a medical miracle. For her to complete this program on a transfer from University of Nigeria Nsukka to the River State University and doing it and finishing so gallantly is something to thank God for.
It is not just this PhD that I'm happy about, but that I'm alive. You understand? I am alive in the land of the living. That God did not allow me to die. I know that 2019, my husband said, stop crying. You will be called medical miracle when they were doing that treatment of cancer. And so I am sincerely happy and grateful to God.
For some invitees, the story of Dorothy is a reminder that women can rule their world and rise above distractions with determination.
And no woman should allow circumstances or whatever people are saying to stop her.
Now, my wife said, for everybody, anytime you start this, you're good morning. That is one thing I learned from her. That she's come to this point means that anybody who wants to achieve anything can do so. Don't blame your husband. Do what you can do.
The event attracted notable personalities, including the wives of the River State University Vice Chancellor, the Prayer Quake convener, who described her story as inspiring.
In the face of, health challenge, which God saw her through, to the point that today she can testify amongst other persons that also went through that cause. She's alive. It's worth celebrating. It's worth thanking God.
Dr. Dorothy's life stands as a proof that with perseverance, support, and hard work, nothing is insurmountable. In Port Harcourt, Osinachi Samuel, NTA News.
The Eze Ndigbo Buruburu of River State, Eze Sir Engineer Sam Wokolu, has urged members of the Igbo community to strengthen unity and uphold peace as they elect new leaders for the next dispensation. He made the call during the 2025 Ndigbo general elections in Port Harcourt. Joy Uzo was there and reports that Emmanuel Anya emerged unopposed as President General of the Ndigbo in River State.
The Ndigbo community in River State converged on Port Harcourt to elect a new executive that will pilot their affairs for the next 2 years. Key positions, including President General and Vice President, recorded unopposed victories for Emmanuel Anya and Eukaria Ibiabuchi. The exercise, supervised by the Ndigbo Community Electoral Commission, chaired by Chief Samuel Okori, featured accreditation and smooth voting before certificates were presented to winners.
The populace have elected them, so it is now left for them to bring up this to an enviable height.
I'm assuring Ndigbo community that we are going to unite all Igbos in River State. We would ensure development, how much we can contribute to the development of things here in River State.
Moving forward, I feel that it will be a template for those who will come after us to be able to do more better than what we have done, in terms of election credibility.
Observers described the process as peaceful and credible.
I have never seen a credible election before, but today I observed the election. Everybody voted his choice. It is to congratulate the winner and continue to pray for unity and peace among we, the non-indigenous River State.
Eze Ndigbo Buruburu, Eze Sir Engineer Sam Wokolo, commended the orderliness and urged the community to support the new executive members.
Credibility is something that I can just say, everybody could testify to it, that this election is first of its kind, that I'm live above expectation. From this, we'll make the state better, we'll make Nigeria better.
We are together. Nigeria is one.
the Igbos cannot separate from Nigeria. We will need to come back in peace and build what our founding fathers started.
Everybody that emerge will invite that person that is carrying Igbo people along and do things that will bring glory to the Igbo community.
The persistent downpour did not, however, deter delegates who expressed optimism for a renewed season of unity.
The day-long election of the Igbo community is over, and as the new executive prepares to take over, expectations are high for a more cohesive Igbo voice in Rivers State. In Port Harcourt, I'm Joy Uzo, NTA News.
If you are just joining us, this is NTA Port Harcourt Prime News at 7. We have more reports after the break. Stay tuned.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Port Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Gate fee 2,000 naira per participant. First time schools to register and first through schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors:
Progress no dey happen just like that. It dey come from support when you need help.
Mommy, I got the school fees. You too much.
Na money point.
Money point, thank you.
Customer, na transfer, abi? Confirm.
Bro, na transfer.
Na money point, oga. Oh, na confirm.
Progress na peace of mind when you know say payment go land as your banker. Progress na small win wey dey carry person go far.
No worry, you sef go make am. No go back,
Victor, even you dey use money point?
Of course na, they use money point.
Confirm.
Money point, made for your progress.
Welcome to Spring Park Hotel, a place where comfort meets true class. Enjoy luxury rooms, fine dining, and a peaceful atmosphere designed just for your relaxation. With active security personnel, 24 hours power supply, and free Wi-Fi, your stay is safe, connected, and always convenient. Whether you're here for business or pleasure, Spring Park Hotel gives you that perfect blend of warmth and sophistication. Spring Park Hotel is located at Plot 8 Anglican Road, Omalogo, behind Royal House of Grace Church, Choba. For reservation, call 0802-942-3128. Follow us on Facebook at Spring Park Hotel or email springparkhotel2017@gmail.com. Spring Park Hotel, a feeling beyond words.
Progress no dey happen just like that. It dey come from support when you need help.
Mommy, I got the school fees. You too much.
Na money point.
Money point, thank you.
Customer, na transfer, abi? Confirm.
Bro, na transfer.
Na money point, okay? Oh, na confirm.
Progress na peace of mind when you know say payment go land at Sure Banker. Progress na small win wey dey carry person go far.
No worry, you go make am. No go Bible.
Victor, even you they use money point?
Of course now, they use money point.
Confirm.
Money point, made for your problem.
Staying tuned. The 3 weeks orientation course for NYSC 2025 Batch C core members has ended with a charge on them to utilize the lessons learned positively impacting their areas of primary assignment. Mesoma Okonkwo reports that the state coordinator Moses Olege gave the charge at the NYSC Permanent Orientation Camp, Norwagbam. Her report is here presented from our studios. Let's join Pamela Chukwuemeka for business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has confirmed that 82 bureaus to change BDCs have now been fully licensed to operate under its revised regulatory guidelines. In a statement signed by the Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Hakama Sidi Ali, the CBN said the final license were issued in line with the Bank and Other Financial Institutions Act, BOFIA 2020 and 2024, regulatory and supervisory guidelines for BDC operations. The approval takes effect from November 27, 2025. According to the Apex Bank, only the BDCs listed on its official website are authorized to conduct foreign exchange business in Nigeria, as the list to be continuously updated for public verification. The CBN cautioned Nigerians to avoid transacting with unlicensed forex dealers, warning that operating a bureau de change without a valid license is a punishable offense. The bank urged members of the public to take note of the new directive and ensure they deal only with duly licensed operators.
Up next is sports updates with Olumide Ogutola.
Team Ekpoto are champions of the 2025 Adekalu Baseball and Softball Fiesta held in Lagos after putting up a superlative performance against other contenders. The team used different tactics to defeat Team Oak 10-9 runs to lift the trophy.
They acquired more runs at the last inning, but we still came up top and we came up existing as the first position.
Team Big G was third after defeating Team Topsy 5-1, while Adekalu Bulls male and female teams emerged winners of the under-15 youth baseball matches at the expense of Igbobi, King's College, and Team Baseline.
The Adekalu team tends to be the reigning West African champion for consecutive time in the under-12 and under-14 respectively.
In football, Benin Insurance is now 15th on the log after the team swimmed out of relegation zone, courtesy first away long goal win over Katsina United in match day 16 of the Nigerian Premier Football League. And from the Champions League, actions continue tonight in the match day 6 of 8 fixtures. 10th place Atlanta with 10 points will entertain 7th place Chelsea also with 10 points. 4th place Inter Milan with 12 points is up against Liverpool, 13th on the log with 9 points among other matches. In tennis, Nick Grigoris is set to return to Rudlava Arena for the 1-point slam alongside world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner, with 48 players consisting of our mixed pros, amateurs, and celebrity wild cards battling it out for a prize of €498,000 up for grabs. Grigoris' hopes of playing the Australian Open is gathering steam after it was announced as a headline act at a star-studded event where he will join some of the biggest names in tennis. He is currently working his way back to full fitness. With sports update, Olumide Eguntola, NTA News.
That sport report concludes 7 p.m. news. Just before we go, a quick reminder that you can watch our news streaming live on our social media handles currently showing on your screen. Like our page on Facebook to get updates of our news and programs. You can also watch all our news at NTA Port Harcourt on StarTimes channel 103. Thanks for watching. Good night.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Harcourt Gardens. Get fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors: State. Date 19 to 21st December 2025. Time 4 p.m. daily. Ministry: Dusu Yeko, Steve Crown, Travis Green, GUC, Wisdom K, Chinyere Udoma, Ada Ehi, Reverend Atenega, E-Ben, Joe Praise, Afi Douglas, Deborah, Prince Emmanuel, African Joy. Also ministering Pastor Dr. Paul and Dr. Mrs. Becky Paul Enenche, Reverend Professor Mosi Maduba, Apostle Zili Agre, Reverend Dr. Minebi Dagogo Jack, Pastor Hilary Ulumanze, Reverend Chris Ugo, Pastor George Izuma, and Reverend Larry Olushe. Access is free. 1 million man worship. Jesus is in our city.
Sonia tomato mix, stand up. Easy to open, easy to squeeze, easy to scoop.
Sonia tomato mix in a stand-up pouch. Get 1 free sachet when you buy 5 tomato mix or pepper and onion sachets.
Some bright morning when this life is over.
With gratitude to God for a life well lived, we, the family of late Chief J.T. Ogoso J.P. of Oyike House of Ogoso family of Agbeta, Une Elimi, River State, announced the burial of our beloved father, brother, grandfather, great-grandfather, husband, in-law, and uncle, late Chief J.T. Ogoso J.P., whose sad event occurred on the 3rd of May 2025. He was aged 83 years. Burial arrangements are as follows. Saturday 13th December 2025, 4 p.m. Service of songs by Mount Zion Light Heartsful Gospel Church at his compound, One Elimi. Monday 15th December 2025, 7:30 a.m. Body leaves military mortuary to Ekara Field to be received by One Council of Chiefs and Elders at his hometown, One Elimi. Elimi, River State, 9:30 a.m. Body moves to his residence to be received by chiefs and elders of Owekeda's family. 10:30 a.m. Lining State at his residence, JT Ogosu's Palace, Agbeta, Oni. 11:30 a.m. Funeral service at UPE Field, Oni, Elimi, River State. 1:30 p.m. Interment follows at his residence. 2 p.m. Reception follows immediately at UPE Field, Agbeta. Left to mourn him are 2 wives, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties, and in-laws. May his soul rest in peace. Amen. Signed, Prince Deriti Ogosu, Chief Mourner for the family.
Just a few more.
African, and obviously because of that I'm the first Nigerian to be in the role as international CEO. I started my career in international peace and conflict, working in conflict zones. So my background suits the work of Women for Women International. And then I went into philanthropy, and then I went into entrepreneurship. But they're not disconnected because they all lead to each other. And in all of the roles that I've had, I've always invested in women. I come from a family, 7 girls and 3 boys. And so because my dad had so many girls, he really invested in his daughters, like all of my sisters. I always say that I am the least accomplished in my family because all of my sisters are high achievers. But that was because we really had a father who, obviously because he had so many girls, he was so intense that we knew that we could do anything. And when I look at my family now, I see that that was very, very deliberate of him. And so when I went into the world and studied and grew and lived most of my life in the UK, I realized that women are often marginalized. And going into my career, like I started international development, like I said, working in conflict zones, I saw that when societies are being rebuilt, women are the ones who are sidelined, even though they were integral to peace or even though they were integral to keeping the communities together. And because I started as a lawyer, first studying law, I felt that that was such an injustice. And so I was going to do everything as I built my career to make sure that women had, equitable access to resources, the voices of women were heard. I've not always only worked for women. I've led organizations that were women and men. But I was very intentional in all my leadership roles to make sure that I provided opportunities for younger women. Every organization I've worked in, I've either had a mentorship program for young women or I create internships for young women because I know that they don't have to all go through what I went through. They can actually chart a path that is easier, and that's if they have the opportunities to do.
Going this path, the work of Women for Women is basically centered around war-torn areas and the rural parts, the hinters. How far do you think you want to reach with it?
Well, obviously coming to an organization that has been in existence for 32 years, there's a lot of history, a very good legacy set up, but there are also things that the organization can do in this age, do differently. And so obviously as a leader, you come in looking at what is it that you can build on, but also what new areas can you take the organization to? And that's what is exciting. That's what keeps me working long hours because I see the potential of building on what has been done. And obviously we currently work in a number of countries. So also looking at how we can support our country offices, form new partnerships, new relationships. It's always a order when you're the CEO. I've done it before. I've been the CEO of multiple offices with multiple countries, but this is different in the sense that I'm a CEO of an organization that has been in existence for a really long time.
You were talking about parents, your parents, and you were particular about your dad. What about your mom? I know that it is said that daughters and fathers are best friends, but when you have like 7 of them.
Well, I hated my big family when I was young. I hated it. I didn't have a room to myself. My sisters were everywhere. But I love it now because my sisters are my friends. My mother, I always say that it was only after I grew up that I got a really healthy respect for my mother, because like you said, daughters love their fathers. But when I grew up, I realized that my mother is such an amazing human being, because it takes a lot to raise that many children. And she went back after all her children for a PhD. So that's all my life. I thought my father was the intelligent one. But then I grew, after I lost my dad, I realized that my mother is so brilliant. And she got a PhD and she didn't blink. And she came out top of her class, you know. So I have a very healthy respect for my mother. She's a quiet strength in my family. Like, we all lean on her, every single person. But I think that is also a story that we often don't tell, that we are products of people who invested in us for a very young age. And it sometimes, especially women in the workplace, we act as if we just appeared.
I know, right? Stress on that fact.
Yes, yes. Oh, there's no doubt that I'm daddy's girl. But I think, but I was very shocked when he passed. I realized that all my sisters also felt they were daddy's girls. So I felt very betrayed, because I felt like, he made everybody feel special. But my mom is, I mean, there's no doubt. But I also, just going into workplace, I think it's important to also say that my career, I was very young when I got my first CEO job. And I was shaped by,
at what age?
I think I was 27. So, yes. So I was shaped by both men and women. So I don't want to make it seem like men don't play a role. My first extremely good boss was a man. And he taught me how to write. I don't know if I can say his name because he's a very important figure now. So I want to give him that respect. But he is somebody that even till today would reach out to me and say, I'm so proud of you. And so I think when women are talking about their careers, we should also honor and highlight the men that played roles in our lives, because you can't, as you build your career, you can't promote yourself. You know, you can't recommend yourself. People do that for you. And I've had both men and women do that for me.
Going through college, high school, what would you say are the touch points that actually formed you and gave you that kick, you know, to launch for what you are doing now?
Maybe I'm somewhat of a different story in that sense. I was very stubborn as a teenager. Very stubborn. Yes, I was. I was very stubborn. I used to fail. So that was something that a lot of people find shocking. I didn't used to do well at all because I hated math. And I remember one time I came last I came third to the last. You know how they don't do it anymore. Yes. Now they give you badges and colors, you know. Then if you came last, you came last. And so I was third to the last. And I went home and my mom said, you know, when people ask you, when people ask you what you came, say you came third. It's not a lie. You came third from the last.
Behind.
Yeah.
So I came third from behind.
I have never forgotten that. And, you know, but it was just that I hated the subjects I was doing. I hated math. I hated physics. I hated chemistry.
Oh, wow. Anything calculation.
Yes. And my father.
Well, they're just like me anyway. So.
Yes. Yes, and my father would always say, leave her. When she finds what she enjoys, she would do well. And once I found literature, English, government, it was a complete turnaround.
Prime Woman is a program that seeks to encourage and strengthen other women and young girls, you know, to find a path. And you have come this far, you know. So I needed that background for people to understand that you didn't just sprout to where you are. There was a path. Now, Women for Women have their roles in the hinterlands, and for Nigeria, you have come home. And what message did you bring home, and what message are you taking from home and out?
Well, I think it's symbolic that my first official visit is to Nigeria. I also think I'm glad that it was my first, because we do have a Nigeria office that is turning 25 next year in Nigeria. So we've been in Nigeria for a really long time. And our office works in conflict zones across the country. To date, we have impacted the lives of over 100,000 women. And the way that Women for Women International works is that we stay with women for the long term. We invest in their lives, we provide them savings, we help them with, training, different areas, different skills. And then at the end of it, we believe that we position them to thrive. And the program that does this is called Stronger Women, Stronger Nations. And we've done this in other countries, but in Nigeria, we've done this for 25 years. I'm in Nigeria because we were collaborating with the Federal Ministry for Women's Affairs, a really successful program, and we believe it's the first of its kind.
Yeah, in that collaboration, there were a lot of quick wins, and I'd like to know which one of those quick wins would you really build on right immediately?
That's an excellent question. I think for us, what was a win is that more people know about our work. We were able to showcase some of the beneficiaries of our work, but also you cannot do this work alone. You need partners. And so we were able to start the process of establishing partnerships. It's not a one-day job. We're going to come back. The office is here. I will certainly come back. And we also believe that the press is important in telling the story. That's why I'm talking to you today.
Yes, I know. Yeah. Okay. So you have been in Nigeria for more than 20 years, 25 years running, actually. And there's work going on. How much of this work would you want to go further? We look at most of the work centered around the northern parts of the country. What's the plan for the southern part of the country?
These are excellent questions. So we work in the middle belt, including Kaduna. We've gone to Kaduna, but we also have work in Cross River. And 25 years after we've done this work, we know we want to scale. But we want to scale vertically and horizontally as well, right? We want to build new partnerships. This is the first time that we're forging a relationship with the Ministry for Women's Affairs. So we're interested in multi-sectoral partnerships. We're also interested in policy advocacy. We are the ones who can give the government information on how women's.
How did you know I was going to ask you that question? The collaborative effort that you are making with government, given the pivotal role that this amazing organization is playing and has played for over 30 years, in the world. So how are you seeking to collaborate with the Nigerian nation, especially to give succor to women who have been war-torn, lost their spouses, lost children, and broken?
So, in Africa, the government is still the biggest client. If you want to scale, if you want to affect systems change, you have to interact with the government. Absolutely. And at local level, regional level, federal level, you have to interact with the government. And we are very aware of that. In fact, our offices in other parts of the world, for example, in Iraq, they work very closely with the government, because if you want change to last, certain things need to change, whether it's policy, whether it's the way that the government works, whether it's information. Data collection is very important. A lot of things happen because people don't even know the correct information, right? So we are able to provide the government with the right information. We've invested heavily in monitoring and evaluation so that when you see us talking figures, it's correct, right? And these are the things that the government doesn't need to do it itself. We can do all of these things, and through the partnership, get it to the government, and then the government has the right tools to make decisions. This is the way forward. You can see that the most functional states globally are states that have a way that the government works with civil society and the private sector, right? So the private sector is another arm in Nigeria that we're going to build relationships with. But for us, it's not optional. The question is how we do it. And yesterday we started that.
That's amazing, and I'm glad that it is happening, and I'm glad that it is a Nigerian who is driving it in Nigeria. Now, to other arms of this work that you are doing, Stronger Women, Stronger Nation. Now, how are you collaborating or partnering with other women organizations, you know, in order to foster a stronger force to drive this dream?
I mean, there are different ways to collaborate. There's collaboration so that we can raise funding together. There's collaboration to organize events. There's collaboration. So it's different forms of collaboration. The main thing is, do we share the same values? Right? Do we believe in the integrity of women? Do we believe in the possibilities that women have? Those are the things. I mean, and it will be on a case-by-case basis, right? So when we find the right partner, and we can bring resources together so that we are not depleting our own resources or we're not overlapping, then it makes sense to say, how can we work together? And that takes shape. It already happens, and it's different across the world. So there's no set formula on how we do it.
Being a woman of substance, how do you go through balancing the home front and the work that you do? Because you've been chief executive of several organizations. You've been in philanthropy for the longest, you know, empowering people, encouraging people through your different organizations. So how do you balance home and work?
Well, a lot of people don't know that part of me, and that's the way it should be. I play a lot. I like to play, and I play with my husband. So he's my playmate, and I have...
You must be best friends.
Yes, we've been friends since we were 9 years old.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, so we went to the same primary school. So we have a very, very good relationship, but also a relationship that understands that I'm doing what I was born to do. This is my purpose. God created me to do this. And I'm happy that I have a husband, because that's not what a lot of women have. I have a husband who is, he told me to take this job, for example.
Oh,
yes.
Wow, he did?
Yes, yes. So I have a husband.
Does he realize how much you're going to be away from home?
Well, I was always traveling, right? So he's very supportive, and he likes me shining.
Yeah, take it on. Take it
and so that does help. And so when I speak to younger women, and I talked about it today with a colleague of mine, I say love is not enough. Please don't marry only for love. Make sure you marry for somebody who is invested in you, somebody who is your cheerleader, but it also has to be the other way around. I think my husband is the best husband on earth, and I'm his cheerleader as well. So I never want younger women to think you can't have a happy home and a successful career. You may not have everything at the same time, and it requires a lot of negotiations, but you can have it.
Now, in your work, we say women. What brackets of age, defines what you call women who are qualified to belong to Women for Women?
Perfect question. We're not ageist at all. We're not ageist at all. We have an adolescent girls program, but we also have a program that covers the spectrum of women. And you would find that in different places. So when I tell you we have an office in Palestine, for example, you can imagine that we're working with women in the heat of the conflict. We have a partner program in Syria. You can imagine what that is like. We have a program in South Sudan. So these are places that women are going through conflict, very difficult situations. My own personal mantra is, when everybody leaves, Women for Women stays.
Awesome.
Yes.
When everybody leaves, Women for Women stay. And that's why you are staying with us today in NTA to talk about what you are doing. I come to you and Nigeria. What's the plan, What's the project for this amazing nation going through a very peculiar time?
Yes. We want to scale our work in Nigeria unapologetically. We want more partners. We want to work in different ways. We want to work with the private sector. We don't believe that right now a lot of our funding comes from the West. But I personally have seen, because I've worked in philanthropy here, I know that there are local people who are committed to advancing this country. You don't really get to hear about them internationally, but I've worked with them here in Nigeria. And so we want to explore those relationships of local opportunities. There's nothing like Nigerian resources solving Nigerian problems, and we want to make sure we open those doors. We want to work with the press.
Awesome, so we're here.
Yes, we want to work with the press to get the word out, because the work that we do is phenomenal.
The Sholankers would definitely be proud of you, I know, and what you're doing. So asking, talking about being proud of you, you have told us that your husband is very supportive. Do you want to, kind of give us just a sneak peek into what he does, particularly to encourage?
Oh my God, your show is not long enough. But I mean, he's like, my husband prays for me, for example, before I go on any trip. He reads everything. Like, he would go on, if I post something on LinkedIn, he'll go and he'll read it and he'll say that was a good post, or I think you should have said this. So he's also my very constructive critic, and he's possibly the only one that can really do that without me questioning it, because I am stubborn, and
well, I don't think I want to use the word stubborn. I think I'd like to use the word firm.
I think stubborn in the way that I know my own mind.
Kind of.
Yeah, and I think men shouldn't be afraid to say they know their own minds. We're not babies, right?
Yeah, we're not babies,
yes.
but because stubborn actually is usually looked at and interpreted in the negative.
Only when it's used for women. When it's used for a man, it's not. So these are some of the gender politics.
Are you ready to give this?
I am stubborn. If I have my eyes set on something, I will do it. And that's how I've gone with my career. And I also think that I tell younger women that know your own mind. Because when you know your own mind, you're not easily swayed.
So talk to me about your children and the work that you're doing. Is there any one of them who's interested in towing this path?
Two of them want to be football players. I don't understand. Because
male and female, or female and male?
Male and female, yes.
Want to be football players?
Yes, they do.
That's a nice one.
Yeah,
don't you think so?
Well, if they are successful, and but I don't.
Well, why would they be successful? They will be successful.
Yes. So if they're good and they play for Man U, I'm fine. My husband is an Arsenal fan.
Man U, did you say? Oh, not Chelsea?
Never.
Oh, goodness.
One of our children is a Chelsea fan.
What is their take with your work, and how are they fitting into what you're doing?
Well, they like that I travel. I bring gifts from everywhere that I go. So right now, that's the joy. But yeah, I think, it's interesting to educate them about the world, because that's the nature of my work. I try to talk about the world that we live in, and they live in the UK, so there's all of that. What does it mean now to be who you are in this environment? I really believe in, and this is not just our kids, we have lots of nieces and nephews. We really believe in confidence building. In this age, confident children are very important. So
absolutely. Thank you so very much. It's been so wonderful talking with you. And I'd like for you to give a word, just, a giving word.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be home, great to be in Nigeria. I've had such a warm reception everywhere I've gone. Like I said, I didn't take this job thinking I was the first anything, but now that I know that I'm the first, I'm doing it with a sense of responsibility. And we're looking for, we have a lot of partners, Women for Women International, and we're open to a lot more partners. And so if you would want to find out about our work, you want to find out if you can work with us, or work for us, please go to womenforwomen.org. And we look forward to collaborating with you in any way.
My name is Uju Mwakalo. See you.
Meal planning pretty much entails a list of meals. Sometimes it could be, take for instance, from Monday to Friday, you have a list of certain foods allocated to certain times, from morning, afternoon, evening, depending on how much the person eats.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Get fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors:
Is it to open? Is it to squeeze? Is it to scoop?
Sonia tomato mix in a stand-up pouch. Get 1 free sachet when you buy 5 tomato mix or pepper and onion sachets.
Welcome to Hotel de Marparts. Well laid out environments, peaceful and comfortable, home away from home. At Hotel de Marparts, we cherish our customer satisfaction and keenly ensure they get it. Our rooms are well furnished with beautiful interiors, warm and comfortable, giving you a respite from the day's stress. Hotel de Marparts boasts of a state-of-the-art wine bar with choice wines and assorted drinks, We have
24 hours power supply,
an uninterrupted internet connectivity.
Can you ask for more? Hotel de Mapart is located at number 4 Apara Link Road off East West Road opposite Apara Secondary School, Mbolo Rumigbo, Port Harcourt. Hotel de Mapart Annex is also at number 9 Apara Link Road off East West Road opposite Apara Secondary School, Mbolo. Telephone numbers
0803 586 3836
0703 322 0552.
Hotel the Mapart. It's heaven.
To report any suspicions of illicit financial activities, call CBN 0817-665-7060, SAC 0209-462-1168, 0916-772-3240. Let's work together to uphold the integrity of Nigeria's financial system. Announcer, FSRCC.
Let's go, darling.
I like what I see, can't get enough of me. I feel like a darling, I feel like a darling.
Darling Braid. Wear the latest styles that make you feel like a darling.
Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja. The city is moving. New voices, heavy drip, all heart. From the streets to the stage, this is the next Afrobeat star.
What are we here for? Let's Afrobeat star. Let's get nasty.
And the talents from all over showed up to own the room. But they're not alone.
Spiritual.
All chasing a slot to face the judges. Puffy T, SARS, Andre Vibes, P Pride. Catch next Afrobeat star on
Stop, Nkechi.
Captain Excellence, I was just about throwing away some trash.
But why do you want to throw the trash in the gutter?
Because that's where I always throw out small trash.
Oh no. Come, let me show you something. Look down there.
Oh no, the gutter, it's blocked and it's smelling.
Yes, the gutter is blocked because everybody's refuse comes here. You can see the gutter is blocked and mosquitoes are already breeding here.
Oh no, I didn't know it would cause all this trouble.
That's okay, Nkechi. Remember, disposing of trash properly is crucial to saving the planet.
I promise to always dispose of trash properly from now on, Captain Excellence.
One small action a day can make a big difference for life.
Last time on Gen Z Papi.
This is about to be a movie.
Excuse me? Yo, Wagwan. I want to see Emperor. Oh, sorry, yeah, no fans allowed. What? Me?
The world needs moms. With a splash of golden terra oil, the mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty, family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil, pure love.
No buy am. But why? No see say this big bull bag of rice no get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull Holographic Seal Tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull Rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull Rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
My champs, they use energy at school.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them milk at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release.
What's up, Brains?
Bro, you are really vibing. I'm not even going to lie. Really? Yes, this is really good though. Like really, I'm serious. It's really, really good. It's good. Yes, keep it up, bro. Keep it up.
Let me show you something. You know, I've been wanting to ask Dad to sign me. You know, I've been nursing for a while now, and I think I'm ready.
You.
Miss Chacha, you don't mind if I'm walking?
Sure.
Thank you. And I must say that I was quite impressed by your business acumen over there. You're quite a negotiator.
Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate the compliment.
We were quite impressed with your presentation. I couldn't help but wonder if you attended Harvard Business School or something.
I just want to know the number of negotiations I have done with men.
So did you?
He passed Harvard safe.
Well, no, I didn't. But I am most flattered. Thank you.
Do you mind if I take you for a late lunch?
It would have been my pleasure, but I prefer not to mix business and pleasure.
Maybe a rain check.
It was nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah.
Imagine me, Chacha, refusing more. Never children.
Fantastic news, Chacha. Okay. I owe you one margarita or a tequila cocktail. What? You are a thief. Okay, we'll talk more later. All right. Yes, open.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, my beautiful daughter. Now you, Pops. What a one. Dad.
It is Wagwan.
Okay, Wagwan. That's right. I like that.
Dad, I've created some ideas that we can work on for your media handles.
That's good, Remy. I trust your ingenuity and your creativity. But must we do this? Yes, Daddy. You must do this always. You have to engage your fans on a steady.
And besides, there is money to be made.
I don't need social media money.
Well, I do. I need it. And most popular artists use social media. I don't know why they are not using it.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. You are an expert. Dad, I need something.
Genzi Papi.
Hey! And there's your welcome, eh?
Yes, Papi.
What a one. What do you do? What do you guys do?
What? Is it for you alone? Still allow. That's because dads love to talk to his favorite.
That's not true, my daughter. Hey, you, wait for me. I love you so. I need to have time for my daughters, for my children.
Neyo.
You resemble your father. It's okay, don't come again.
But you guys on this, come on one time now. Come again.
Man, you I hardly have time for my Indians. The two of you are always with me.
What is the meaning of all this? Why is Papa Jasco turning my children into something that I do not recognize?
Mommy, what's the problem now?
I don't know what Papa Jasco is turning my children to. 18-year-old children that should be practicing and getting ready for them. They are no more going to school because of all this musical video. What is all this they call it?
Yeah. Mommy, see you now.
Are you okay? What is funny here?
It's funny, that's it now. See what it is.
Don't you see that Nero is a bad influence on them? And you're laughing. Would you get out of my face out of my eyes? Can you imagine? Okay, if you want to join them. No, there's bomb shots in the room. Now wait. Nuisance. Okay, what have I done to disable them? How do I rescue these children?
Cha-cha.
Papa.
Well done. You got what you I won't tell you before. You don't tell me I won't tell you this kind of thing. I beg, look, you find better work, give me. You see, this job I work where they do, I don't like her. Now all of us will sabi Papa and Jasco.
Gen Z Papi.
Okay. They do Papi. Now all of us will sabi am before. See the work where they do now. You do good. Alonko, he's the head back. You be manager. They can't give me a driver. So make I do boy for you now. What can't thing be that? Now all of us sabi Papa just could now.
But James, may I ask you, before you talk the one way don't long too much, may I ask you? You sabi sing or you sabi dance?
What you? Can you even read or write?
I don't know.
Now wait till they talk be that now. So you go focus on that driver work what you dey do.
Now you talk that time to me. You the bad?
Pa James.
You dey tell me say I don't know nothing. You sir. Now which book you read when you be manager? You.
Pa James,
you wrong guess.
Pa James, I dey warn you. You know they turn too wrong. You know they talk the way don't go too far. Beg. I dey warn you. This your driver work what you dey do. Be like say you don't like him. You don't like him, you go soon lose him.
You go sack me?
You dey talk the one way go pass you. Talk the one way pass you first.
You go sack me?
I go sack you.
No, fit to sack me. Nobody out of you fit to sack me. Me, Pa James.
Pa James, I'm respecting you. I'm warning you.
You won't make a
come in once here. Don't they come in once here.
If I pray for you, I go go down.
Don't they come in once here.
You belong there.
That was see. How can you collect 100k for handouts? How can you know when you don't go to school? Olodo. Me, Olodo. Yes. Let me tell you if you don't know, tech is the new gold mine in town. Oh, you think because you know your way around social media, you are not a tech expert? My dear, be tripping.
It's okay. Person.
Sir?
I'll give you the money.
Thank you!
Alright, next.
Daddy, no, mine is not hard. I just want to celebrate my birthday with a band. My 21st.
That's a big one.
I support.
Okay. What do you want?
Of course, I'm throwing a party.
Would I be invited?
No.
Why?
Daddy, want to see my thunder, babe. I want all eyes on me at the party, you know.
I answer.
Daddy, another thing. I need a car for my birthday. Not just an ordinary car. No one, baby girl. So I want a very big car. A car? Funke! What? Did I interrupt when you were asking for yours? Mine was totally different. I beg. Don't use your Bluetooth to spell my radio.
World War III. That's okay. So you don't have to swear. You all get what you asked for. You know your papi is now rich.
Yeah! Popsy,
Yeah.
this reminds me of when we were little and used to play the guitar for us, Mommy, and all of us would sing our favorite songs. Yes.
I remember. Oh. All right. Now you. Yes, Pops. Get my guitar.
Oh my God. That's what please.
Sit there.
Yeah!
What is wrong with both of you? Dókítà tó bínú sí mi. Tó bínú sí mi.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress.
My champs, they use energy at school.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release.
Good, tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Smart Balance. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in Gamma Original. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil reduces bad cholesterol.
Hey, Chacho baby! What a grand! James, what's wrong with our manager? See the Chris. He said he go sack me for this job. Say, chill. Come on, man. Take a chill pill. What is going on? Tell me. And they tell her, say, we did here before she come. Now, the time when Papa Adasco did for Papa Adasco, before he continue to pay 30 peps, then we don't date. You did before that. What?
Yes. What's the song now? Okay, do you remember?
Yes. Okay.
She will just melt if she hears this.
I wasn't born then.
None of us was born.
This is the song I used to woo. It's a long, long way to trek. She's far away. But you said you know it.
Yes.
So let's sing it together.
Okay.
It's a long, long way to trek. She's far away. It's a long, long way to trek. She's far away. I'm searching for my love. I'm searching for my beauty now. I'm searching for my love. I'm searching for my beauty now. Get her, oh mama, she's far away. Get her, she's far away. Yes.
His mom. Oh my God, what a coincidence.
Hello?
Papa just call. Make us call you. If you want man, make you man alone. Make you leave
Which woman? Which woman? Calm down, woman. Calm down.
Tell me to calm down. You want to disgrace me, Abi? Papa, I could show you say you no rich. You go release my children to me. And I warn you now, you will release them.
See, as it go so. I know since you won't go report me to Papa Jasco, make them sack me. Look, Aliko, let me go beg.
Okay, let me. Take a chill pill, PJ. Now, just a puppy ain't sacking anymore. Trust me, okay? You can do that.
Myself I trust, but just because of common question where I answer. Common question where I answer. You can't begin to abuse my generation. That stupid one.
See, my advice to you right now is for you to thank your star, thank God that you still have a job at your age.
The place. May I hold you, your papa?
What?
Why you talk like this? Oh, I'll find something to do this about this one.
Mama Jasco, I don't need this stress from you, right? I never forced your children to stay here. They stay here because of the love they have for their star. So stop bugging me. Children, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about
Dad.
that. Yeah?
I wish you and Mom would sort things out. Yes.
No, I didn't ask your Mama Jasco not to park in here. She decided not to park in with us. Even at that, I take good care of her. But she's still deforming me around.
I mean, she has to understand and accept this new you. Yes.
Oh no, I can't stop her. I can't stop her because I want to stop my career.
Yeah, of course.
No, this is real me.
Yes. Yes.
My way of life is music.
Yes.
Oh, come on.
We are so sorry, Dad.
No problem. Money is good. Is it true?
Hi guys, welcome to the favorite podcast show. You know the vibes. And guess what? It's that time of the year again where the Popcorn concert is at its across all cities in Nigeria. And guess what? The array of artists is already topping the chart. You know the vibes. All the stars are performing live and direct. The numero uno of the music industry. The high life king himself, Emperor Agu, alongside the new sensation of Afro-pop, the Gen Z Papi himself, will be live and direct in the show. Whatever you do not miss this concert for nothing. And this is not like some sleazy advert or something. I literally will be there. Baby girl, how do we get the tickets? Yeah, so very important. Tickets are selling out as we speak. Get your tickets at ariatickets.com. Okay. Emperor Agu is going to be there. Gen Z Papi is going to be there. Are you there? Of course, I am already there like this. I have taken the front row. You know the vibes. We cannot miss it for nothing.
This one pay me. He pay me. And the one that is paying me passes that I cannot sack that stupid man, James. Bish. Follow me, they talk. How did he define my authority? I'm going to talk, you said go to talk. Nonsense. See, finish course with this one. See me when they try, they build my celebrity status. Come here, they follow me, they talk ordinary drivers. God help me. I need to elevate my office. Yes. I need to. I know what I bring to the table now. All the business ideas, the business plans. And me now. If it's not for my ingenuity, who go do one?
Get up! We have a surprise for you. Come on! Come on! welcome.
Let me go and brush. No, we are posting you like this. Maybe you post and woke up like this. Fake life, okay? Later. You stop recording.
This one is live.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you, my dear.
Thank you, Daddy.
No problem.
Hey, with Tasty Tom and Derica, your unique bean can make you a millionaire. Buy any Tasty Tom tomato mix or Derica tomato mix promo pack. Reveal the unique bean inside. Dial star 8011 star 2 star unique bean hash. Win airtime instantly and stand a chance to win big cash prizes.
Enjoy delicious meals. Text and win big.
Tasty Tom, Derica Millionaire Splash promo. Become an Odebo this season.
My champs, they use energy at school. Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them Milo at breakfast. It has nutrients that support energy release. Milo!
Next time on Gen Z Papi.
You see relevance. Trying to ride on Popsy by picking up a fight. I know it's time.
If the fight he wants, I swear my great grandmother, I'm gonna give it to him hot.
Yes.
I need to find this guy and give him a real beating.
Thank you, viewers, for making us your #1 TV comedy series.
You can't afford to miss fresh episodes of Super Story, Nigeria's most watched TV drama. The New Babington Family, Akpan and Oduma, also on WAP TV. Relatable productions, where nothing but pencils in the hand of the creator. This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to The Edge, the program that spotlights the Midas touch of entrepreneurs, business owners, and change makers. On The Edge today, we meet a man who built a conglomerate from grit, vision, and an unshakable belief in possibility.
My name is Dr. Elvis Abuire. I'm the founder and CEO of Skywise Group, also the president of the Skywise Foundation.
Our focus today is a decade-long journey powered by resilience and unstoppable enterprise and fire, from automobiles to investment advisory, real estate to travel and tours. Skywise Group has been on a 10-year journey of impact, growth, and audacity. And at the center of it all is a leader who believes that integrity, innovation, and youth empowerment are not just buzzwords. They are business pillars. Let's uncover the engine room of Skywise by starting from the beginning, the spark, and the moment Skywise first took shape.
Background has been banking. I was in the bank for over 8 years. So what inspires Skywise Group is as a result of me want to give back to society. I want to create something whereby that will outlive me, and I also want to give young people a sense of belonging and direction. From the banking industry, I discovered that there was a financial gap in the society, whereby you see in Nigeria today, where lots of people have bank accounts but with a minimal balance. According to economists, they say there are three motives of holding money. One is precautionary, the other one is speculative, while the last one is transactional. So the most important of these three motives of holding money is transactional, the money that we need on a day-to-day activity to solve human problems and financial issues. But unfortunately, you see, despite the amount of your turnover in the bank, your bank account, when you come to the bank for such transactional purpose of assistance, financial assistance, the bank will turn you down, not because they don't have the money to give to you, not because your needs are not really urgent, but because there are bureaucracy of you trying to access credit facility, maybe you go and bring a collateral and so on. Even when you have all the collateral in place, it takes processes, hours, days, weeks, if months for you to get that, and the purpose which you might need that money will be defeated. So that was one of the financial gap I discovered, and I said I'm going to solve that problem, which is I said I'm going to create an opportunity where people who have collateral can be able to have access to credit within 2 hours as long the collateral belongs to them. And that was what gave birth to the first finance cooperative that we actually established, which is a arm of the Skywise Group, Skywise Cooperative Finance. And that have helped over thousands of businesses and young Nigerians to stand on their feet and contribute to society development. Thereafter, we move into the automobile aspect, whereby we give value. We started selling cars to people, give them instrumental payment and so on, maintenance and guarantee. Even though we are not the manufacturing of these vehicles, well, because we believe in our product, we also give guarantee, and that has helped us to gain the market share. I think by market research, we actually can be counted as one of the 10 among the 10 automobile companies in Nigeria that is doing well and giving value when it comes to the automobile space. Thereafter, we move also to register with the Security and Exchange Commission (SEC), which is our Skywise Global Investment Services, and now we are finalizing our certification with the Central Bank of Nigeria. So most of this that is dear to my heart is the Skywise Foundation, that give birth to society and empower young people to be self-reliant and reducing unemployment rate in Nigeria. And I'm proud to say that the Skywise Foundation have been able to empower over 1,000 young entrepreneurs who are doing well and contribute to nation building and contribute to the GDP of this great country and reducing unemployment rate in Nigeria. So that for me is a sense of belonging and fulfillment. We are not profit-driven. We are value-driven. Because we are value-driven, we recruit people into the system that are value-driven. And like I said, we started on 2013, the Skywise Travels and Tour. Time goes by when I officially left the bank and I Skywise Group. At that point in time, the Skywise Travels and Tour was no longer paying the bills as expected. So I then moved into the cooperative finance, which was started paying the bills. Even there are a lot of challenges along the line, but because of the spirit of entrepreneurship, I never give up that we have the resilience, we'll be able to pull through to the last 10 years, and which we are still counting 11 years to go. So, but we have been able to recruit staffs who are not just staff, but are also entrepreneur, bringing out their values, their A game, to ensure that the running operation of the organization goes smoothly in respect of multiple challenges. My goal as a CEO and entrepreneur is to create an idea and ensure that I bring people that are qualified to run with that idea and put the structure in place. And I speak to you now, done 10 years. Now 10 years seems like we are just starting based on the people we already have. Now we're expanding big into the city of Benin. So I'm saying this as a testament of what I believe that we can do in the industry of the automobile, and there's much more to come. We actually started with our vision whereby we want to build a brand, African brand that people can resonate with. We say to ourselves is to build a brand that is trusted in an automobile solution and investment opportunity. And that is why you can see today, 10 years now, people still speak about the Skywise brand, and we are known for our integrity. We actually have a mission whereby we look forward to whereby every Nigerian, every individuals, every corporate organization, government agency can be our customers, and we're working towards that on a daily basis. And we have a motive drive that provide excellence. So that motive actually have given birth to the core value of the Skywise Group, which is spirit, and that actually is the bedrock of everything that we do at the Skywise Group. In that spirit, we are put it this way: X stands for strength. So we believe that we are young and dynamic, we have strength, pursue whatever we have set our mind to do. The P there stands for professionalism. I, integrity. Integrity has brought us to where we are today. R, which is resilience. We believe that we must be resilient in every circumstance or challenge that might come our way. I is innovation. You agree with me that for us to get it right, for us to probably compete with the world, the global companies, we must actually, matter of necessity, be innovative in our thinking. And the last one, T, is teamwork. Of course, there's a saying that goes this way: a tree cannot make a forest without the support of others. So we believe in teamwork, and it's helping us in all aspects of the branch of the Skywise Group.
A powerful idea is one thing, but building it is a completely different journey. Numbers never lie, but in business, they tell you exactly where the opportunities live. Here is a little money inspiration. Money Minute is up next. Let's step into the part of the story where vision meets persistence, the grind. Because behind every milestone, every showroom opening, every expansion is hard work that nobody sees. How did Dr. Aboyere navigate through 10 years in spite of the daunting challenges? Let's find out in this segment.
There are many challenges in life. In fact, my fourth book is Run with the Challenges of Life, and that book was written in 2020 during the COVID-19, and that book actually have inspired thousands and millions of people. And the good thing is that I didn't sell the book, I give it out for free to everybody who I feel they have the value to read through the book and become somebody in life. So the greatest challenges I have faced as a journey of 10 years plus is me actually hiring my competitors. Yeah, I hire people as a staff. After a few years, yeah, they have learned the business, they leave and go and start their own business. But like I said, it happens to every business. As time goes by, you begin to unveil and strengthen your institution. Right now, before we hire you, you have to sign no compete agreement with us. So at the end of the day, when you get into us and you want to go and steal our ideas, because as an entrepreneur, we don't have time to be missing word. We communicate and share everything within us, and what will have helped us to build to where we are. We share, so we will not allow anyone to go and begin to utilize our ideas without our strict permissions. So I'm not saying I'm not discouraging people to pick an idea to run with it, but I'm discouraging it that you pick up an idea from someone who actually fed you and run with it without the express permission from that person. So it has become a challenge in our society, not just even in Skywise. And number two challenge I would say that we have faced is lack of capital. Our capital have actually affected our growth. Even though you think where we are now, we are growing, but we feel that if we really have support, either from the international community, from the federal government, or maybe even from the bank, we probably have gone bigger than where we are today. And like I said, it's not just even Skywise alone, but also most SMEs, businesses actually suffering that. And in another aspect, I would say infrastructure. We don't really have adequate infrastructure. You can see by running on Gen, and we paid us heavily on Gen. Now we are on Band A. We have insecurity issues whereby we are dealing with at the moment, because we're a growing nation. I believe that all these are also factors that are affecting businesses, whereby we can't even go and sleep. We have to pay heavily on insurance and so on. So another aspect of it is the instability of the exchange rate is also affecting goods. I know how much we pay heavily on importing vehicles and so on. You plan importing a vehicle and you think on the arrival of clearing it, you hear the figures has changed. So it's also affecting business and something about, like I said, all of these challenges we see as an opportunity for us to grow better and be better whatever it is, because I've come to learned so far that in every challenge there are opportunities. We see challenge, we view it as an opportunity for us to grow and to be better. And we'll say all times also to our customer who have endured with us all these years. Even to our competitors, they also inspire us to be better. The toughest business lesson I've learned so far is I've come too far. I'm not willing to go back, no matter what. So it's not how far I've come, it's how far I still have to go. You see, the people started business along the line. After a few years, they begin to say, oh, this thing is challenging. Yes, entrepreneurship is the most challenging industry in the world, but at the same time, it's the most rewarding industry. So I learned so far that the first 5 years of any idea is a years of nurturing. You water it, just like the parable of the bamboo tree. When you plant the bamboo tree, the first 5 years, you're not seeing anything germinating, but you keep watering it. So after 5 years, in less than 8 weeks, it grows to 8 feet tall. So every business is that must stand the test of time, according to formulas, last at least minimum of 10 years. And that first 5 years, which I've said is in days of nurturing. Now, the next 5 years, I'll make it a 10 years, is a period of years for you to understand and get the right people into the business. After that 5 years, I make it 10 years. The next 5 years, I'll make it 15 years. It's beginning to mentor people that will oversee the business. Just like that is the stage I'm falling into now. My job now, apart from being thinking about stakeholder interests, customer interests, my job is also mentor people that will take the business outside me. How do I recruit my team? They are so exceptional. They stand out. They speak well. They represent well because I take my time to recruit people that is in line with the vision. I don't put sentiment into business. I don't say this person is my family, must come to work with Skywise Group. No. Everybody, like I said, our core value, professionalism is part of everybody must be highly professional. Sometimes I can take 3 weeks, 4 weeks out of the system, traveling abroad, and the system will run on its own, so I don't need to physically present, and that is where I'm going to. So I want to build, my job is not to come and build a business and like one-man business and sit down there, for it to operate. I'll be in Benin this weekend. I'll just go and check the operation. I'll spend a few days, and I'll move. The same day I'll branch to Lagos too. So my job is to hire people whereby their competence and be able to deliver value. I'm not going to hire people whereby they are profit driven, but people who understand the fact that they can give value to society and know that what we outlive them is more important than what they are living for.
You remember the saying that challenges don't break us, they only make us stronger. Well, that perfectly describes Dr. Elvis Abuyeri's journey. For a little inspiration to carry you through the week, here is our edge quote. Our edge quote today is a reminder that perspective shapes progress. This is still the edge, and my guest is still Dr. Elvis Abuyeri. When you push long enough, something begins to shape your identity, the very thing that sets you apart. Up next is the edge factor, where we uncover the unique advantage, the mindset, the system, the positioning that makes Skywise more than just a business name.
We give attention to every details, to everything we do. We pay so much attention. We are so intentional. When it comes to everything we put on the public, we're so intentional to the extent we'll not become a leading giant in the industry. In the automobile aspect, people will learn from us. We don't allow circumstances to define us. We test circumstances where it belongs to, and we move forward, because what is driving us is more important than what is after us. For me as a person, I've told my team time and again, and I've molded them into my mindset. So one of the things that we've seen that nobody prepared for challenges. Like I tell people in my book, if challenges of life write to you that I'm coming tomorrow, what would you do? You go and look for barricade and block that challenge of life is coming tomorrow. But there are some challenges where they are inherent, they don't come out announcing themselves. So we don't prepare. Well, one thing about us is that we prepare for the worst and we hope for the best. So we are not scared to fail, but we always fail forward. So no matter the circumstances or the challenges, we believe that they are just preparing us for the best. So when we saw that apples, we just dusted our foot and move on. And like I said, we have positioned ourselves to be the leading giant in this industry, and we are not willing to get back. And according to our watchword, we would rather die pursuing greatness than live like a pauper. I want to build a brand that will outlive us, a brand that people can connect with and resonate with. And for a very young Nigeria can say, oh, if Skywise can do it, then we can do it. That is the mindset. So right now, we are about to launch our app whereby all our customers can connect from our services. They want to purchase a car, they can just make an appointment and to view all the cars on our app. They can probably want to get an investment or loans, they do that on our app. They can also want to service their car, they do that on the app. So now the world is actually evolving and we actually have to move fast in the light of that. So we have involved in terms of building our apps, our website have been upgraded, we have our running operation software that we use. And at the same time, we're not doing bad in the social media space. These are ways of technology whereby we have come to align with, and we said that we are not just going to back out on anything. So whatever that happens when it comes to the technology space, we are ready and equipped for it. And like I said, it is the way forward for businesses. Any business that is not technology inclined will die naturally. Integrity is everything. Everything in the sense that without integrity, we won't be where we are today. And not just to Skywise alone, I tell people, if you want to build a business that will outlive you, you must have integrity. In fact, on my social media page every day, I get people sending me, say, thank you for not giving up on yourself. Thank you for pursuing this. The young people, that inspires me. That makes me fulfilled. Why? Because I say something 5 years ago when it comes to the foundation. I just say it out of proportion. Oh, I want to do this thing because my late role model in that aspect of human capacity development, Dr. Ubon King, who inspires me to empower young people to be self-reliant. And that gave me an idea that if I must get something right in this life, I must be consistent. And consistency comes with integrity. Even though when there are no support, when there are no people applauding me, I must be able to own up to my word, even though it's not convenient. Even if the whole world is against me, I must be able to own up to my word. And that is what will take me far in life. And that is why, like I say, when there are no customer, there is no business. So far, I've not been able to treat our customer for the last 10 years where I'm very sure that we won't probably have reason for expansion. But when it comes to business success, saying that I've been able to employ people, paying salaries every month is not a beans. That for me, I've been able to reduce unemployment rate is a success. To be able to increase our investors' wealth is a success. That people can wake up every morning and look forward to Skywise returns is a success. People can look forward and say, you know what, I need in managing financial services to solve human problems, business problems, and what comes to their mind is Skywise. That is success. People can wake up in the morning and say, oh, I want to get a car, my dream car. I don't need to break the bank, but I can buy it through Skywise instrumental payment. For me, that is success. And in the overall, in Nigeria as a whole, that we are contributing to the GDP of this great country is a success. I've gotten several awards. And I tell them I don't pay for an award. If you want to give me an award, I have to pay for it. I don't deserve it. So if you want to give me an award because I deserve it. And those are what actually success means to me. But the best of all is seeing me imparting and sharing my knowledge to the younger generation is the fulfillment of true success.
And as a person who is mostly into strategy, which comes hand in hand with operations, it's made me twice as better, than I should have been if I wasn't working at Skywise. This has refined me in the sense that I take everything into detail, talking about excellence, and then we put the best of us into our job.
It's very easy to work with a professional, if you know what I'm saying. Just looking that know their onions and know how to cut it, and working here is seamless. I've got a lot of experience in the private sector.
Working with Dr. Elvis has been the best thing to happen to me lately. He's a dynamic man, he's a visionary leader, and he doesn't take any excuses. So this has constantly put me on my toes to be the best of myself.
Dr. Elvis is a very firm person with a lot of iron in him. And I believe that has steadied me and make me firmer, stronger in my decision. Uncompromising where necessary. And he has made me the best of what I should be.
With the present defined, it's time to look ahead. Where does a company like this go next? Let's find out in our final segment, Future Forward. Because ambition doesn't stop at milestones, it scales into new dreams.
So the vision is huge. What I can tell you in that aspect is that we have not actually achieved 5% of our existence. And I don't think I can be able to even fulfill it in my entire life. because the vision of Skywise Group is even bigger than me. I'm not saying it because for the last 10 years, what we have achieved, for me, what we have achieved is just like a foundation where we're going to. And I pray that I groom people who take after me, who can give birth even better than Skywise of what we are, or what I have done. Our expansion into assembly of vehicles in Nigeria, whereby we can probably have an assembly plant. In the next 10 years, we're going to look forward to have a global reputation, global acceptability, assembly plants, have 3 major outstanding office in Nigeria, and look forward to whereby we become one of the leading contributors to the GDP of this great country, and also look forward to whereby we can be able to empower and inspire thousands and millions of businesses to stand the test of time. We're big in CSR. We have gotten recognition not just in Nigeria, outside Nigeria, different community, society groups have been able to recognize our CSR. We have been able to do CSR to the Nigeria Police, to the Federal Road Safety, to different aspects of entrepreneurship and human capacity development. We have a program which is our flagship program every year. It's called the Meet the CEO. It's an opportunity whereby we bring in speakers, great speakers, comes to speak to young people. Welcome, and this is funded by the Skywise Group, and it's part of we contribute to society development. And you agree with me that the issues we have among young people in Nigeria is not lack of capital. It's lack of having the right mindset. When you engineer people's mindset, wherever you give to them, it becomes like a working seed and capital. So our CSR, we go every now and then also to empower people and do society development programs and so on. We go back to the IEDP camps, we go to prisons to give back to society. The UN calendar of every program, the Youth International Day, Human Guest, Child and so on, we are also there to give our voice and also our resources in that aspect. This is my advice to you, the same advice I've given to my 5-year-old child. When I say no matter where you are, who you are, or where you're coming from, number one is that you must always recognize God as your source. God is everything. Number two, like I said, you must have a clear vision for yourself. Where you're going to. Radical economic transformation is no longer what we demand from the government anymore. It's what we demand from ourselves as a citizen of this great country. I wasn't born with silver spoon, but I discovered that there was a silver spoon inside of me, and I unveil it on a day-to-day. So number three, you must be brave and smart. If you are not, the society will probably kick you out of your ideas or your business. Number four, you must be value-driven. Don't be profit-driven. You must understand that value is everything. And number five, which I told I said, no matter what, you must understand delayed gratification. Don't eat with your 10 fingers. My business was doing close to $1 billion. I was still probably like then. I was living in self-contained. Number six, you must solve problems. Don't be shy. Don't run away from problems. No matter what, problems are an opportunity in disguise. You must invest and believe in yourself, which is number 7. People want to just make money. They don't invest in themselves. You must invest in yourself. You must read books, attend seminars, attend events, and so on. And along the line, you must build meaningful relationship. Number 8, don't just build relationship because of you want to gain something. Build meaningful relationship that's in line with your vision, that's in line with where you are going to. And number 9, you must create multiple sources of income. One income will not solve the problem. And number 10, you must also go back to the first one, which I said, you must understand the God factor. Everything that we live going to become, it comes from God.
Impressive, very impressive, Dr. Elvis Abuyeri. And we look forward to that unfolding in the coming years. Well, every episode ends with a quick tip that sharpens your vision. Here is our Edge tip for today. Simple, practical, and powerful. A reminder that growth is intentional and your journey is as strong as your mindset. We also want to hear from you, your questions, thoughts, and ideas. Head to our social media platforms and join the conversation using the hashtag #TheEdgeShow. It's been an impressive and insightful episode today on The Edge as we walked with Dr. Elvis Abuyeri through his decade-long journey of building the Skywise Group. It's time to go now, but join me again next week for another entrepreneurial experience On the Edge, where we spotlight the stories shaping business, innovation, and the future. Until then, stay inspired, stay bold, and stay on the edge. My name is Tochi Eputa. Thank you for watching.
Nigeria is a country of many cultures, languages, and beliefs. But despite our differences, there is one thing that unites us all: our love for this great nation. Sometimes we may feel that we need to go fast and go alone, but when we come together and work as a team, we can go far beyond what we ever thought was possible. United, we can create thriving businesses that benefit our communities and in turn our nation. It is said that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let's understand our differences and come together to build a better Nigeria. When we work together, there is nothing we can't achieve. Nigeria, better together.
Identity is very important. We cannot eliminate our culture. We have to first of all know where we come from. God is so wonderful that it makes me an epic man. If I speak, you for some reason you know, oh, that's a Calabar man. If a Hausa man speaks, you easily know. That's the identity. So we should not joke with it. Something that God has given us. We don't know the reason why he happened that way, but it's very important. We have to preserve them.
Our decision today, we are moving to APC.
God is our party for victory next year.
While passengers on the defection train, Governor Fubara joins the ruling party while Adeleke heads to Accord party.
Will the Senate approve the request of Mr. President to deploy Nigerian troops to the Republic of Benin for peace mission?
Senate stands up President Tinubu's intervention in Benin Republic as ECOWAS OK's deployment of military force.
As a result of this training and the changes to the system, we are going to see value from it.
Financial inclusion. Nigeria gets $500 million social investment fund. Good evening and welcome to the Network News. I am Olajide Bello. Joining me from Lagos is Hingino John Adams, while Benny Adams will keep us up to speed with the world of business. Benny, what do you have for us tonight?
Well, looking at the markets from Nigeria to South Africa and Tunisia, the market is in red. But on the flip side, the capital market is ready to inject funds into Nigeria's solid minerals sector. Do stay for details.
All right, many thanks, Benny. And of course, Badi Adele, what's the latest in the world of sports?
Well, a large day is UEFA Champions League night. 2 matches gone already, 7 to go.
All right, we'll keep our fingers crossed. And remember, you can watch this broadcast live on our website, nta.ng/live, and on our other social media handles displayed on your screen. Nigeria is taking decisive steps in tackling security challenges in the country and is acting promptly to address the concerns. Vice President Kashim Shettima stated these when participants of the Executive Intelligence Management Course 18 of the National Institute for Security Studies visited him at the Presidential Villa. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports.
This meeting is timely as these representatives of the 78 participants are here to present the executive brief of their end-of-course report as Nigeria seeks solutions to security challenges from sincere partners, and Vice President Kashim Shettima on hand to receive the brief on behalf of President Tinubu. Led by the Commandant National Institute for Security Studies, Joseph Odama, Vice President Kashim Shettima, obviously impressed with the composition of the Course 18 participants, says the significance of the program, which had participants drawn from ministries, departments and agencies within Nigeria and beyond.
As Nelson Mandela rightly said, safety and security don't just happen. They are the result of collective consensus and public investment, and we owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens in our society, a life free of violence and fear. The President will act on their recommendations because they are based on informed analysis and global best practices.
Issues that border on our nation in terms of security and national development. We have provided some insights, and the Vice President has equally giving us some inputs into some aspects of the study which we've carried out.
Presentation of the report titled Non-State Actors and Security Management in Africa, Issues, Challenges and Prospects for Peace and Development. Part of the recommendations made by the participants was the formal harmonization and integration of a country-based security initiative as part of a broad strategy to strengthen the existing legal framework for peace and conflict resolution across Nigeria and Africa. From the State House, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
And meanwhile, a call to defend democracy and strengthen institutions tops the agenda of the 55th Ordinary Session of the ECOWAS Security Council declared open at the ministerial level in Abuja. Garba Natala reports that the ECOWAS leadership commended Nigeria's rapid intervention in repelling the recent coup attempt in Benin, together with Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire.
The future of ECOWAS amidst regional tensions remains a key issue on the agenda at this meeting of West African Foreign and Defense Ministers. For the first time, General Christopher Musa, serving as Nigeria's Minister of Defense, also attended the ECOWAS Mediation and Security Council meeting.
Coup in Guinea-Bissau and attempted coup in Benin Republic are sobering reminders. A reminder of the fragility of our democratic gains, and our citizens are understandably very anxious. They are looking to us not just for expressions of concern, but for leadership that translates into action.
Persistent military threat, erosion of electoral infrastructures, and expanding criminal networks were pointed out as major challenges. The leadership also identified elections among major concerns, with youths who bear the brunt of instability in the region.
Let us all remain committed to preserving regional unity, advancing peace and upholding the community's constitutional convergence principles.
At the closed-door session,
Ministers of member states and their representatives are expected to review and report ahead of the preparatory meeting of the heads of states and government on how to mobilize and meet up with the challenges of the geopolitical pressure of the region. In Abuja, Garba Muhammad Natala, NTA News.
Now, the Nigeria Governors Forum says President Bola Tinubu's deployment of Nigeria's military assets to swiftly contain and reverse the coup attempt in Benin Republic was done in the best interest of Nigeria. In a statement, NGF Chairman and Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak says a successful coup in Benin would have had far-reaching consequences on Nigeria as the militant and hostile non-state actors in the Sahel region will take advantage of a further destabilized Benin Republic. The NGF therefore commends the President and the Nigerian Armed Forces for the timely interventions that have helped to restore stability and constitutional order to Benin. And the Nigerian Air Force clarifies reports regarding the diversion of NAV C-130 Hercules aircraft during its ferry mission on 8 December 2025 to Portugal for maintenance. Following takeoff from Lagos, the crew observed a technical concern which necessitated a precautionary landing in Burkina Faso, the nearest airfield, in accordance with standard safety procedures and international aviation protocols. NAV crew is safe and have received cordial treatment from the host authorities. A statement by the Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Ehime Jodame, indicates that plans are ongoing to resume the mission as scheduled. And a former Chief of Logistics and a spokesperson, Headquarters, Nigerian Air Force, and also a former Defense Attaché to Russia, Air Vice Marshal Latokombo Adesonya, joins me now to further clear the air on the aviation protocol for such landing. You're welcome to the Network News.
Thank you very much.
All right, now, as the Air Force already explained in that statement, this was an unplanned emergency landing. Now, what is the protocol when an aircraft experiences technical distress mid-air?
The protocol in such situations is usually straightforward, even though no one really plans or expects that it will come. The first thing is to declare emergency. That the pilot declares an emergency by transmitting what we call a distress call. There are two types of distress calls, depending on whether the situation is immediately life-threatening or whether it is urgent but not immediately life-threatening. The moment that declaration of emergency is done, it overrides every other regulatory restrictions in terms of overflight clearance and landing permits. So what follows immediately after this is the request by the pilot to the air traffic controllers. In this case, he is going to request them to vector him or to direct him to the nearest safe landing place. And before doing this, of course, he will have also told them the nature of the emergency. When he is transmitting, he will let them know the nature of the emergency. He will identify the aircraft type, among others. And upon landing, the next thing is to comply fully with the instructions of the host nation while maintaining or respecting their sovereignty. Nevertheless, he also has certain respects due to him are granted by customary international laws. So it is at this point that what we call post-landing protocols then commence, which will be mostly in form of diplomatic talks between the host nation and, of course, the owners of the aircraft, in this case, the Nigerian government.
All right, AVM Adesonya, in your observation, was there any incursion or aggression maneuver that suggested airspace violation, and what should we be doing now?
To make it very clear, the C-130 aircraft that was used in this case is a transport aircraft, and the Nigerian version of the C-130 aircraft is only used and designed for airlift. It does not in any way carry any ammunition that is unable to deliver weapons. So certainly it's not a fighter aircraft. However, what could be deemed as aggression in this case is probably the fact that there was no previous maybe overflight clearance or landing permit that was secured. And I believe this is because this place, that is Burkina Faso, was not the originally planned destination. From the information available to me, the C-130 aircraft was going on a ferry flight to Portugal, having been due for a depot level maintenance. It is a ferry flight, which means it's not the normal flight that you can just fly straight, depending on the exact condition of the aircraft. I would imagine that they must have planned stops along the way, but certainly not one in Burkina Faso. If not, they would have obtained that clearance. While I was Nigeria's defense advisor in Moscow, on any occasion that the Nigerian Air Force had to fly to any country which I was covering, they always made a request, and I always sought and obtained those permissions. So possibly what the Burkina government in this case saw as aggression or violation of the airspace is the fact that possibly there was no permission granted before then. But like I did say, once there is an emergency, the pilot in command has what we call emergency authority, because the primacy is about the safety of lives and equipment, in this case aircraft. We had 11 souls on board, of course with wives and with children back home. So the primary thing is safety, and international protocols recognize it, that irrespective of whether clearance was obtained before then or not, they are allowed to land.
All right, many thanks, former Chief of Logistics and spokesman, Headquarters Nigerian Air Force, and also a former Defense Attaché to Russia, Air Vice Marshal Olatokunbo Adesoya, for your inputs on the network news.
The pleasure is mine as always.
Thank you very much. Now, the Nigerian Senate this Tuesday granted expeditious approval to President Bola Tinubu's request to deploy Nigerian troops to Republic of Benin for peacekeeping mission. The deployment is in line with ECOWAS protocol and constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Details of this report will come in the course of the bulletin.
Will the Senate approve the request of Mr. President to deploy Nigerian troops to the Republic of Benin for peace mission? Those in support say aye, and those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Consideration of the President's request was the significant issue at plenary, as lawmakers praised President Tinubu's quick response to restoring democratic governance in Benin Republic following the Barch coup.
This is in tandem with the thinking of well-meaning Nigerians that democracy should not be endangered.
I equally commend Mr. President for acting swiftly.
He does it in consultation with the National Defense Council. The President had done the right thing. We provided all we could to support our brothers and sisters in the rest of Africa. So the role of the President is, again, in tandem with of Nigeria had always done.
ECOWAS Parliament also appreciated the government of Nigeria on the intervention.
The ECOWAS Parliament asked me to convey the message of the ECOWAS Parliament to the President through this August Senate, that what the President did was the highest thing any country could do to save democracy anywhere in the world.
Another issue of concern that featured at today's plenary is the recent hike of air travel costs, leading to a resolution to invite Minister of Aviation and other stakeholders for an interaction.
From Abuja to Lagos ranges from 400 to 650,000. This is over 400% increment at a go. We never had it this way, Mr. President. It looked nice on the surface, but it does not work for the airline owners. This is a law of demand and supply. The spare parts are costly. Everything is very high. There is this intervention by the Central Bank of Nigeria. While so many airline operators were giving some consideration, some exemption, concessional rates.
In another motion, Senate asked the Minister of Education to exclude SS3 students from the latest 2026 WAEC guideline. A bill to establish National Health Facilities Regulatory Agency, sponsored by Senator Sama'ila Kaila, passed second reading.
To ensure compliance with standards and accreditation for care quality and safety assurance.
Each of these segments is self-regulating. I don't know why we are coming up with this overall regulatory body.
From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
The Senate Committee on Finance has postponed its earlier announced public hearing on the Ministry of Finance Incorporated Act Repeal and Enactment Bill 2025 SB 844, scheduled to hold tomorrow, 10th Wednesday 2025. A new date will be announced. The committee regrets any inconveniences and please accept the assurances of committee's highest regards. You're watching the Network News. More reports when we return.
Beating heart of Owerri, business never sleeps. From sunrise to sundown, the wheels keep turning. And behind the scenes, vision meets action. Governor Hope Uzodimma's leadership has turned manifestos into reality, transformations that feels like a miracle. But progress needs peace, and in Imo, it's not left to chance. From land to sky to river deep, guardians are watching, protecting dreams and opportunity. At Orashi's quiet shore, hydropower is rising, set to energize a growing economy. The change is visible. New roads emerge, industry hums, communities come alive. At the center, a digital revolution. 500,000 young minds trained each year to build the future. As Orashi rises, so does Imo and the hopes of a hard-working people. A new Imo is on the rise.
The Senate Committee on Tertiary Institutions and TED Fund invites stakeholders to a one-day public hearing on a bill for an act to amend Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Act 2025. Date Thursday, 11th December 2025. Time 2 p.m. prompt. Venue, room 231. Special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, President of the Senate. Stakeholders should submit 30 copies of memoranda and a soft copy to the committee secretariat on or before Thursday, 11 December 2025 in room 1.1C, White House. For further inquiries, contact this number 080-3703-7143. Announcer, Senator Ndus Amuntari Muhammad, Committee Chairman.
And the National Productivity Order of Merit Award goes to...
The only tomato paste manufacturer to win the National Productivity Order of Merit Award by the Federal Government of Nigeria, endorsed by the Association of Private Medical Practitioners of Nigeria. This is an evidence of 100% natural goodness. Eat healthy to live longer. Buy now and enjoy up to 20% discount.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead demands peak performance from our bodies.
Like never before, our bodies need an optimum supply of essential nutrients, and Supermalt supports our daily nutritional needs.
Supermalt has 20 essential vitamins, minerals, and natural extracts for overall health and wellness. One Supermalt a day gives you energy and vitality, improves your mental performance, and supports your immunity.
My champs, they use energy at school.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release.
Milo!
Protect every day with Hypo.
Dirty and stains, we do shakara. We got the remedy, original palasa. Hypo, hypo, go hypo. Protect your home every day with Hypo.
No green. Protect every day with Hypo.
Hypo, go hypo.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress.
The local organizing committee invited the public to attend the opening ceremony of the National Quranic Recitation Competition and the 40th anniversary of the competition, scheduled to hold between 12th to 20th of December 2025, under the Musabaka Foundation for Quranic Recitation in Nigeria, Center for Islamic Studies, Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, to be hosted by Borno State Government. Special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chief host, His Excellency Engineer Professor Babagana Umaravulum, MNI, FNSE, CON, GCON. Chairman of the occasion, His Excellency the Executive Governor of Yobe State, Honorable Maimala Buni, CON. Royal Father of the Day, His Royal Highness the Sheikh of Borno, Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Ibn Umar Garba Alamin El-Kanemi, CFR. Guest speaker, Professor Ibrahim Umara of the University of Maiduguri, while the goodwill message will be delivered by the Vice Chancellor of Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, Professor Bashir Garba, MFR. Other important personalities expected to grace the occasion include state governors, emirs, and prominent businessmen. Date for the opening ceremony, Friday, 12 December 2025, Benue, Mohammed Indimi International Conference Center, University of Maiduguri. Time 9 a.m. Come and attend this significant spiritual event of the National Quranic Competition, which Borno is hosting for the second time in about 40 years. Announcer, Honorable Bukar Tijani, Secretary to the Borno State Government and Chairman, Local Organizing Committee.
غير أولي الضرر والمجاهدون في سبيل الله بأموالهم وأنفسهم.
Thanks for being there. Now let's talk political party matters. And Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has officially announced his defection from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to the All Progressives Congress (APC). He disclosed this decision came on the heels of the presidential protection he received during the political crisis in the state. Kingsley Amajiri reports.
Barely 24 hours after consultation with President Bola Tinubu in Abuja, Governor Fubara is back to the state to meet with his supporters. The governor, who met with key stakeholders, anxiously waiting to know the outcome of his meeting with the president, said the decision to join the APC is anchored on the intervention of Mr. President during the political crisis in Rivers State.
Our only thank you to Mr. President is to support him. And we can't support Mr. President if we don't fully identify with him, not backyard support. So we have taken that decision today, since we've gotten the pass. Our decision today, we are moving to APC.
There's development coming a couple of days after 17 members of Rivers State House of Assembly joined the APC, now seals the consolidation of the ruling party in the state. In Port Harcourt, Kingsley Amajiri, NTA News.
And meanwhile, the Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, has finally ended months of political suspense, publicly declaring for the Accord Party after resigning from the People's Democratic Party. He made the announcement at the Government House of Osogbo, confirming a fresh political realignment ahead of the 2026 governorship election. Femi Afariogun reports.
As the national chairman of Accord, I hereby present officially your membership card to you.
Accord is the new political home of Governor Ademola Adeleke, as national and state executives of the party welcomed him with open arms during his formal declaration at the Government House in Osogbo. Addressing stakeholders, Adeleke revealed that he secretly defected to Accord as far back as November 6 after weeks of consultation. He explained that the party's philosophy of welfareism aligns with his administration's commitment to citizens and workers' welfare.
Today, we unveil the new platform for the good people of Osun State. Osun voted for good governance in 2022, and they will support continuity in 2026. The mass of our people are for continuity, and Accord is our party for victory next year.
Governor Adeleke urged the people to continue to support good governance under his administration in Osun State. In Osogbo, Femi Afariogun, NTA News.
And away from political party matters, the House of Representatives at Tuesday's plenary engaged the Minister of Finance, Wale Adun, as well as his budget and economic planning counterpart, Atiku Bagudu, in a closed-door session on the floor of the House. The session, which lasted 2.5 hours, was chaired by Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. Neither the ministers nor lawmakers disclosed the issues deliberated behind closed door. It would, however, be recalled that lawmakers have recently expressed concern over a delay in implementation of the capital component of the 2025 Appropriation Act. The proposed constitution amendment debate, billed to commence this week, was suspended for the executive session, with the ministers thereafter. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas announced the defection of member representing Alero Gwandu Jega Federal Constituency, Mansur Musa, who has left the PDP for the APC. At a time when access to finance remains a major hurdle for small farmers, women and young entrepreneurs, the Central Bank of Nigeria is charting a fresh course. Governor Olayemi Cardoso inaugurates a new board of the Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme Fund with a bold call: open the doors of finance wider than ever before. Musa Abubakar reports.
A new dawn for Nigeria's agricultural credit system, a renewed promise to those tilling the soil and transforming farm produce into enterprise. It's a change of guard for the Board of Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme Fund, as Governor Olayemi Cardoso formally inaugurated the new board of directors of the fund, a flagship intervention that helps banks lend confidently to farmers.
Today's agricultural sector is shaped by climate change, security challenges, digital innovation, and expanding value chains. These realities demand a repositioned and technologically enabled ACGSF.
Created to de-risk agricultural lending, guarantees loans to farmers, ensuring that one failed harvest does not mean financial ruin. Now, under the new leadership, the focus shifts to innovation, inclusion, and impact.
If we get to a lot more Nigerians and we're efficient, we're certain that the peasant farmers that constitute 80% of the farmers really.
For the central bank, it's more than a financial intervention. It's a social mission to empower hands that feed the nation. In Abuja, Musa Abubakar, NTA News.
Now, the World Bank has approved the second phase of Nigeria COVID-19 Action Recovery and Economic Stimulus (NG Cares) with an additional $500 million. Benny Adams reports that the focus this time is on strengthening community action for resilience. The report.
4 years into the implementation of the World Bank-supported Nigeria COVID-19 Action, Recovery and Economic Stimulus, also known as NG Cares program, the World Bank today says Nigeria has done well in meeting the needs of the poor and vulnerable and therefore deserves more funding.
Based on the request of the state governors and of course the federal government, an additional financing of another $500 million that will enable us deepen the current ongoing impact that the program has achieved.
This time, the emphasis moves to strengthening community action for resilience.
As a result of this training and the changes we are making in the system, we are going to see value for money. I want to assure the federal government, assure the World Bank, assure state government that this huge investment will indeed be very, very profitable, and the poor and vulnerable in Nigeria will get a full measure.
We've been able to reach out to people. We've seen how, as much as possible, we stabilize them.
So no matter what money has been earmarked or released for any program, if integrity is not there, it will not make any impact.
The first phase had a World Bank support of $750 million US, with states investing in excess of $2.2 billion. In Abuja, Benny Adams, NTA News.
The federal government has temporarily opened the Bodoboni Coastal Link Road to the public after 7 years of massive investment on the project. Minister of Works Dave Umahi, while inaugurating the road project, assures government's commitment to completing other road projects to open up the Niger Delta region. Robinson Derataide has the details. Sorry about that mix-up. Let's go ahead now. Association of Consulting Engineering in Nigeria has opened a new window for experts in their field and other residents in Abuja to acquire landed property. Ayodeji Makinde reports that the body of professionals had a groundbreaking exercise in one of the fast-rising districts of the Federal Capital Territory.
In the heart of Wukara community in Kiami district is a geostrategically located 4.9 hectares of land. This is a dream come true. Them as the aspiration to own a befitting secretariat and training school gets better with a land set to produce over 250 housing units from 2-bedroom apartments to duplexes. In addition is a multi-purpose conference center and other facilities available in modern city center.
This is not just infrastructure, it is a legacy for generation to come. I call on all stakeholders, government agencies, private sector partners, and our members to support this initiative.
We're looking at a construction period of maximum of 18 months, and we know very well that within that period, this place will be fully habitable.
Aken vows to deploy the best of engineering profession to make it an architectural beauty for the rest of Africa. Partners in this project, MGE Realty and Grand Bricks Engineering Limited, assure on durability, affordability and accessibility of the assets, which is 5 minutes from the Bill Clinton Drive and the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja.
We are committed to deliver top quality construction and finishing, transparent and timely and accountable project delivery.
The expression of interest starts on a first come, first served principle, although there is an option of first refusal for Aken members to own a property. This piece of land is an irresistible offer to those who have signed up. In Abuja, Ayodeji, Makinde, NTA News.
Now let's head to the Center of Excellence where Hingino John Adams is standing by. Good evening, Hingino. Over to you.
Olajide, and welcome to Lagos. In commemoration of the season, MTN Nigeria Communications PLC, one of the country's biggest telecommunication companies, is spreading joy and connecting with Lagos residents through the MTN Yellow Tide. Correspondent reports that residents received various gifts. The MTN Yellow Tide train arrived on Iru with a lot of goodies for giveaways.
So people will get
Without wasting time, the residents gathered at the venue to enjoy MTN's magnanimity. It was a fair distribution process as both customers and non-customers of MTN participated in a lucky dip where everyone was given what he or she picked, from rice, noodles, vegetable oil, salt to gari. For the residents, the gesture came as a relief.
Today is a big day and a very nice day, thanks to the MTN.
I'm really happy. Thank you, MTN.
I didn't expect I would get this because of the crowd, but I thank God I get the gifts. Thank you, MTN. Oh.
At Falomo, it was also showers of gifts as those wearing yellow or having a touch of yellow on their clothes received various items. For Stella Adeze Ogwata, Christmas came early as she received a phone.
Thank you. I'm still shocked. I'm still surprised because I was actually rushing to work and this just happened. I'm grateful.
Chief Financial Officer, MTN Nigeria Communications PLC, Modupe Kadri, said this is part of the company's way of giving back to the society.
We believe that Nigerians have stood by us, and by the way, what is going on today is not a function of whether you're an MTN subscriber or not. As long as you're a Nigerian and you're benefiting from living in this country, anybody can come in and take a lucky dip.
Officials say MTN Yellow Tide is aimed at making the season unforgettable with surprises and shared experiences for Nigerians. That's it from here. Network News continues in Abuja after the break.
Your Excellency, on behalf of myself and the entire management and staff of Daikon D7G, I extend our warmest congratulations to you on the occasion of your 63rd birthday. Today, we celebrate not only your life, but also your unwavering dedication to the progress, stability, and prosperity of our great nation. Your exemplary leadership continues to inspire institutions like ours, and we remain deeply appreciative of the guidance and vision you provide in strengthening national capacity and promoting sustainable development. As always, Daikon D7G reaffirms its steadfast loyalty and commitment to working closely with your esteemed office in advancing strategic initiatives that support national security, industrial growth, and technological advancement. May this new year bring you renewed strength, wisdom, and fulfillment in all your endeavors. We pray for continued good health, clarity of purpose, and the enduring grace to lead with distinction. Happy birthday, Your Excellency. Please accept the assurances of my highest regards and unwavering loyalty. Usman Chena, Chief Executive Officer, Daikon D7G.
The Nigerian Interreligious Council, NIRE, under the co-chairmanship of His Eminence Archbishop Daniel Oko, President, Christian Association of Nigeria, and His Eminence Mohammed Saad Abubakar, CFR MNI, the Sultan of Sokoto, and President General, Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, hereby invites the general public to its 2025 second triannual council meeting under the theme Collaboration of Interreligious Councils with Government Promote Peace in Nigeria. Date
10th December 2025.
Time 10 a.m. Venue Barcelona Hotel, Blantyre Street, Wuse 2, Abuja. Father Prof. Colenius Omonokwa, Executive Secretary, Announcer.
May every move you make this festive season radiate with joy. Glow Unlimited.
Eniola, calm down.
Calm down? What if I ruin everything? Auntie Amina is coming. Just pass the beef and dawa cubes. No, Hassan! With Mr. Chef, it's a two-finger crush.
Eniola, you've got this.
Sanu Mama, Sanu Baba.
Hassan, why do you look so lean?
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is a true taste of home
and culture.
Mr. Chef, taste home, taste culture.
This season, wrap your loved ones in comfort and joy with Mocha.
My mama no lie, oh. Food waste with na money kill and plus everything combined, oh. Everything combined, oh. Ogbonge just the arrive, oh. She tell me say na Devon King, so yeah, oh, she dey use fry, oh. Yeah. Now why did you love it this sweet like this? The chicken in the crisp like this. Fry the plantain.
Introducing the new Devon King's soya vegetable oil, available in stores near you.
No buy am. But why? No see say this big bull bag of rice no get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull Holographic Seal Tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
Alright everyone, no put your ears, make we talk. Shout my team fresh now, but you know, I beg no be slow. Ever heard of Colgate, the #1 oral care brand in the world? For zero cavities and long-lasting fresh breath. Mom, it's your time to brush. Mama and Papa buy up, use up and shine your smile. No more cover mouth. Because Colgate, that's what we just
Many thanks for being there. President Bola Tinubu rejoices with the Senate President Godswill Akpabio as he celebrates his 63rd birthday today. Describing Akpabio as a patriot and a dedicated servant of the people, President Tinubu joins family, friends, associates and members of the National Assembly to celebrate his decades of exceptional leadership as governor and minister. He prays God to grant Akpabio many years of good health, strength and continuous leadership impact. Similarly, the President congratulates former Defense Minister, Lieutenant General Theophilus Danjuma, as he marks 88 years. The President, in a statement, describes General Danjuma's story as one of resilience, commitment and honor in the service of fatherland. He prays God to grant General Danjuma many more years of fruitful service to the nation. Meanwhile, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu rejoices with the wife of Osun State Governor Titilola Adeleke as she turns 60. In a birthday message, she joins Governor Ademola Adeleke, the children, friends and loved ones of the celebrant to mark her milestone of attaining Diamond Jubilee. The First Lady applauds her commitment to uplifting the good people of Osun State through the Renewed Hope initiative, where she has continued to touch many lives, and wishes her more years in divine health and peace. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, has unveiled the Nigerian Shippers Council's Enterprise Content Management System, a digital platform designed to streamline trade documentation across Nigeria's ports. Sheikh Mohammed Dati reports.
Enterprise Content Management System is designed to sweep away paper-based bureaucracy, promising a seamless, transparent, and audited flow of information between shippers, regulators, and government agencies, an efficiency expected to translate into economic benefits.
These features will ensure greater accountability, reduce discretionary bottlenecks, and enable the Council to respond to industry challenges with speed and precision.
This transformation aligns seamlessly with the Ministry Board's agenda of improving port performance, reducing inefficiencies, and enhancing Nigerian competitiveness in regional and global trade.
While official excitement is felt, operators on the ground remain cautiously optimistic. The ultimate measure of the Enterprise Content Management System will not only be its sophisticated coding, but its tangible impact on the wallets of Nigerian businesses and consumers.
The Enterprise Content Management System being launched today is more than a technological solution. It is the embodiment of a mindset that says government must evolve.
The ECMS is a core pillar of our digital transformation agenda. It is an internal workflow and record management tool designed to eliminate the delays, manual file movement, and bureaucratic bottlenecks.
The unveiling has set the digital ledger open. The real work, the integration, and sustained implementation begins, demanding cooperation from players in the value chain. In Abuja, Sheikh Mohammed Dati, NTA News.
Now let's do some business with Benny Adams. Benny?
Thank you, Alajide. And now talking business. The large iron ore deposit of Nigeria must be fully explored to meet the federal government's revenue target in the sector through a data-driven process. Executive Secretary of the Solid Minerals Development Fund, Fatima Umaru Shinkafi, stated this at a one-day workshop on Ore Development Forum in Building a Sustainable Mining Finance Framework for Nigeria held in Abuja. Represented by the head of Minerals and Project Development Department of the fund, Dr. Martina Ananaba, the Executive Secretary noted that a sector without reliable data will not yield the desired objective.
Nigeria's mineral wealth must translate into investable, bankable opportunities through established reporting standards, financing structures, policy incentives, and institutional capacity.
Nigeria has minerals. That is not in doubt. So why is Nigeria not rich? Because those minerals have not been scientifically been qualified. It is only when you qualify that it gives value and credibility.
At what point is a miner ready to access what kind of finance? Because our miners our artisans are worried, our operators, people with licenses are worried, they're confused, they don't know what to do with their licenses.
Now we're working with NGX and SEC to create the environment that is simply replicating what happens elsewhere in the world. The three major mining exchanges are Australian Stock Exchange, Toronto Stock Exchange and AIM in London. All we're doing is looking to replicate that environment here to enable investors to invest.
The event was attended by key sector players who commended President Tinubu for a sincere commitment demonstrated in revamping the sector through the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake. And a quick look at the markets at this time. At the end of today's trading session on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the South Africa GSE Top 40, the Tunisia Tune Index are all in red, giving room for new investors to cash in on the bears. A total of 947,757.652 shares in 23,006 deals corresponding to a market value of 22.692 billion were traded. The current market capitalization, that is for Nigeria, is 93.7 trillion naira. On the aggregate, 128 listed equities participated in trading, ending with 21 gainers and 32 losers. That is it on business at this time.
Many thanks, Benny Adams there. And the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Exploration Production Limited, the flagship upstream subsidiary of NNPC Limited, achieved a record production level of 355,000 barrels of oil per day on December 1st, 2025, its highest daily output since 1989. A statement by Chief Corporate Communications Officer NNPC Limited, Andy Ode, says the milestone marks a significant step forward for Nigeria's upstream sector and reflects the company's ongoing transformation anchored on efficiency and discipline. He noted that the figures show that the presidential targets of 2 million barrels per day by 2027 and 3 million by 2030 now seems to be getting closer to reality. The group CEO of NNPC Limited, Bashir Bayo Ojulari, points out that the milestone is proof that Nigeria's energy revival is not a dream, it is already happening. And stakeholders across national frontiers are coming under one umbrella to chart a new path for the nation's education sector towards attainment of a measurable achievement. This was at the Nigeria Governors Forum Education Summit with the theme Pathway to Sustainable Education Financing, a synergy between the town and gown in Nigeria. Abubakar Kwanga reports.
The Nigeria's Governors Forum Education Sector Department is pulling this weight of creme de la creme in the nation's education body. And the national platform is to create more access for funding across tiers of learning institutions in Nigeria, where the renewed hope agenda has already set the pace.
Nursery is more than a federal roadmap. It is shared federal, state compact, co-design in collaboration with the Nigeria Governors Forum, state ministries, and key stakeholders. Today, I stand before you with a clear message. Nigeria's education transformation is already underway.
In 2025, state government collectively increased education budgets by 53%, from 2.4 trillion to 3.6 trillion naira, driven largely by a 69% rise in capital allocation. But the impact of this commitment is constrained by the execution.
Federal government, UBEC and NELFON interventions, transformative reforms, and other policies and programs in the sector is shaping conversations by stakeholders.
NELFON has opened a new doors of opportunities. Created under the Student Loans Act of 2024, it has disbursed 86.3 billion to over 450,000 students in 218 tertiary institutions.
The renewed hope agenda reforms in the education sector, some states and partners were recognized for their funding and other contributions to the sector. In Abuja, Abubakar Akwanga, NTA News.
Another break beckons. The news continues in a moment. Do stay with us.
When malaria knocks you down, you can be sure parasites are having a party in your system.
Welcome to our new kingdom, guys!
Comel, an effective weapon against malaria. Attacking the parasite army directly to give you express relief and get you back on your feet effectively. Comel on. Malaria gone.
Dora, my phone is a big stress. It took me 10 hours to charge and it died within 4 hours.
Mama, my Binaton charges in 4 hours and works the whole night. Over 10 hours.
There are 3 great models to choose from. Buy your Binatone rechargeable fan today. Available nationwide.
Mama, I'll get you a Binaton fan.
Binatone, simply better.
TerraQ. Unwrap joy. Unleash taste.
What waste? Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
My champs, they use energy at school.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release. Milo!
Glad to know you're still there. Now let's join Badi Adele for Sports Update. Badi.
Many thanks, Olajide. Now, let's begin with basketball, as it was a colorful homecoming for the newly crowned champions of the NBBF Men's Abridged League, as basketball stakeholders from across the country converged on the Mo Arena in Abuja to honor the Lagos legends at a reception put together by Mark the Ball founder, Igocha Mark. The team was applauded for their impressive run and challenged to raise the bar as they prepare to represent Nigeria at next year's Basketball Africa League.
Many of us didn't expect that they would come this far, and against all odds, they've been able to win this championship. It means that if we can put these young talents together, they can achieve anything. I have faith in them, I have confidence in them, and I know that by the time they go to Bar, they are going to make us proud.
To football now, Leonard Carl scored for the 3rd Champions League game in a row as Bayern Munich came from a goal down to beat Sporting Lisbon 3-1 in the early kickoff this evening, while Gelson Martin's late goal boosted Olympiacos' hope of finishing in the Champions League playoffs after claiming their first victory of the league phase with victory over Kairat Almaty. 7 matches are currently live with PSG leading against Atletico Madrid, Atalanta trailing against Chelsea, Barcelona are down by a lone goal to entrenched Frankfurt, while Inter Milan and Liverpool game is still goalless. And that does it on Sports Tonight. Let's now return to Olajide.
Many thanks, Bade, and that's it on the network news. Many thanks for being a part of it. I am Olajide Bello.
Nigeria is a country of many cultures, languages, and beliefs. But despite our differences, there is one thing that unites us all: our love for this great nation. Sometimes we may feel that we need to go fast and go alone, but when we come together and work as a team, we can go far beyond what we ever thought was possible. United, we can create thriving businesses that benefit our communities and in turn our nation. It is said that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let's understand our differences and come together to build a better Nigeria. When we work together, there is nothing we can't achieve. Nigeria, better together.
Cholera is a serious bacterial infection. People become sick when they eat food or drink water contaminated by the bacteria Vibrio cholerae. The symptoms are severe diarrhea, dehydration, and even death if it is not properly treated. Here is how you can keep yourself and your family safe from cholera. Drink only clean, safe water at all times. Maintain excellent hand hygiene by using water and soap to wash your hands at all times, especially before you eat or after you go to the toilet. And if you don't have access to clean water when you need it, you can use alcohol-based sanitizers. Avoid eating from unhygienic food vendors. Cook your food thoroughly and of course wash your fruits and vegetables thoroughly before you eat them. If you or anyone you know becomes sick with diarrhea or vomiting, seek medical help immediately by going to the nearest health facility, because prompt treatment saves lives. Stay informed, stay safe, and protect our communities from cholera.
This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
Your face, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful, and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade, and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Get fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors:
Tomato mix, stand up. Is it to open? Is it to squeeze? Is it to scoop? And
Sonia tomato mix in a stand-up pouch. Get 1 free sachet when you buy 5 tomato mix or pepper and onion sachets.
A season to love, a season to share. It's a season to celebrate. Oh yes, Christmas is here again. The Nigerian Television Authority Port Harcourt Network Center invites you to celebrate with us as we usher in the Yuletide through our 2025 Carol of 9 Lessons with the theme Celebrating God's Greatest Gift to the World. Luke 2 verse 10, guest minister Reverend Father Professor Walter Ihejirika, Dean, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University of Port Harcourt. Special guest of honor, Her Excellency, Professor Mrs. Ngozi Ma Odu, Deputy Governor, Rivers State. Chairman of the event, Sir Israel N. Amadi, Chairman, Rivers State Local Government Commission. Royal Father of the Day, Ezi Barrister Gospara Oneaku, the President General Obako Ikwere, Mother of the Day, Mrs. Ifoma Chukwugu, Administrator, Jefta Comprehensive Secondary School, and other special guests. Host, Paul Ate, Zonal Director, Nigerian Television Authority Port Harcourt. The event will feature musical performances and special rendition by selected choirs. Date, Wednesday 17 December 2025. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Multipurpose Hall. Time, 3 p.m. prompt. Join us as we raise our voices unto God.
Institutions at the national, states, and on the African continent is an agency. Now, that agency is a repository of knowledge that has continued to make Nigerians proud. The National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILS, established in 2011, is coming on strong with proactive measures using research, digital technology, training and capacity building to guide policies and direction of service delivery by the country's legislature. NILS not only serves as a supporting pillar for Nigeria's parliament, but for the legislature at states and local councils to enhance effective discharge of constituency mandates by elected lawmakers. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. This is Reshaping Democracy. From the foregoing, as the name implies, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILDS, is providing the necessary steps for ease of governance in all the tiers of government. The Director General, NILDS, Professor Abubakar Olanrewaju Suleiman, is on reshaping democracy in response to citizens' questions, illuminating the Institute's great leap in mandate delivery.
How is NILDS working to promote citizen participation in governance, particularly in the legislative process, to ensure that the voices of all Nigerians are heard?
The Institute, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, is the capacity building institutions under Nigerian Parliament. As talk of Nigerian Parliament, and now the subnational legislature and the federal legislature. Talk of the House of Rep and the Senate. It's not just the capacity building for Nigerian legislature, but for Nigerian democratic institutions. Is one institution that was established by an act of parliament to provide technical assistance, to provide technical intervention, conduct researches, assist the parliament in lawmaking, in representation function, and as well as the oversight function. And in the course of that, nurture the skill of every democratic actors, both the informal sector, talk of the political party, we talk of the even informal sector, the NGO, the CSO. So the question is in tandem, with our mandates. How do we nurture the skill? How do we provide democratic, dissemination of information to the people? How do we serve Nigerian people? And you see, most importantly, our mandate is not just to train. In the course of training the various parliamentary institutions, we are nurturing democratic ethics and principles. We are assisting the lawmakers, nurture them in their capacity build up, nurture them in their technical know-how, put them through in their mandate of making law, representation. You see, the various laws that are coming from the lawmakers, from the Senate, from the House of Rep, in terms of how those laws have been drafted, is being done by the Institute. How the motion have been moved is being done by the Institute. And what we do is that we don't wait till these lawmakers request. In other words, our responsibility, our briefs, our assistance come in two forms, either through what we call demand-driven or supply-driven. Demand-driven are those that they call on us to take place. DG, the Institute, we are looking at these issues. Can you please help us with a motion? Can you help us with a bill? Can you help us with a brief? What is your opinion about it? That is demand-driven. Again, when we observe some fundamental national issue or project or question that needs to be looked into, on our own we send brief to them. On our own we generate bills. On our own we generate motion. So by doing that, we are deepening democracy. We're assisting our governments, the lawmakers, in coming out with quantitative policies and legislation.
Professor Sir, what specific reforms or initiatives NILDS is contributing to enhance the effectiveness of service provision by the Nigerian legislature?
The formation or the establishment of the Institute came after the emergence, after the country ushered into a new democratic regime in 1999. We have three organs of government. We have the executive, we have the judiciary, we have the legislature. In our 65 years of democratic sojourn, so to speak, we've had a series of political instability. We have had a lot of military intervention. And because of this military intervention, we have denied the legislature the requisite knowledge and experience because of our covered years. The legislature remains the epitome of democracy. The legislature remains the main fulcrum of democracy. Without executive, you can still have you can still have democracy. Without judiciary, perhaps you can still have democracy. But without legislature, then there's no democracy. So when we talk of government of the people, you know, the only organ that epitomizes that representation, mass representation of the people, is through the instrumentality of the legislature. So over the years, because of the military intervention, we could not give them the requisite knowledge, we could not acquire knowledge of lawmaking, of representations, of oversight. So when this place was set up, sometimes in about 20 years ago, under the Goodluck Jonathan government, the essence is to close that gap, to bridge the gap, the knowledge gap that have been existing over the years as a result of the military intervention in politics. How do you keep them apart with their counterparts in judiciary? How do you bring them apart with their counterparts in executive? Lawmaking is a specialized assignment, specialized business. How do we make law? Can be a professor. But when it comes to lawmaking, it has its own concept, it has its own rudiment, it has its own, you know, tools. You need to learn it. So to learn it, therefore, let's put up, you know, an agency like this. Hence this agency. One, to nurture the skills of the lawmakers. Two, to provide incisive research for them. Three, to assist them in their technical, you know, assignment, bills, motion, you know, and beyond that, for you to train younger lawmakers.
What training programs has National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies organized in recent times for legislators and legislative staff to boost their capacity to make informed decisions for effective constituency representations all over the country?
The parliamentarians will run training programs on weekly basis. That is settled. You know, I could recall about a year ago, if on constituency offices management alone, we partner with YAGA, an NGO, you know, to train our legislature in the areas of constituency management offices nationwide. Secondly, as I'm speaking with you, the National Assembly staff, who are the parliamentary staff, they are undergoing a training program here at my institute. And we commenced this program since last 3 weeks thereabout. And the program takes care of 700 staff of parliamentary staff at the National Assembly. In other words, the committees of legislature constitute the life wire of the legislature. They are the pillar. Legislature themselves, they are politicians. Lawmakers are politicians. They come and go. The support staff is the engine room. And I'm telling you that now, the support staff fall within the mandate of the institute to train in assisting the legislature on their day-to-day assignments. So, in the last dispensation, 9th Assembly, for instance, this institute trained more than 3,000 parliamentary aides. The aides are different from the parliamentary staff. Legislative aides are different from parliamentary staff. Parliamentary staff are staff of National Assembly. That I'm telling you now, we train and we're still training. As we are speaking here, they are downstairs in the auditorium undergoing one training or the other. Then even the last session of National Assembly, we are able to train the parliamentary aides of the parliamentarians, what we call their SLA. SLA, about more than 3,000 were trained. These are support staff, aides of the legislature that assist them in managing the constituency relations. Some of them are drawn from states. Some of them have their offices at the state level. We brought them here to Abuja and we trained them through. we came up with a study, for instance, what we call public perceptions of Nigerian people vis-a-vis their legislatures. What do we expect them to do as they are coming into the parliament? What are your expectations as Nigerian people?
How is National Institute and Democratic Studies leverage research and policy analysis and guide decision-making processes in the legislature?
I think that's the distinct nature of our mandates. Unlike NGOs, unlike CSOs, and unlike other stations that talk about, trying to influence government policies or trying to disseminate certain information to the legislature in guiding them of their legislative process and procedure. Our own outputs are outputs that are informed by output of research. Our own output in terms of information, in terms of data, are data-driven by evidence-based research. For instance, people talk about gender parity. We talk about gender inclusiveness. We talk about rights of women. And you see people talking about women were supposed to be involved. When we came into the issue of gender equality, we don't just talk about gender equality from the emotional point of view. We try to look at it logically, scientifically, to drive the argument to say, look, women have played their due. They have played their due, national development, right from the past, and therefore we should be given this role. Then we try to look at a kind of comparative analysis, for instance. Oh, what's the place in Rwanda, in Kenya, in South Africa, in Ghana? Oh, in Ghana today, in National Assembly of Ghana, we have about 5% of women in the parliament. In Rwanda, the same thing. In Kenya, the same thing. What happened in Nigeria? So, by the time we now send in a kind of brief to National Assembly, we are looking at it from an informed position. Research, evidence-based research. Same applies to other areas, other sectoral areas.
What partnerships has NITS established or plan to establish with local and international organizations to promote its mandates? And how can this promote democratic governance in Nigeria?
Most of our work in terms of daily routines, in terms of advocacy, in terms of training, capacity building, are supported not only by government but by those partners. I need to give them that kudos. I know quite frankly, and I appreciate most profoundly the importance of the donor agencies or partners in the development of our country. I was the former Minister of National Planning, where most of these donations were being warehoused. And when I took over as the DG, we intensified in ensuring that we work closely with most of these donor partners. And frankly speaking, they have been very supportive. For instance, most of our gender-related issues have been supported by UN Women. We talk of the WFD too, that is Westminster Foundation Democracy, a United Kingdom-based government-owned agency. They work closely with us on the issue of deepening democracy. For the past 6.5 years of my stewardship, I think there is one donor partner from outside that has been very supportive in the areas of subnational training of our legislature. I think it's CAS, the German-based donor partner. And should there be any agency at all from outside that has been very supportive in the areas of trying to identify what has gone wrong with our security sector and trying to come up with security sector reform policies and legislation, I think it's the same current administrative form. So we have been working with talk of the local donor partners. We are working closely with YAGA, for instance. We are working closely with NNPC, for instance. We are working closely with the IPAC, and I can start mentioning. Today, at Institute, we have more than 77 memorandum of understanding with a lot of organizations, that we are working with here. So I want to say, in line with the Atairo's question, that our work programs are incomplete without the support of donor partners, both locally and internationally.
What specific initiatives is LEAD undertaking to strengthen the capacity of state assemblies to perform their oversight and legislative functions effectively?
I can say we have done so much for state assembly than even national assembly. And that is why I said we have about 32 of national state assembly that we are working with. Every year before, so every session, before a new parliamentary business begins, we train all these assembly members from those states. And again, at times we have a kind of a tailor-made program for them. Our problem in Nigeria especially has to do with the high turnover rate. At every election, the numbers of parliamentarians that are being re-elected in drop. Most times from maybe 100 to 20 or 30. So for every new business year or session, you still have to retrain the freshers, the new ones. So through the support of the current administrator and through the leadership of some of the state assembly, we have been able to deepen the knowledge of most parliamentarians at the state assembly. Service delivery, in terms of programs, in terms of capacity building activity, does not start and stop Nigerian parliament. We extend our services to the ECOWAS sub-region, or what I call West Africa sub-region.
Sir, as a repository of knowledge, how is NITS as an institution striving to achieve technological advancements in service provision, especially with the NITS digital library?
We have the best e-library, parliamentary e-library in West Africa. Besides the quality of the literatures, of the materials, maybe you need to go to the library and see what obtains there. The numbers of literature we have that are online is even more than what we have on ground there. And through the online processes for translation, you can have access to a lot of documents. What is happening in Benue State, in their chamber? What is happening in Niger State, in Gombe State, in Borno State, in Akwa Ibom, on monthly basis in terms of proceedings, in terms of legislations. We try to access all these and document them there. And any subscriber to our library will have access to this. So the point I'm making is that we try to literalize everything we do here.
Sir, can you tell Nigerians some of the challenges NITS faces in promoting democracy, good governance, and how are you working to surmount them to achieve the two mandates?
We talk of funding, it's a challenge. We talk of some attempts at meddling into the operations of the institute and then affected by the politicians. It's a big challenge. While the institute is a research institution, trying to be independent, trying to provide alternative opinion on so many issues. Again, the leadership of the institute, they are the same politicians. So at times it becomes very difficult to say what you are doing is wrong. So it takes a lot of, hardline posture on the leadership of this place too to say no, this is where to go. So that pressure, political pressure, interferences at times tend to creep into what we do. But again, because it's a research institution that parade the best of researchers and employ the scientific instruments in what we do, we try not to cave in into those pressures. but still challenge. We have not really experienced a situation whereby the leadership may say you must do this thing, and you don't do it, there's a penalty. Have not. That does not mean there are no attempts. There were attempts, but again, we resist that attempt too. And when we resist too, they allow it be. Then the ability to retain the best hand attacks, the best staff, is another problem. That has to do with funding. For instance, we have lost few staff to the hands of donor partners who are ready to give them 1 million as monthly salary, as against 200 we pay them here, 300 we pay them here. So retaining the best hand too has been a problem. But again, the welfare or the welfareist postures and policy of the payment of the institute too, and because of the patriotism on the side of the staff too, we'll be able to surmount this one too. For me, these are the three major issues. But if you can get more funding, sincerely, we can compete with any research institution across the globe.
Oh yes, you've heard it all from the professor that knows his onions. It's worth noting that NILS has in recent times trained over 10,000 parliamentary aides, legislative staff, and staff of at least 8 state houses of assembly commissions. Today, NILS is training members of parliament and their staff across Africa. It's boasting of one of the best digital libraries on the continent, and these are testimonies of effective service delivery. NILS is raising the bar of partnership with organizations globally, with 77 MOUs so far in the can, and the agency has continued to support the nurturing of Nigeria's nascent democracy. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. That's reshaping democracy for now. Bye-bye.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece. A delicate piece when we wait. A vibrant shard when we're late. A dark fragment when we're sad. A radiant tile when we're happy. An intricate pattern when we're in pain.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade, and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Gate fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors:
There are 5 core tax bands: 10.5%, 17.5%, 30%, 33%, and 39% according to inland revenue. Now, our focus on NTA Tuesday Live this week is the new tax regime, the myths and the reality. But before we get down to the business, let's get to see this report put together by correspondent Benny Adams.
Nigeria's new tax laws are scheduled to take effect from January 1st, 2026. But many Nigerians are yet to have a full understanding of what the new tax reform is all about. Hence the need for continuous enlightenment by all stakeholders.
Who are not aware, they can't even take advantage of those benefits, and they continue to go through the pain and the complications they are dealing with, particularly to do with multiple taxes in Nigeria. So we think that we should be able to make communications in local languages.
We cannot wait and allow those who don't mean well. That's one category. And those who genuinely do not understand, that's another category. To be misled, and into impeding the process.
The focus of the tax regime now is voluntary compliance. You determine what you are supposed to pay, proceed to relevant tax authority, be federal, state, or otherwise, to go and pay. No tax person will worry you. But if you don't pay, perhaps the law will take its course.
So the ideal thing is that every citizen should pay their fair share of taxes. It gives you the right to ask government questions what they are doing with your money.
So the idea is that people should just collaborate with government, be very patient, ready to ask appropriate questions, and let us see how whatever any general that is collected could be used to address most of these issues that we have been talking about that government needs to provide.
Have a conversation about what your taxes will be and how you will be charged accordingly, what sector to get into to make sure they benefit from that.
With every segment of society showing interest in aspects that concerns them, tonight, NTA Tuesday Live has an assemblage of experts to further break down the issues ahead of January 1st.
All right. That report sets the tone for tonight's discussion. Let's get to meet our guests. I'd like to welcome to this program Mr. Taiwo Uyedele, is chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stoba.
Right. We're joined by Professor Uche Waleke, Director, Institute of Capital Market Studies at Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Thanks for being here, Prof.
Thank you so much, sir.
And we're also joined tonight by Dr. Bakari Wadinga. He is a former permanent secretary to the Federal Ministry of Finance. He's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, ICANN, and Chartered Institute of Taxation.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, at some point in time, you of course would have an opportunity to join in the discussion in the studio. That's when the phone lines are open. But when it's that time, we'll remind you of the process and the procedure. For now, let's turn our attention to what we have termed the myths and the reality. And we'll start off with Taiwo. I suppose we must have answered these questions 1,000,001 times, and yet they keep coming. From our background report, all sectors, all segments, everyone is asking, what is this new law? As we anticipate the 1st of January when it takes off, what do we expect? How is it different from all we've had in the past? And of course, realizing that no one really likes the tax man. and this is not just about Nigeria, it's all over the world. So what is new, what is different, and how do we transition?
Yeah, thank you very much once again, and I think I need to also commend the NTA for the sustained focus on this very important issue for our country. Let me start first, in your opening remarks before the questions. So the bands of tax rates, the ones we actually have in the new tax laws are much lower. So under the new tax law, the band for individuals is between 0%. In other words, about 1/3 of workers will not pay any tax, to 25% if you are a high net worth individual like a billionaire. And by global standard and even by African standard, that's one of the lowest rates for rich people. So even rich people will find Nigeria very attractive to live and invest and grow. But to your question about, what will change, what is it that we're trying to do, what should people expect? And you're right, people don't love the tax man, they also don't like to pay taxes. But sometimes the analogy you can use is like a child who is ill. They may not like the medical doctor because they think the doctor will give them an injection and it's painful. But that is to make them be well. Society can only function when you have that social contract in which the people part with their resources in form of taxes, and government is responsible to use that for the benefit of society. So from next year, a number of things will change within the tax system. Number one is we had tax laws that many of them predated our independence before someone like me was born. And clearly those laws were developed for a world that no longer exists. And because we were forcing ourselves to apply laws that were made for a different generation, it became an impediment to our growth. And many Nigerians can relate with this example I want to give. If you want to start a new business, particularly in some of the urban areas, and you just put a sign to say, XYZ, it could be selling stuff or rendering services. Before you get your first customer, you will see government officers who show up. They're here to collect permit for this, business registration, advertisement, license. Nobody is asking you whether you're even making money. Nobody is asking you, do you have access to credit? Nobody is asking you, we can provide you with management skills. This is what they do in countries where things work, because we need to understand the philosophy around taxes, that if we support our people and our businesses to do well, the tax that they pay eventually are the consequences of those economic activities. So from next year, you see more sanity around the number of taxes that we pay. We're not saying that it will be like turning on the tap on the 1st of January and everything will just be perfect, but that process has started. The other thing you will find is that, as Mr. President promised, we will no longer tax seed. We will also not tax poverty, and we will not tax investment. So from January next year, a lot of our low-income earners will find that they no longer have to pay what we call PAYE, pay as you earn tax. The money that hits your bank account will go up from January. Same thing if you are middle class. You see a drop in the taxes you pay. The other important thing that will happen next year from January, and this is actually maybe the most important thing I should emphasize, is that these reforms have been designed in a way that will make prices of goods and services especially the essential ones like food, like education, like medical services, like transportation, like rent, to make the prices come down. And how are we going to be able to achieve that? The tax laws try to address the costs of those producing food items, rendering services of education and healthcare and so on and so forth. I'll give one example. This bottle of water is a food item, and so is bread, and so on and so forth. Yam, beans. In Nigeria today, that is before the 1st of January 2026, this item of food is exempt from VAT. What that means is, when the producer is selling the bread or the water, they should not charge VAT. But they would have incurred VAT in producing the item they are selling. In the case of bread, you would have paid VAT on some of the inputs, sugar, flour, oil, even the bakery itself. The vehicle to go and deliver the bread, the phone to call the customers, the airtime on that phone, they all carry VAT. Under the current regime, the producer will bear the cost of that VAT, but he cannot charge VAT. So what a rational person would do is to say, what is my cost of producing a loaf of bread? The person would include the VAT they have paid on the various inputs, add their margin, and determine the selling price. From January next year, that bread or this water becomes zero rated. What does it mean? When the baker is selling the bread, the baker should charge VAT at 0%, equivalent to no VAT. But any VAT that the baker had incurred in producing the bread is refunded 100%. So that makes the cost of producing bread and the other essential consumption come down. So from January next year, it's important for our people to understand that government has made provision for the cost of essential goods and services to come down, and they should then demand of the service providers and of the vendors to make sure that they pass that benefit to the customers. Unfortunately, some of the wrong narrative is that prices will go up, which is the opposite of what should happen from January next year. Let me stop there.
All right. Interesting, because we'll see, as they say, some things, particularly around these parts, go up would never come down. So we'll see. Prof, question about all this to start with.
Thank you, Senator. Well, let me join him to commend NTA, for what you're doing, because this is part of the awareness creation that needs to happen, before the new tax laws kick in next year. We often say that a good tax system should exhibit, some features. Should have some features. One of them is equity. A good tax system should be equitable. So, in other words, the rich should be seen to be paying more than the poor. So that is what this tax, tax reforms, have done. He has just given you some examples. That in the area of personal income tax, for example, the pay as you earn, people earning 800,000 naira. By the time you take into cognizance the relief, okay, people earning, somebody earning say 1 million naira in a year may end up not paying anything, because the first 800,000 is completely paid. So it is 0% tax you're paying. It is the next 2.2 million that you now begin to attract 15%, and then up to 50 million where you now have 25%. So the band is actually between 0, as he said, and 25%. Currently, the first 300,000 is even paid, charged at 7%. So currently, it is between 7% and 24%. So the new tax law has made the system, with respect to individuals, more equitable. So you can say to that extent is largely more progressive. Now, if you come to companies, okay, it is the same story. There is also an attempt to make it more progressive, more equitable. So the new tax law has expanded the definition of small companies. Okay, today small companies are defined as companies with turnover of 25 million, naira. And then, of course, any company making above that is expected to pay tax. But the new tax law has now increased that threshold to 100 million. So once your turnover is not up to 100 million, you are exempted from companies' income tax, you are exempted from CGT, you are exempted from all manner of taxes. So that, to that extent, is also equitable. So that is the focus, in my view. That is the angle that the people should view it. Okay, the fact that it's the new tax law is now more progressive, more equitable. Now, the other issue too has to do with certainty and simplicity. When you talk about a good tax system, it should be simple, and that is what is behind the idea of harmonizing the myriads of taxes, to not more than 9, to single digits, streamlining all the taxes. I also give a specific example. Today, companies pay, not only companies income tax, big companies of 30%, they also pay tertiary education tax, they also pay the NASEMI levy, they also pay police trust fund levy, they also pay industrial technology levy, and they also pay NIPDA levy. You see, all manner of levies are paid by companies. So what the new tax law has done is to simplify all that into one levy called development levy of 4%. So instead of paying this counted up to 5, you just pay that development levy. So simplicity, certainty, you know what you have to pay, and of course that encourages voluntary compliance. Now talking about myths, okay, a lot of myths, just as you rightly mentioned, have been associated with the new tax reforms. One of such myths is that, as a matter of fact, I encountered somebody who told me that from next year, that anytime he sells his shares, he's going to pay capital gains tax of 30%. So once you sell your shares, you pay, the tax on the shares you're going to sell. So that is a myth. Now the reality is that it is only when what has been sold, okay, is in excess of 150 million, within a 12-month period, that CGT applies. And again, even when you sell shares worth 150 million, you don't automatically pay CGT when you have reinvested the proceeds from such such shares. So that myth should be corrected, debunked. Another one too that's associated with that is also what we have experienced on TV the other day, in another TV station. The question was, central bank has now lifted the limits for deposits. You cannot deposit as much as you want in a bank, without any charge, unlike before, where they placed the limits. Okay, so the question was that it was that central bank must have been colluding with the Federal Revenue Service, to now lure people to bring in their money to the banks, so that those money will be taxed. So the person is now saying that before the end of the year, he's going to withdraw his deposits from the bank, so that the tax person does not tax the deposit. So the impression, the myth, is that money you have in your account will be taxed from January. Again, is a myth. That is not true. Okay, the idea of linking the BVN to the maybe tax identification number, for example, is just for record purposes, information purposes. Okay, the taxman, for example, should view, if you like, the kind of activities that go on in someone's such that if, for example, it is not commensurate or is not reflective of the tax the person is paying, then questions can be asked. It doesn't mean that if you have a money account in January that you're going to be taxed. So that is one myth again that we need to correct.
All right, we're getting all these from different angles, but let's come to Dr. Odinga and see how this reflects with you.
Thank you, Sri. My reflection may be slightly, different, and that I will key in from the point of view of myth and reality. Myth, no. Myth, yes. Let's start with no. The common myth is that some people say the government is broke, that's why government is just raising taxes anyhow. No, that is not so. Government does not become broke and go about raising taxes, Then some people say by January, if you keep your money in the bank, it will miss because government will be taking it anyhow. It is not true because of all the tax reforms, there is nowhere where such is part of the law. Again, some people say that the tax is pro-poor because the low income, the lowest minimum salary, they will pay zero tax. Then as the income progresses, which qualifies it to be a progressive taxation, the tax rate increases up to 25, over 50 million. Now, you see that the myth there is, which is real, when we say tax rate is progressive and is pro-poor, yes, but we also go ahead to say it is fair to the wealthy. Is it true? How can you take more of my money and you say you are fair to me? That is why I say myth, yes, myth, no. You cannot be fair to somebody and you are increasing his quantum of payment. But again, I was listening to Alhaji Dangote the other time. He was responding to questions on social media in respect of this tax rate. And he was asked whether, as a businessman, he is happy and willing with payment of increased tax for the rich. He said yes. It is not the rate of tax that spurs him to invest. In fact, there are factors like, contribution to the well-being of the society, and he will wish that he pays more taxes so that we can guarantee business environment-friendly policies. Our children can go to school, hospitals can be built so that we don't sojourn abroad. This was what he said, which means that tax rate is not the sole determinant of investment, encouragement. Again, yes, the source of this myth is self. I look at the sections of the Nigeria Tax Act after going through, and I discovered that there are two sections again that support this myth, the outside there. Section 158 provides for surcharge on certain items, and of that, top on that list is fossil fuel, and by extension is referring to petrol, which is a dicey, debate area. Again, it goes to section 186 to say the following taxes are suspended. Then you ask yourself, Cyril, why inserting these two sections if we do not want to generate suspicion? Why? So these are the causes of this controversy too. So ordinarily, professionals and non-professionals, those that have the time to scan through the documents as I did, because I teach taxation at the university too, so, and I don't leave you a line without understanding. So this is one of the areas where I say I will divert a bit to say the act itself is contributing with these provisions.
All right. So, good enough think that we're here with Mr. Tawu. We, in addition to the discussion in the studio, we also have a number of reports that also speak to the issues. Let's get to see this one from Lagos.
Lagos remains an attractive destination for businesses and investors to thrive, considering its position as the home of one of the busiest airports in the country. Also, the Apapa and Lekki Deep Sea ports, the largest single-train refinery in the world, as well as the seat of banking, real estate, digital innovation, manufacturing and fintech. All of these, experts say, constitute a huge tax base for the nation's commercial nerve center.
The focus at this time is to ensure that the citizens are fine, things are working, those that are out of the tax net are in the tax net. And then consequently, if the economic development is enhanced and the standard of living is enhanced, then taxes will increase. If taxes will increase, there will be promotion of economic growth, there will be enhancement of tax to GDP ratio.
So I think it's great news for the country. And I mean, Lagos, of course, is the commercial hub of Nigeria. And you were asking about, will it increase entrepreneurship? Yeah, I think it will, but it will also make it easier for large companies. I mean, the large companies that we think about, consumer good companies or oil and gas companies, that they're in a better tax environment. So it's great news for the country, and all credit to the administration. And I think, of course, we've got better at tracking people's income so that it's in a tax net and in every country in the world.
The harmonized tax reforms, stakeholders agree, will address tax evasion and boost revenue earnings for the government. Experts also agree that the new tax law is expected to benefit low-income earners, especially individuals that earn 800,000 naira and below, as they are exempted from personal income tax.
A tax reform without tax increase, if you ask me, is quite ingenious, because normally in order to make more revenue, people will believe that you need to tax people more. But the president said when the committee was inaugurated, let the poor breathe.
Ahead of the commencement of the new tax regime, experts believe that earnings from the new tax system is expected to foster tax compliance, deepen infrastructural growth for national development.
All right, from Lagos, let's go over to Kano for this next report.
As Nigeria's tax reform under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu takes effect in 2026, Kano State stands at a strategic crossroads to harness this policy shift and reposition itself as a hub for economic and industrial transformation. With large population, vast arable land, and abundant water bodies, Kano is naturally positioned to benefit from value addition in agriculture and livestock. By tapping into incentives within the new tax regime, the state can attract private sector investment in agro-processing, meat production, and export-driven agri-businesses.
So if we can produce giantly in the state, it will be an opening ground for the state to grow in economic perspective and in line with this tax reform.
However, for industrial growth to thrive, Kano must confront the long-standing challenge of epileptic power supply. Addressing energy deficit through solar mini-grids and off-grid solution can empower small and medium-scale enterprises, especially in rural communities.
The internal roads that we have seen being repaired to invest in also supporting all the industries, MSMEs, minimum, micro, small and medium enterprises, to make sure that the financing is supported. So investment by Kano State government should be towards that angle, and I believe when that happens, towards ensuring that industries are revived and those coming new startups are supported and the industry is sanitized.
You can only make profits when you use gas, and I pray that the pipeline coming to Kano for the gas will materialize.
The state also faces growing population of unskilled youth, and leveraging tax incentives to expand technical and vocational education can bridge the skills gap and create a ready workforce for emerging industries in ICT, manufacturing and logistics. Experts say with effective implementation, the new tax reform offers Kano an opportunity to boost internally generated revenue without overburdening citizens, while also improving infrastructure, job creation and economic resilience. With political will and strategic partnerships, Kano State can turn policy into prosperity, becoming a model for subnational economic development in Nigeria's new reform era.
All right, those two reports, and we're back here in the studio. One thing persistently comes up. It's this matter of bank accounts. Dr. Owadinga spoke about it too. It's a matter of bank accounts, access to bank accounts, and over again, everywhere you go, you hear the same questions being asked. Is it true that from the 1st of January, you do not have access to your bank accounts because of these linkages? And a lot of people are so worried about that. You can imagine some saying we'll have to get our money out of the banks.
Yeah, so thank you for asking. This is perhaps the biggest myth with the tax reform law. The first point to make is that as you speak today, and this has been the case for years, government already has access to all our bank accounts. You would imagine you can't open a bank account without providing NIN. The banks are regulated by government. So you can't pretend that you have a bank account today and government is not aware. So the tax law has not introduced anything in terms of government being able to see what's in your account. Now, would government take money from your account? No. There is nothing in that new tax law that allows government to take money from your account. What this new tax law has done is to say, and I think in one of the reports you showed now, Professor Abiola Soni was saying that this is ingenious because government wants to raise more revenue without increasing the taxes that people pay. And I'll tell you the magic. The magic is that Nigeria is one of the countries where there's a wide gap of tax evasion. So you and I are doing the same business. You are the honest and patriotic person. You are paying your taxes, and I don't care about paying my taxes. We allow that to persist in Nigeria. And it creates a distortion because that honest person is being punished, and the dishonest person has an advantage. Society cannot grow like that. So for us, we are turning that to an opportunity of saying, let everybody pay their fair share. Government revenue would not only go up, it would also mean that there is equality and fairness and fair play for everyone. So the reason why the bank accounts myth is going around is because in the new tax law, which is even a higher threshold than what we have currently. Currently, there's a requirement for banks to report banking transactions if they exceed certain thresholds. The new tax law raises that up, so which means like in a quarter, that's 3 months. If your activity in your bank is worth 25 million, that's 100 million in a year. You're not a poor person. So government says, tell me about anybody that has up to 100 million in their account in a year. And it does not even mean that government will take the money from the bank account. It just means if they report me to the government as having 100 million activity in my account, and I have not filed returns, they'll say, Taiwo Yedele, we think that you have some income that you have not told us about. Can you explain yourself? And I can say to the government, I'm sorry, this is a loan, or this is money for my grandmother, right? So government will not take money from anybody's account. The access to bank accounts is a global standard, and usually it's for government to get intelligence for people who may be evading taxes that are not poor persons. Let me quickly address a few of the issues that my colleagues have raised. Right. So Professor spoke about the 800,000 naira. So just to add to that, so he's right. We have a new tax band where the exemption is higher than before, which means more low-income earners would no longer be paying PAYE from January. But it's even better than the 800,000 naira, because that 800,000 naira is what we call taxable income. Before you arrive at taxable income, you take your gross income. That's the amount the employer promises to pay you for the services you render as an employee. So let's say you earn 100,000 naira a month. In a year, that's 1,200,000 naira. Before you even talk about tax at all, you will start by taking out what we call statutory deduction. In other words, inside the tax law, it says you are eligible to claim some deduction so you don't pay tax on all your income. I will make a list of them. Number one is pension contribution. If you contribute to pension, government allows you to take it out of your salary even before you start talking about tax. Number two, National Housing Fund. Number three, National Health Insurance Scheme. Number four, if you are the person who pays premium on your life and the life of your spouse, you're also allowed to take that out. In addition to what we call mortgage interest, if you take a loan to be able to build your house. All these 5 deductions you take out of your income first and foremost. Number two, you're allowed to take what we call a rent relief. That rent relief can be up to 500,000 naira in a year per individual. When you finish taking out all these things I've listed, the balance you have of your income is called taxable income. You then take a further 800,000 naira and apply 0%, which means you don't pay tax. This is the reason why some people have wrongly divided the 800,000 naira by 12, and they say this is less than 70,000 naira. That means low minimum wage people will be paying taxes. No, it is because this understanding is not very common. In addition to that, inside the new tax law from next year, there's a specific provision that says national minimum wage earners will not pay tax. So if they increase minimum wage by tomorrow to 200,000 naira per month, it is automatically exempted from tax. So the other thing is, you spoke about the bank and BVN. So I can even announce to the Nigerian people that we had a meeting yesterday with the Joint Revenue Board, where you have some of the states' internal revenue services, as well as working with the FRS. And the plan now is to even remove the requirement for BVN from your tax registration. We just want you to be able to register. I don't even need to have a bank account before I earn income. So government is not after your money inside your bank account. Professor also spoke about capital gains tax on shares. People have shares in the stock market. Some of them say, oh, let's go and sell because they have introduced 30% tax. It is not true. In fact, what we have done from next year in the new law is that everybody who has shares in the stock market has exemption from paying tax. About 99% of the investors there, the exemption is unconditional. So they can buy today and sell tomorrow, they will not pay any tax. The remaining 1% are the big investors. Their own exemption is conditional. The requirement is if you sell, make sure that within that same year you come back and buy shares. If you sell and you just leave the market permanently, then you pay tax on it. Before you even pay tax on it, we allow you to take out all your expenses that you have incurred in making that money. I think it's also important to make that clarification. And then the question about fairness, the rich paying more, is that really fair? I would explain how it's very fair. In a society that you have inequality, if you don't address it, what we are currently doing in Nigeria is that we're making the poor pay more than the rich. When the Voluntary Asset and Income Declaration Scheme was launched in 2017, it was a tax amnesty. The report that government produced concluded that 96% of the income tax that states collect across Nigeria was being collected from low-income earners. It is not right in any society for the poor to carry more burden than the rich. So what we have done is a rebalancing. And even that rebalancing, like I said, if you were a rich person in Ghana, you pay 35%. Rich person in Kenya, 35%. Rich person in South Africa, 45%. So the 25% in Nigeria is low, in addition to the fact that these rich people Many of them don't even earn salaries. They earn dividend, which is taxed only at 10%. Okay. So I think the last one, if you permit me, is the surcharge.
Yes.
That there's a surcharge in the tax law, and at the same time there's a suspension of the tax on fossil fuel. And I can explain that. Because government removed subsidy on PMS, and then the prices went up, and it affected many things. So government had to remove the VAT so that the cost can be manageable. But the reason why there's a surcharge inside the law is because the law is not made for 2026 or 2027. This is the law that will be with us for generations to come. There will be a time when it will become appropriate, like the rest of the world, for us to collect taxes that is dedicated to fixing roads. When roads are good, productivity goes up. The cost of traveling comes down, and efficiency and profitability is better for everyone. So it's a win-win for society overall.
Let me stay with you for a moment or two and bring up another in line with the worries that have been expressed. There are millions of senior citizens, and they can't wait to hear in specific terms and simple terms if what they get, and by the way, we all know what the pensions are like in this country, if what they get will be taxable.
We love our senior citizens. We had a very extensive debate in the committee when we were working on the laws, and I can say to Nigerians, 100%, if you earn pension, no tax. Retirement benefit, no tax. They say, God forbid, if somebody loses their job and they pay them severance payment, no tax. But if you're a retiree and you say, but I'm not tired, and you start a new business, you set up a bank and you start making money, you will pay tax on that new business, but not on your retirement income.
Yeah, I brought this up because number of retirees who have expressed concern that they have received letters from tax authorities demanding that they pay tax.
I think it's always sometimes a miscommunication because, for example, I made this example in another forum to say Aliko Dangote can decide that he's retired today. If he's retired today, does it mean Dangote Refinery, Dangote Cement, all of them should be exempted? No. So we have to make a distinction between the retiree and their income sources.
Yes, but so particularly retirees of government, civil servants, retired civil servants. And here, I don't mean the level of permanent secretaries, like Dr. Wadi.
No, even at that, they have served the government. Whether you work in the private sector or public sector, when you retire, in the new tax law, there is no tax on your pension, retirement benefit, and anything that you're earning from that retirement. When they write to you and they say you should pay tax, you just reply to them and say, I don't have any other income. Maybe they think you have a massive estate where you're collecting rent. Nobody can tell. It's you to explain yourself.
The other aspect, which a lot of questions are also raised, has to do with businesses and such other individuals who are high players in the economy. And so property owners, for instance, and how this will affect them. And the eye on this is the matter of rent, because where you say this is meant to ameliorate all these payments that people make, the huge property owner, the one who has the estates and all that, who are considered as high income earners, who naturally would pay more rents, where would they pass more tax? Where would they pass that extra they're paying to? It goes to rents.
Okay, I think I made some allusions when I talked about formal businesses. Formal businesses where the turnover is less than a particular threshold, 100 million. Those ones will not be paying tax. But of course, if it is more than 100 million, then your fixed assets is 250,000. Okay, you'll be required to pay tax, and that tax is 30%. 30%. But if you are, for example, you deal in property, okay, that's also one of the reasons the capital gains tax, was merged with the company's income tax. Currently, capital gains tax is 10%. Company's income tax is 30%. So you see a disparity. And because of that disparity, you also find, people circumventing, if you like, avoiding, tax because of that loophole. So in the case of somebody who deals in property, if I understood your question, for example, now that person, instead of paying the capital gains tax of 10%, he sells his property, he pays capital gains tax of 10%, he will not be required to do that at 30%, so as not to, if you like, benefit from that arbitrage or that, that differential.
So I like the question a lot because I think it will benefit our viewers. So first, if you're a landlord and you have a big estate, you collect rent, you clearly fall in the category of high income earners who are on paper asked to pay a little bit more from next year. But it's a big picture that we have to piece together. This same landlord will get benefit from next year that they never got before. Number one, from next year, anything to do with property, whether it's land, whether you are selling a building, the VAT has been removed. It's VAT exempt. Number two, when you earn rent, don't just go and pay tax on the rent. You deduct all your expenses, maintenance of the property, insurance, you pay the house agent, you pay a lawyer, all your payment, just keep the receipts. You take it out from your rent before you pay tax. Number three, if you have that most likely in a company, your tax rate currently is 30%. From next year, it's coming down to 25%. That same business as well will be entitled to a lot of other reliefs and allowances. So in other words, this person that has this massive business will benefit maybe about 1 billion naira from their company operation. And their personal income tax will go up by, let's say, 50 million. They're still better off, which is why we said this new reform benefits everyone actually, including the rich. So there's no excuse for any landlord. And I'd like to repeat that. No landlord should pass any cost to their tenants and blame it on the tax law. Actually, what should happen is they should reduce their rent because they will enjoy more benefits under the new law.
Exactly. I mean, in theory, in paper, that is the case. But Dr. Wadingwa, you know how it is like, where the exchange rate changes, and then the tomato seller in the market says, dollar don't high, when it has no correlation. And so the worry is that, yes, these have been captured in the new tax law, but are the citizens, are Nigerians themselves, can they be trusted to carry this out and not decide, like the example we've just given, to spread costs and say, oh, well, this is more money for me, I'm getting so many benefits, but I've paid a little more tax. Therefore, that tenant who's in that property is going to have to take a bit of that. Isn't that how it functions in the society?
Yes, Cyril, but I think the new Tax Act has to some extent gone to take care of that by putting in place certain measures. For example,
that's what we want to do.
Yes, the new tax law insists on e-ticketing.
Right.
In all aspects. Again, organizations are advised to implement the EIP, which is IT system to be installed in any enterprise that will interface with the configuration of the
computer architecture of the tax office. Again, it has to be mentioned that there is nowhere in the new Tax Act where steps are taken to dampen prices as an outflow of the tax process, because that is not part of the tax law. Maybe that is dealt with in economic sense. However, there are some, incentives, packages, just as we see on the income angle. So we just believe that, when we are doing business with anyone, Cyril, we assume that we are doing it under trust, beside documentation, beside the rule of law, and beside existing penalties.
Okay, so that's why we're saying, the incentives aside, what is in place for those who might abuse this new law? Okay. Those who might...
There's also the one of the laws, the Joint Revenue Board, has also established, in addition to the Joint Revenue Board, established the Office of the Tax Ombudsman. So I also think that is also one of the things that office, would be, looking into.
Right.
So if you have an issue, even with the tax authority has served you, notice, and you have an issue, that tax office can also come in to mediate. So it's for people to know that there is such an office, and that such an office also exists to mediate whenever there are issues around taxes.
That's just it. Most people were looking out for that. There's a tax ombudsman where you can take your complaints to, or your disputes with whatever is happening, and say, look, this has to be resolved. And that's key to what we're talking about. So people just don't depend entirely on the trust, as Dr. Odinga says.
Yeah, but you see, Cyril, when property owners increase their income, their takings through rent. Here there are two aspects of rent. Rent received from the proceeds of property of an individual, and that of the company. Under the case of the individual, the rent becomes part of income from other sources. And in the company too, it is treated as other income. So from the tax angle, it is captured, and all due expenses that were incurred, as said earlier, that will be given credit before arriving at the tax. But the challenge you are expressing is there is likelihood for this intense revenue monitoring and collection may likely be impacting negatively on the tenant. And I still say that you may be left with nobody but the ombudsman. And the ombudsman, is the non-legal process, is mediatory. So still, from the welfare package angle in economics, there could be a shelter, there could be a way out, so that outside the normal tax law, that becomes a welfare issue to streamline and dampen price increase, including rent.
Okay. There's the other aspect which I'd like us to look into, and if we'll do that right now or when we come back in the second segment, and that has to do with largely the informal sector, because all of this, yes, is nice and cut for the formal sector, but the informal sector is so large, and the question of VAT, I keep referring to it, the informal sector, which it's actually impossible to capture exactly the transactions that go on there, how the new tax laws will affect those, and how they will carry out. Because you just mentioned here that whatever you take out, even if you paid VAT on, what you use to produce whatever it is you produce, you are entitled to a refund. That may well be so for the formal sector, but for the informal sector, how do you capture that?
Yeah, no, very good question. So for the informal sector, and I think it's also Professor Abiola Sani that said it in one of your reports, when the president said, let the poor breathe. So this new tax law has recognized that the informal sector have no capacity to keep records, to go and claim refund. They don't even know how to go about it. This law says, if what you make in a year from your business or whatever you're doing is 100 million naira or less, whether you're a company or not, you're exempted from charging VAT. It as well.
Well, at this point, we'll take a short break. When we return, the phone lines will be open. It means you can join in the conversation in the studio, and we'll take another report and highlight other issues with regard to the new tax law bill to come into effect on the 1st of January next year. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Sahara, we rise, the land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we swing colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we make passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we have more than destination. We are Nigeria. We are Nigeria, strengthening in unity. We know they carry life. We are Nigeria. We are Nigeria. Together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA. NTA Tuesday Live, a network issue-oriented innovation talk show.
Right, thanks for staying with us. It's all about the new tax regime, the myths and the reality. This segment, the lines will be open, the numbers to call will be on your screen. You can take advantage of those and call in. And as we say every Tuesday, if you're calling in tonight and your call gets through to the studio, do us a favor, turn down the volume of your TV set to avoid the hurlback or the echo. And an easy way to know if your call has been passed through is your name appears on screen. It tells you that your call has been passed through to the studio. So just go ahead and ask your question or make a comment, and we encourage you not to bother too much about the greetings. A simple hello would be fine. And we also ask that as much as possible, you keep those comments and questions as brief as possible so that others can also get on the platform and air their views. So now let's begin with this report from Enugu.
The Nigeria Tax Reform Act 2025 would be better described as a harmonized tax system prior to the signing of Tax Reform Act into law by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the 26th of June, several tax laws were being operated across federal, state, and local governments of the country. The Nigeria Tax Reform Act 2025 is compressed into 4 acts. These include the Nigeria Tax Act, Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Act, Nigeria Tax Administration Act, and the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Tax. These 4 acts seek to streamline compliance, strengthen intergovernmental coordination, and reposition the tax system. Companies with annual revenue up to 100 million naira and fixed assets below 250 million naira do not have to pay company income tax, capital gain tax, and the newly introduced development levy. Again, value-added tax is no longer charged on essential goods and services such as food, education, healthcare, rent. Individuals earning below 800,000 naira per annum are exempted from personal income tax. With this reduction of tax burden on a large number of the populace and capturing of more people into the tax net, residents of Enugu create jobs, boost agriculture and agro-processing sector, improve healthcare system, and reduce crime and criminality to the barest.
This, they are going to reinvest the savings made from non-payment of tax into their business, and it makes businesses to grow. Again, it's going to help organizations, informal sector, that are yet to come up. To we encourage to start their business because they know fully well that if they start, they won't pay much tax. In fact, they won't pay much tax when they have a turnover of less than 100 million.
Enugu State, being a state that has a coal, will benefit from, because they have comparative advantage in that area. They will benefit from all other jobs that are associated with mining activity. The agricultural states will equally benefit from those comparative advantage because those areas where tax laws are saying if you are involved in agricultural business, you have some level of relief.
Consolidating scores of laws and introducing modern implementation mechanisms, it is expected that these reforms will significantly reshape Nigeria's physical future.
All right, that report from Enugu. Let's come to this other aspect of it all. The tax regime will come into effect next year. One of the biggest challenges with regard to collection of taxes has to do with what goes on in all the states of the Federation and how this new regime would address this matter of multiple taxations across the states. For those who are in the business of trading from one state to the other, you can imagine the number of taxes. Each state places a kind of tax you're passing through. It's affected almost everything, including telecommunications, where states claim right of way and all those taxes. Every point you drop in something
with the various types of taxes and levies that are currently being imposed now, which will now be streamlined into just 9. So for those in that income tax, your personal income tax, if you reside in a state, you pay it in the state where you live, except for those in the FCT. So the issue of payee, the issue of capital gains tax with respect to individuals, the issue of withholding tax, all of that, now streamlined into one, the income tax. You also have the stamp duties. You have the
motor licensing fees, registration. You travel from one state to the other. You
have road taxes.
Yes, you have them there. Somebody comes out from the bushes and stops you.
In fact, that law makes an offense for anybody to stop you on the road with a roadblock, for you to pay tax. It makes an offense for people to even pay taxes and levies, using cash. That has also been outlawed. Okay, so
let me add to what the professor has said. So for those who remember, on day one, during the inauguration of the current administration, even though what many people remember is subsidy is gone. That same speech of subsidy is gone. The president called out this issue of multiplicity of taxes. And he has been true to that promise, saying that we have to address it, and it's part of the reason why the committee was set up, and it's part of the reform that is now becoming the law from next year to take effect. And I'll tell you what we've done and the journey we're still embarking on. You would agree with me that the powers to impose taxes, and you said it already, local government will say it's our right to do it. Those rights are enshrined in the Constitution for local government, for states, and for federal. So you cannot override that power by enacting a law. So what we've done is to the law that the state are already enacting now to address that problem.
All right, let's take in our first call tonight. Benga calling from Abuja. Hello, Benga, go ahead. Hello, Benga.
Thank you very much. Good evening. The program is very enlightening. I just have a few questions. Number one, implementation of these tax laws, especially as it relates to ordinary businessmen that are into transport. As a transporter, I will pay my haulage, I will get my haulage certificate in Abuja. I get to Kogi, somebody tells me that there's a document missing. I have to pay for that. I get to review, a different document again is presented. So at the end of the day, I paid here in Abuja, but I still pay across the country. That's one. Two, I do some businesses. I pay VAT from the first seller. I sell the same product. And I'm told again that VAT will be removed. It's not double, I know this word taxation or double VAT. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, let me address the question. So the first one, as a transporter, so we are particular about the transport sector. They tend to carry the excessive burden of this multiple taxation. We even had a session with the haulage industry. The straight answer is that the process is ongoing now to address it, that once you pay once, you don't have to pay in all the other points where you pass through. And it's one of the reasons why in the letter you buy this phone and you pay VAT on it. You are selling it, they say put VAT again. It's not double VAT because the law has been designed to say if you have to charge VAT again, that VAT you paid previously, you offset it. So you pay 10 naira before as VAT, you are charging VAT of 12 naira, you remove the 10 you pay and pay only 2 to the government. So it's incremental, it's not double counted for VAT.
Right. Still returning to the matter of what the states are empowered to do by the Constitution, we'd like to know the status of Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, in all of this, for instance. It's here in the FCT. You see all manners of people standing on the highway, interrupting traffic and demanding payment of levies and taxes, mobile advertising. Perhaps you have your company registered in Kaduna, for instance, and a vehicle comes in here and somebody says you have to pay because you have a sticker on your vehicle. What status is Abuja? Let's take this call and then we'll Lemel from Abuja is on the line. Hello. Hello, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Actually, I want to commend all of you for this sensitization and awareness that you've been telling the Nigerian populace about the tax reform. I have just a single question to ask. Particularly
to repeat, whether you have 1 million in your account or 1 billion in your account, 1 naira, government will not take from your account. The tax law does not give that power to government to take money from your account. What is in the new tax law is that if the money in your account is up to 25 million in 3 months, that's 100 million in a year, the bank should report it to the government. And I said before that even today, under the old law, there's that requirement to report even lower amounts to the government. And up till now, they've not debited anybody's account. So nobody will take money from your account, whether it's 1 million or 1 billion naira. And to the other question about the transporter.
Yes.
I think we answered the one
yes,
on
you
the
have
transporter. Yes.
And then we raised the issue of the status of the FCT.
Yes, that's right. So for the status of the FCT, we actually had a session with the AMAC, where you have the council, chairpersons, and we discussed this. So we agreed that FCT is almost like the president is the governor of the FCT. And the president is the one that set up this reform to say we can't be collecting all these nuisance taxes. So I say the process is ongoing to also harmonize so that the FCT is also a place that is conducive for businesses, not that we are harassing people to collect all manner of taxes. So because this is the jurisdiction of the Federal Capital Territory, we should lead by example, and that process is ongoing.
All right. Umar Angachi from Birling Kebbi is on the line. Hello. Hello, Umar.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Chido.
Good evening.
And all the important there. Before now, I'm scared about the tax reform generally. But due to the explanation of the discussion there, I'm convinced that this tax reform gives me a sense of relief in 2026, God willing. But my own observation is that the way I'm convinced, most of Nigerians were not convinced to that extent. So I'm suggesting if the tax reform can be postponed 6 months, at least 6 months to come, so that you duplicate this explanation into multiple Nigerian languages, at least for the rural areas to understand the tax reform. This is my proposal. Then secondly, I'm thinking of how do you deal with the monopolistic companies, just like NEPA, that transfer the VAT to customers. They transfer their charges.
Yeah.
Yes.
So on the postponement for 6 months, I understand the points he raised, but I would put it this way. This tax law is supposed to provide relief for the majority of Nigerians from January next year. Why should we delay it? The low-income earner cannot wait to get the benefit to be able to buy things more affordably. So I think we'll continue with the sensitization between now and end of the year. And he can also help us educate people within his network, association and groups. The more of people that do this, the better. The National Orientation Agency is working with us now to take this message across the country. So I will not support delaying the implementation. On the issue around VAT by the electricity company passing it on to their customers, what we've done under this new tax law is that there are 3 stages to power generation. There's the generation, there's transmission, and then there's the distribution. We've now zero-rated, without me going to the details, we've zero-rated the VAT for generation and distribution so that there's no build-up of VAT cost for the power companies that they then need to pass on to their customers. So that will provide some sort of relief. And then he said, how do we address corruption?
Right.
In the taxes we collect? This is something that is of concern to everybody. And it's the same thing all over the world. On one hand, There are other processes that are ongoing as part of the reform to address better transparency, accountability for taxpayers' money in Nigeria, including amending the constitution. So those processes are ongoing. But what I even say is that, let's even say that government will not behave differently. If government is collecting 1,000 naira from me today, and under the new tax law I'll pay 200 naira, I'm still better off paying 200 naira that I'm not sure about the accountability, that continue to pay 1,000 naira when it's the same, I'm not sure about the accountability. So whatever way you look at it, the new tax law is a big improvement for the economy and for the Nigerian people.
All right, yes, and sorry, talking about implementation, I also think not every aspect of the tax laws will kick in, in January next year. I think that some aspects may not, be implemented at the same time. A good example is the surcharge, the fuel surcharge. The fuel. Mm-hmm. Okay, that surcharge is one thing that has been in our law books for long. As a matter of fact, since 2007. Okay, in the tax law that we have today, it will require the finance minister, to activate it, before you can begin to implement it. Right. So I don't think it's something that will also automatically. Yes.
Right. Okay, we have Ikechukwu from Lagos. Hello. Is it still on the line?
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Ikechukwu.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
So, what I'm trying to point at is about this types of routine. No, levels of routine is always quite different. What if some of us are doing transporters and some are traders? We might wake up tomorrow morning and see some people in your shop asking you to pay tax, and which is going to have you meet some people and they will ask you for tax. What plans do people have on it, on that side? And again, there is this tax. Is it going to affect all this? They call a national road transport or whatever. Are they going to be free from the road from people to have a good access? And that again, I'm going to point to landlord of 18. How is it going to benefit we citizens in the renting side? Because the rent now is much, much high. And if we are bringing tax again, how are we going to cope as a poor citizens? Thank you so much. That's what I want to know.
All right.
Yeah, I guess the place I'd like to start is, he said we are bringing tax again. But we have been explaining all day that we are reducing the tax. So we are not, because if we keep saying we are bringing tax again, we are giving the landlord the excuse to increase the rent. We need to be careful. There's nothing in this new law that is bringing another tax again for the landlord. So I need to clarify that. And then the other question he asked is that you are going around, they're asking you for tax, and you are at zero transport. Let's make a distinction. First, you have some associations that collect their taxes. If you're a driver, they have the NURT, I think that's what they call it. That's not a tax issue. Yes, I think those issues are being addressed separately. It's not a tax. They're not collecting money for the government. That's their own way of collecting membership dues from their members, which we also, some of us don't agree with. But for the taxes that government collects on the road, local government, state government, those ones are what we already explained. That under the new tax law, there's a process to outlaw these physical roadblock harassment for collecting taxes. Once you can address that, you take out the incentive of people going on the road, because some of them collect those monies and they don't remit to the government. So if you stop them from collecting cash and from being on the road physically, there will be sanity. Some of us travel abroad, even to some African countries, and you never see people physically stopping you on the road to collect taxes. That's what they did in the days of Mongo Park. We are better than that. the world has developed today, and we should move forward as a country as well.
All right, we have Ahmed from Lagos on the line. Hello, Ahmed. Ahmed.
Well, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Hello, sir. Good evening. Thank you. I want to thank the presenter today for this very valuable presentation. But my contribution is to Mr. Abuji.
Yes, go ahead.
The issue of tax in Nigeria is a very sensitive one, and the tax reform that is taking place in January is what I think Nigerians welcome very well. But there is a lot to be done, which I think have not been put in place. The orientation supposed to have been given to Nigerians. The additional orientation is supposed to have been an instrument which the tax returning committee is supposed to have utilized in sensitizing Nigerians. People have not gotten much awareness that is desire about the new tax reform. And so I think it's not late for the committee to embark on that. National Orientation is an agency that's supposed to have given orientation to Nigerian people on the government policies. So I think I should suggest that the committee should look into that, liaise with the National Orientation Agency to go around the country to sensitize Nigerians so that the body or the point of the tax will not be that much on Nigerians. Thank you, sir.
All right. Grace. Why? Because if we say that we have streamlined preponderance of taxes into 9 at the state level, that is theory. Why? Because we have to agree to the fact that the landscape, the silo attitude of the governors at that level, the level of fiscal abuse at local government level, and security challenges, inability to monitor compliance at this national level, we have to accept that it's a work in progress. And that is why that aspect of, the suspicion of this working, coming up on the road, rent, because on the road, the driver is left on his own. Tenants are left on their own. But the tax administration law has gone far to encapsulate what is to be done. But that's why I say it's work in progress.
Okay. Well, Prof, let's move to international trade and investment. How this new regime, tax regime, will impact that?
Okay, well, to the extent that it will improve the ease of doing business in Nigeria, if you look at one of the pillars of ease of doing business is ease of paying taxes. And over the years, Nigeria has not ranked well, in the ease of doing business. So, to the extent that it will improve the ease of doing business, to the extent that it will streamline taxes and make the business environment a lot more friendly, we expect that capital inflows, first confidence in the economy will improve, will further improve, and then of course we'll expect that that will also improve the international trade. We'll have more trade. When you have lower improve the environment for taxes. So there will be more investments, and we also expect that international trade will improve.
One thing we cannot stop talking about, and have to over and over re-emphasize.
Let me also quickly add this. You see, part of the myth too is that the whole essence of what the government is doing is to, ramp up boost revenue. Okay. Yes, to some extent that may be true, but it is, being done not by way of increasing taxes, but by way of plugging loopholes. One of the loopholes the government is intending to plug, has to do with if you like, the tax avoidance schemes that a number of multinationals or big companies, engage in. And that's also what has given rise to this issue of, the effective minimum tax for, multinationals. Multinationals with turnover of 750, million euro, be required to pay a minimum of 15% tax. So where they are currently not paying up to that, they'll be required to do a top-up. So not only those with turnover of 750 million euro, but even the local ones that are big, with turnover of 50 billion, will also be required to, to pay such, do a top-up. So what that does is to, as I said, ensure that part of the money that we have been losing, as a result of tax avoidance schemes, what we call base erosion and profit shifting, will be plugged. So that's the whole idea behind that.
We have Rufai from Kebbi. Hello. Rufai from Kebbi.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Hello, if you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I have a single question too. I just want the guests to share more light on the issue of TIN number. What is the relationship of TIN number with the tax? In fact, we, the civil servants or workers, people are afraid of this thing. Because most of people are that you are with them here, they are saying that you people should go and get this PIN number before January. If you don't have PIN number, your account number will be blocked or something like that. So this clarification on the issue of PIN number and the relationship of TIN number between civil servant. If you are doing business, you must have a TIN number. If you are earning salary, you must have a TIN number. Presently, most of civil servants have TIN number. So must they do another TIN number again, or the only TIN number that they are using from the link with their TIN number is already how do I say it? It's okay for them.
Right. Thank you, Rufai. Okay.
Yes, so I can address that.
Yes.
So this requirement for TIN for your bank account was actually introduced in 2020. So it has already been around for 5 years already. So it's not a new requirement. So anybody and everybody that needs to have TIN most likely already has it. But if you don't, to get the TIN is very easy. Just go to JTB website. I think it's jtb.org. You can fill it in within 2 or 3 hours. You don't need to go physically anywhere, and you get your number. If you already have a TIN, because if you're already a salary earner, you are running a business, you already have a TIN, you don't need to get another one. So what you have is already sufficient, and if there is no TIN in your bank account, nobody will block it from next year. Of course, many people don't even need a TIN if they are not doing business and they are not earning salary. If you're like a student, for example, you don't need to get a TIN because you're just getting allowance. If you're a retiree, you most likely had a TIN when you were working before you retired. So that's what I would say for that. There's not any problem with the TIN at all. But just to add to your question around international trading, in addition to what Prof said, so there are also some key provisions we've done in the new reform. One of it is the international trade using the single window. So there's a national single window that is going to be launched by beginning of next year, where importation, exportation will be streamlined. You don't need to go through 20 agencies and spending 2 months. We just want life to be easy for the Nigerian people, especially the small-scale exporters and importers. In addition to that, we have a provision in the new tax law that we call unilateral tax relief. What it means is that if you are doing international trade and you have to pay tax in the other country where you are doing the business, and you also bring it back to Nigeria, we don't want you to pay double tax. Nigeria will treat any tax you have paid abroad as a credit. So that's why we call it unilateral tax $8 without leaving Nigeria. So we are very excited about the possibilities under this reform.
Again, I also think if the economic development incentive is well implemented, the one that's replacing the pioneer company relief, it will go a long way to promote exports of Nigerian products.
Well, Dr. Wadega says it's work in progress, and that suggests that at some point reviews, depending on how the outcomes are viewed. So the long term, that's where we go next.
Yes, I like the question about long term, because the natural tendency for us as human beings is to live in the moment. So we wish we can write the tax law to just address the issues of 2025, 2026. Whereas it has to, one, address that. That's equally important, without undermining our ability as a people to be successful in the medium to long term. The medium to long term for us is a country where our tax to GDP ratio would have increased, not because we are taxing people more, but by improving efficiency and blocking leakages. And government using that money for infrastructure, human capital development, from education to health, which we have all provided in this new law, so that the quality of life for the Nigerian people can be better. And more importantly, is a system where businesses will sell more. When businesses sell more, they hire more people. They pay them higher salaries. So that just has a way of going around. So that when we look back in another few years, we'll say that we did the best for our country and we're better off for it, where we would have lifted millions and tens of millions of Nigerians out of poverty. Those who are in the middle class will go into upper class. Those who are in upper class will become billionaires. And how we want Nigerian businesses to become multinational, that they can bring billions of dollars back to Nigeria, so that when the price of oil drops, we will no longer panic. And we know this is possible.
Well, I've had people say to me that there are two aspects that excite them about the new tax regime. The first, of course, is the idea that those with low-income earners would be exempt from paying this income tax. And the other aspect is the self-assessment.
Yes.
Right.
So the self-assessment regime is something we've had for a long time. What we've done now is to simplify it. A lot of it, we even want, some of the forms are being designed as we speak, where you can just almost like you're buying airtime on your phone is enough. The one good thing about self-assessment is government says we trust you to tell us you are fair. If you tell us and you're low income, you don't need to pay tax. You tell us you're a small business, you don't need to pay tax. You tell us you're a big man, you pay some tax, right? We want that fairness. So that is the essence of the self-assessment. But it goes beyond that. God forbid again that we have COVID-19. During COVID, Nigeria struggled. Many of our citizens live on daily income. We said they should not go out. If we didn't do anything about it, some people would die of hunger, not because of COVID. In other countries where the tax system works, you don't need to ask somebody whether they are poor or not. That self-assessment that they've been declaring over time gives you data. You can tell who is poor, where they are based, you have their bank account, you have their phone number, you just give them alert. Even on their phone, you can give their food stamp. They take the phone and they go and collect yam, they go and collect rice. We need to get there in Nigeria, which is why Nigerians need to take this tax reform seriously. It goes far beyond collecting revenue from taxes. It's about how we organize society and we cater for those who are vulnerable amongst us, while we ensure that those who have a little bit more pay their fair share.
And that's also why even those that have been exempted, like we said companies with turnover of less than 100 million will not be paying tax. Those ones too are required to file returns.
Because that bit has been reduced significantly. I think it's like buying land, getting government contract, getting firearm license, and doing importation, few items. But even when you need those, but you have filed returns, makes you eligible for tax clearance certificates. There's nothing in the law that says your tax clearance certificate must have tax paid. It can say tax clearance certificate, Taiwo Yedele, income, this amount, tax payable, nil. So don't let anybody force you to pay tax just because you need tax clearance certificate. It's not supported by law. And under this new reform from next year, there's the tax ombudsman to help you out.
All right. And
for free of charge.
Okay.
Yes.
And back to the self-assessment. All right, I assess myself. My income for a year is 200,000.
Then no tax.
Then
so
no tax.
You tell government that it's 200,000, and then your tax is 000. If you want tax clearance certificate, it's given to you.
Right. And then
and then your bank account is 100 million.
That's to go and explain.
So that's the issue.
But I think it's the right thing to do. We shouldn't allow people to game the system and just pretend like it's okay.
Right.
Society can never work. If I have 100 million in my account and I report 200,000 to the taxman, it's not right. It won't happen.
So
in
perhaps
any
that is
society.
where the fear of the bank accounts and all the things is coming from, because people want to hide what they have,
Yes.
and, under-assess themselves. And so if there's any feeling that you have a way of knowing.
Yeah, but two important things. What I'm saying that even today, government knows already.
Right.
Number two is that if you work with the 100 million naira that is in the new tax law, how many Nigerians have 100 million naira?
It's very important. So that's what it means that it is not 1 million.
Okay.
It's not one because what is being spread out there that
Is
it
1
is once you have
million, yeah.
1 million.
Yeah,
so it is 100 million and 1 million.
Yeah, it's 25 million in 3 months, which is 100 million naira.
Yes, but again, for the purpose of this program, 25 in 3 months. But again, in a situation where this is not steady, someone comes into, and of course we have to bring this other aspect of it into it. You talk about you assess yourself. What about inheritances? You pay tax on those?
No. There's no inheritance tax in Nigeria. Nobody even contemplated it. This was one of the very troubling misconceptions during the bill. And just to clarify, in the new tax law, there is no inheritance tax.
Yes, and inheritance might be by way of property or
It could be cash, yeah. It could be
yes,
other assets.
so one has assessed himself and said, look, I earn below this amount, and suddenly it becomes clear to you that I've inherited 50 million.
Yeah.
You begin to say, perhaps you under-assessed yourself.
No. So there's a distinction for tax purposes between asset and income. So if I inherit a big estate or even a lot of money, my parents passed on and they dash me, is it dash that without any income on
just
it?
so they don't pay tax.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's been an interesting evening, but we can't close this conversation without going to one other side of it, which in recent times was all over, particularly the social media, and that has to do with taxing certain individuals who provide certain services or who do certain things that are considered, one, immoral, and two, illegal. What is the position?
So the Constitution, I think, is section 24, says every citizen and individual must declare their income honestly to the appropriate authorities and pay their taxes. It does not say the income is honest, moral, and legal. Otherwise, what will happen is if my income is illegal, and we say don't pay tax, we're actually encouraging illegality.
All right.
So to create a fair playing field, the person that does, let me give you an example. If I'm a Yahoo boy, scamming people online, You know that even the knowledge to use the internet, I went to Nigerian school to learn it. That school is subsidized. The electricity, the everything is, when I drive on the road to go for an event, I use the road. If government exempts me because I'm a Yahoo boy, and then they are taxing the person who is sweating to carry blocks to go and build a house, it will be unfair. So the tax law
capture prostitution. If you capture, gambling, prostitution, drug, okay, yes. Put them in the GDP, and make the argument that it's, it shouldn't be a case of morality. Are we not indirectly, encouraging such, activities? But of course, I understand the point, he is making. But I also think that we should also find a way not to, if we say this is not, this should not be recognized, then we should all be out to stop it, because if you're taking from it, that means you're also saying, you're permitting it,
I think the other dimension why I understand the Prof's point is take something like selling things in traffic. Right. It is actually not legal. Sure. So, but then somebody rented a shop and they are paying rent and they sell based on what government says. Another person says, well, I need to survive. They're on the road trying to sell stuff. Now, if we don't count that activity of the person selling on the road, we ignore what they are selling. But then when they make the income, they spend it, they pay school fees, then our economy is not balanced, because you pretend that they do not earn income, but yet they are spending to cover. I think that's the argument why we say even for GDP, just capture all economic activity so it's complete. And like I said before, if somebody smuggled rice to sell during Christmas, they've done illegality. Another person imported their own and they paid duties. When you get to the market, you can't tell the difference between the person who smuggled and the person who paid tax. Should we further exempt the guy who smuggled it? No. If you do that, this guy that is paying his tax to clear the rice will not sell rice next year, because this other person can undercut everyone in the market.
Well, he claims that it's proceeds of crime, so it's not taxable.
No, but in the law, that's what I'm saying. In the law, there's no provision that says if it's proceeds of crime, you don't pay tax. In fact, there's a 1927 case in the US where the court said taxing illegal income is actually one of the ways to stop illegality. Because when we find you, it's easier, I can establish in 24 hours that you did not pay tax and send you to jail, than 10 years to establish whether you stole the money. So the IRS in the US has a requirement that if you steal any assets, including fraud, you must declare it in the same year that you stole it, unless you return it to the rightful owner in that same year of assessment. And when you are declaring it, declare it at fair value and pay tax on it. It's because for them, it helps society. It's a deterrent to illegality.
Really, this argument will not have end. You know why? Taxation is different from economics. Economics is different from law. And morality is different from religion. But they all have meeting points: trust, understanding, and desire to do the right thing. So it's just like when we are computing figure for GDP, do we impute the value housewives produce? No. So it's a matter of structure. So we can argue of this and that, but our concern is the parts of our tax laws that have been prepared. So we are just addressing the components of the law. So all the other questions, they are outside the law. There is nowhere, since the law does not address the issue of morality, the law does not address the issue of where the money has come from, Boko Haram funding or not, or from robbery. So we deal with that under next debate when we organize.
All right. And so it's an appropriate place to end the conversation, except for one thing, and that's to reiterate one more time the difference between increasing taxes and expanding the net, which is where the whole argument has come up from, where people feel, oh, we are bringing more taxes, oh, we are going to pay more. And because someone would say, if you say you want to generate more money, how are you going to do it without increasing what we are paying to you? And that's what I want to
Okay, before the taxman speaks,
right.
You know, this debate of increasing base have continued over a decade. And in the center of this has been what is called preponderance or tax that you just go out and capture people into the net, presumptive taxation. You just assume that since people are moving outside, they are selling water, they are doing this business, and they are not in the net. You don't have records of them. Just find a way of capturing them. Let them wriggle themselves out of the net.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we have a residue. And from the residue that is left behind in the basket, we continue tracing. Okay. But all this will depend on the data we can generate, either initially or sustainably.
Let me tell you three. Okay.
Yes. Looking at the entire gamut of the tax laws, I don't think it's a case of increasing taxes. If you look at it critically, the VAT, for example, was not increased. VAT is still 7.5%. The company's income tax for big companies, that's currently is 30%, even in the law. There is, you had it from him. It's also going to come down to 25%. Okay. So at the end of the day, it's not about increase, it's just the expansion in the tax
Final
base.
30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. So there are three things that government will do in the new tax law to collect more revenue without imposing the burden on the people. Number one is those that have been evading taxes,
right,
especially the high income earners. Number two is wasteful incentives. If you know someone in Nasarawa, someone in the Ministry of Finance who gets it, other people don't get it, we're stopping all of that as well. That's more money for the government. The most important one is number three. When economic activities improve, the person that does not have a job before has a job, now they can pay tax. The company that is making 100 million is now making 200 million, now they can pay tax. That's where the revenue comes from on a sustainable basis. So I can assure the Nigerian people, this tax reform law is not introducing new taxes on them. It's taking their tax burden away so all of us can be successful as a people.
All right, and it's on that note we conclude this conversation. We'd like to thank our guest, Mr. Tawi Edili, Chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Professor Uche Waleke, Director, Institute of Capital Market Studies, Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Always a delight to
Thank you, sir.
And of course, Dr. Bakari Wadinga, fellow ICANN and Chartered Institute of Taxation, a former Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cyril. Thank you.
That's our program. Thank you for all those who called in too. We appreciate you. Next week, we'll be back with NTA Tuesday Live. I'm Cyril Stober. Bye for now.
Lives are in your hands while you drive. Protect yourself and others on the road. Road Matters, shown on the network service of the NTA. Join us.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
This is the network service of the